Chapter 598. On the journey from Shujia town to Shanghai, the Harmony train passed through the tunnel, crossed the fields, undulating mountains in the sun and rippling ponds. Suyu sometimes bowed her head to play with her mobile phone, and sometimes peeked at the silent Qinzhe. In silence, he was expressionless, just staring at the scenery outside the window, wearing a mask and no sunglasses. This was a first-class seat and there would be no people coming and going. At this moment, Qinzhe had an indescribable charm. Especially the melancholy hidden in his eyes. In fact, he was still very sad. After all, that was his biological mother, a person who had worked hard to change her fate all her life. She had no hope, so she pinned all her hopes and beauty on her brother, and bore all the pain and regret alone. If you want to fly, I'll carry the pain. And Su Yaoji showed far more emotion than an uncle because he could never care about the past. He felt that he caused the separation of his sister's mother and son, causing his sister to die of depression. The sister who raised him since he was a child, the sister who gave up half of her youth for him, he had been asking for it all his life, until he wanted to compensate, but it was too late. Life was like a play, it was not wrong at all. She leaned her head on Qinzhe's shoulder and closed her eyes. Tenderness and sadness surged in her heart, filling her chest. She hoped that this was a journey without an end. She hoped that in the future she could always lean on this shoulder. "Husband, do you love me?" Suyu murmured. "Oh, don't say such sad things." Qinzhe unscrewed the mineral water. "Come on, good brother, deep feelings, drink it." "Suyu," she hit him angrily. "Old husband and wife, still so pretentious," Qinzhe said in a bad mood. When Suyu heard it, she happily hugged his waist with shallow dimples. When Qinzhe noticed her, Suyu had already fallen asleep. Her face was serene, with a round nose, a ruddy mouth and long eyelashes that were like the wings of a flying bird. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to have become much prettier. Qinzhe always feels that no matter how beautiful things are, after looking at them for a long time, there will be aesthetic fatigue. He tries to recall the scene when he first met Suyu. The deepest impression in his mind was not her beautiful face, but her tall figure. She was wearing a sexy OL suit, very cold and very goddess-like. Before he met her, she was like a cold daisy in the cold wind. She was beautiful, cold, and unapproachable. After getting to know her, she shed her disguise. She was a beautiful lily, blooming delicately in the rain and sunshine, nourished by the sun. Qinzhe carefully took out his mobile phone and tried not to wake her up. He opened the chat software and sent a message in the Salted Fish Harem group. "Suyu and I are going back to Shanghai today. The things in Xingqing have been settled. Are the funds ready? At cross-dressing boss Qingqing Zijin Xiangxi Hongdo Wang Zijin, I'm ready to invest." Qin Bao Bao copied and pasted, "I'm ready to invest." Nan Man Pei was a little late. He probably felt that it was not good to ignore Qinzhe, so he copied and pasted, "I'm ready to invest." Qinzhe was overjoyed. "Oh, there are suddenly 3 new shares. I'm caught off guard." Qin Bao Bao. "Wang Zijin, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Nan Man Pei, "Generally, it's best not to delve into things that you don't understand, especially when it comes from Qinzhe's mouth." Wang Zijin. "Seems to make sense." Qin Bao Bao, "This black-hearted maggot is always saying some nonsense in front of me. I don't understand most of it." Wang Zijin, "Nan Man Pei, don't say it out loud. How am I supposed to respond to that?" Nan Man Pei imagined the nonsense Qinzhe said to his sister and shuddered. Also, it was extremely scary. Qinzhe was thick-skinned. "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. You're thinking too much." Qin Bao Bao, "Then explain what you meant by that last sentence." Qinzhe, "New shares. Haven't you played with stocks before?" "I'm not afraid, even if the crab comes, I'm not afraid." Qin Bao Bao was speechless and sent a series of flips table emojis. Qinzhe, "Sister Ziwei, wait for me to come back. You said you would cook noodles for me. I like noodles and soup, not hot noodles." Wang Zijin, she had the urge to go crazy. As an editor who had been on the internet for a while, she could actually understand instantly. That day she had a private chat with her boyfriend and was a little naughty. In the group, her style of chatting had always been dignified and serious. Qinzhe actually hinted in the group. Nan Man Pei definitely didn't understand. "Speak human language. Do you need my help with the follow-up matters in Shin City?" Qinzhe, "No, Suyu and I will take care of it. Sister Man Pei, let's play the game of eagle and chicken another day." Nan Man Pei, question mark. Wang Zijin, "Ace, what's wrong with you today?" She felt that he was a little unrestrained and wasn't in the right state. Was he provoked? Qin Baobao didn't say anything. She was confused and thought that her brother was just talking nonsense. Qin Zhe didn't answer her and put his phone in his pocket. He was very happy to be mischievous and had found the right state of life. Don't think about it. Let bygones be bygones. The affairs of the older generation have nothing to do with us. Don't be conflicted. Don't be depressed. Don't be sad. At this moment his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Huang Yuting. Qin Zhe was helpless. He gently woke Suyu up and indicated that he needed to answer the call. He held his phone and put on his sunglasses. He got up and left his seat to open the toilet at the end of the car. Click. The lock popped back and Qin Zhe picked up the call. Old Huang, what's the matter? Huang Yuting laughed. Mr. Qin, there's something I want to tell you directly. After all, we're old friends. I've discussed it with my agent. I think we can release one song from the album in the second half of the year. I want to sing it now. I haven't had any works in the past few months, and the company's composer isn't very satisfied with the song. Huang Yuting chattered for a while. Among the artists that Qin Zhe had poached, Chen Shishir and Yi Lu had gone out to film. As for the singers, Huang Yuting and Su Jiao were busy with work and didn't have any new works for the time being. There were some rumors circulating on the internet that the two of them might have gone silent and jumped ship to Tianfang. In the end, they didn't have any works for half a year. If it weren't for the fact that they were directly advertised in variety shows, the audience would have forgotten about them. Huang Yuting had taught a newcomer in his previous company. That newcomer's catchphrase song became popular on the internet recently and his fame increased greatly. On the other hand, his master hadn't made any progress and was a bit agitated. No problem. What kind of song do you want? Qin Zhe asked. I'm still worried about your work. Huang Yuting said modestly, just a hit song will do. Get lost. I'm just kidding. Huang Yuting said, I just want to sing a song with feelings. A song with feelings? Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Then I have a lot of songs here. I just thought of one. It's said to be quite popular. It's said to be quite popular. What do you mean? Oh, I think it should be popular. Qin Zhe changed his words. It's said to be quite popular because the system told him so. It's the most popular online song of the year. Qin Zhe had a lot of songs here. This kind of song was most suitable for the artists under him to sing. For his sister, he wanted to write some good songs with a little bit of meaning that could be passed down for many years. Do you have a demo? Huang Yuting suddenly became excited. Qin Zhe's last song, Love Even If You Die, made him famous. Although it was a catchphrase song, it was more beneficial to increase his fame. In the past his fans were all young people. Now even those burly men could shout out his fame. Huang Yuting? I know him. Love Even If You Die was sung by him. He would sing it every time he went to KTV. There's no demo. I'll just sing it casually. Listen to it. If it's good, we'll settle on it. Qin Zhe said. Okay. Huang Yuting listened attentively. Qin Zhe sang, I've lost contact with prostitutes in Guangdong. Sometimes I miss the health care we did together. I hope this organ can connect us. I miss you. My Cantonese is not very good. What do you think? After singing, Qin Zhe asked. What a sentimental song. It would definitely touch the heartstrings of countless people. Okay, this one. It's good, very good. Huang Yuting laughed excitedly. Well, okay. I'll hang up first. I'll go back to the company and write the song and send it to you. Qin Zhe hung up the phone. He took a piss while he was at it. The clear water came out of the jade pillar. The rain sprinkled on the world. He was still a little sad. He couldn't completely let it go. Qin Zhe sighed faintly. He needed to find something else to divert his attention. Otherwise, his OCD would drive him crazy. He would think every day. Every day he would think about Auntie Sue who hugged him all those years ago. He would think about how she felt when she faced him. Another thing made his balls hurt. He had so many brothers and sisters. He and Suyu would have a lot to talk about. Alright, I still have a crazy film to shoot. Chapter 599. At Tianfang Entertainment. Qin Baobao, who had just finished her workout, took a shower, dried her hair and played some games as usual. Then, she sat on the sofa in the office barefooted and practiced her vocal cords for a few minutes. She called her assistant from the office next door to make some tea while she picked up a book called How I Met You in My Most Beautiful Years, and started reading it. Women and men were different after all. Judging from the title of the book, romance novels were long and complicated, while hot-blooded novels were concise and clear. Qin Baobao's way of doing things could not be considered straightforward. She lacked Wang Zijin's opinions and was not as decisive as Nan Man Pei's, nor was she as wise and resilient as Suyu. Be it because of her family background or her outlook, she could not compare to them since she was a child. However, she was the only woman Qinzhe could not forget about for more than 10 years. Everyone wanted to fight the sobbing monster, but Qinzhe was the only one who loved it. Xiang Yi's assistant sat opposite Qin Baobao and drank tea. She still had something to do, but nothing was more important than drinking tea with her boss. She could even get some snacks from her boss. The necklace is beautiful. Did your boyfriend give it to you? Qin Baobao asked with a smile. Although her family wasn't as prestigious as her best friends, baby Qin had received a good education since she was a child. In her assistant's heart, she wasn't a boss who was difficult to get along with. Occasionally she would even say a few witty words to tease her. Xiang Yi's assistant even made a barometer based on Qin Baobao's expression in the morning. For example, if Qin Baobao came to work sullenly, Qinzhe would definitely not be in Tianfang today. It meant that it was a sunny day. If she came to the office in high spirits, Qinzhe would definitely be by her side, or he would come over later. It meant that it was a rainy day. Yes, she said. It's so good to have a boyfriend, Qin Baobao sighed. It's not convenient for you to have a boyfriend. Xiang Yi's assistant nodded and flattered her. But you have a younger brother. Many people are willing to exchange their boyfriends for your younger brother. Qin Baobao said in his heart, I don't want a pair of broken shoes that have been used by others. What about you? Are you willing to exchange your boyfriend for it? The assistant was stunned and shook his head. Boss Qin, you're joking. Is my younger brother not good enough? Good, very good. The assistant said against his will. Qinzhe was handsome, rich, and talented, but he always put on a straight face and used emotional abuse on her. In the novel, this kind of man was a domineering CEO who deliberately treated the innocent and naive. In reality, she really wanted to hit him. The assistant often criticized Qinzhe silently to her friends, saying that she was under pressure in the company that did not match her beauty. Then you can be my younger brother's assistant, Qin Bao said. He could quit his job at any moment. Qin Baobao wanted to laugh when she saw her assistant's disgusted expression. She knew that her brother didn't dislike the assistant, but he was using this method to vent his anger on her, silently resisting her. It was similar to the rebellious mentality of a teenager. What Qin Baobao wanted to do was to touch his head and say, "Good boy, mama loves you." Cross it out. Describe it again. Sob, 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 can't you be satisfied with your sister's beauty? This was the right way for the siblings to open up. Finally remembering that she had something to deal with, Qin Baobao sent her assistant away and reluctantly put down the book. She rubbed her eyes, put on her high heels, and planned to work hard at her desk. She couldn't be too lazy. After all, she was the CEO of a big company. In recent years, her brother had been climbing up the ranks like a rocket, and she couldn't keep up. They had said that they would be salted fish together, but suddenly he became a big shot. He started a company and made movies. Qin Baobao's dream was to walk on the screen and become the national goddess. The reason was that every time she saw her beautiful face in the mirror, she felt a sense of loneliness. Good things couldn't be hidden, so she had to share them with the whole country. Qin Baobao was very reluctant to become the big sister of an entertainment company when she was caught off guard. It was too tiring to be a boss. But what could she do? The most important person in her life suddenly jumped on the high-speed train and sped away. The only thing she could do was to ride a donkey and chase after him. Even if she couldn't catch up, at least she could shorten the distance between them. Otherwise she would only be abandoned. I have a donkey but I never ride it. The phone on the other side of the sofa rang and the screen showed that the caller was Qinzhe. Qin Baobao threw herself on the sofa and happily picked up the call, but her tone was fierce. You're finally back. You made Zijin and I eat noodles for 3 days. My mouth is so bland. It's my fault, my fault. Qinzhe said, I'm downstairs in the company. Do you want to go out and play? Where to play? Qin Baobao's eyes lit up, and her long legs slapped the sofa happily. You'll know when you come down. Qinzhe said. Qin Baobao immediately jumped up from the sofa and left the company happily. She didn't forget to put on a mask. At the parking lot downstairs, she saw her brother's car, which was worth 200,000 yuan. Because of the concealment, the car window didn't roll down. Qin Baobao stood beside the car and knocked on the window. The car window slowly rolled down. As a sister, she shamelessly winked at her brother. Qinzhe got it and said, Get in. You're the right person after confirming with my eyes. It wasn't rush hour now and the road was still smooth. Qinzhe followed the navigation and drove on the highway. His sister sat in the passenger seat, and the seat belt made a very naughty curve on her chest. A big-breasted brother was more pleasing to the eye than a small-breasted brother. Did you have fun in Shin City? His sister asked casually. What's there to be happy about? I'm so tired. I only cared about chatting with the other side and didn't have time to play in Shin City. Jinzei said. For his sister's wit, he knew it in his heart. You came back 2 days later than expected. Where did you go? His sister asked again. They took a plane to Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport, and then from Shaoshan Airport to Shujia town. They rested for a day. The next morning the car called by Su Yao arrived, and they went to Shujia town to visit the grave together. I went to see Aunt Su, Jinzei said. I originally said I would wait for her birthday, but then I was lazy and didn't go. His tone and expression were very calm and steady. Su, you also went? Well, I have nothing to do anyway. Oh. His sister looked at the highway outside and asked curiously, where are we going to play? I'll take you to a place you've never been to before. Jinzei was enraptured. Qin Baobao expressed that she was looking forward to it. By the way, do you want to participate in my next self-directed movie? Is there a kissing scene? No. Is there a bed scene? No. No, get out. Jinzei was not reconciled. This is a movie for the purpose of word of mouth. If it can be popular, it will be very good for the reputation of the actors. Anyway, you are quite free recently. He was afraid that his first self-directed movie would be a flop, so he wanted to pull his sister together so that he could attract a lot of attention. I'm not free. I'm busy at my desk all day, or I run out to shoot commercials and commercial performances. I'm tired. Qin Baobao casually talked nonsense. Nonsense, Sister Ziwei told me that you have nothing to do at the company and at home. Jinzei exposed his sister's lie. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth after being stabbed in the back by her best friend once again. Jinzei expected better from her. You should be more careful. Now many people are eyeing you covetously, saying that they want to empty you. The car got off the highway, passed 2 traffic lights, and stopped in front of a building gate. Here we are, he said. Chapter 600. Shanghai No. 3 Mental Hospital. Qin Baobao looked up at the huge words on the hospital building. What's wrong with your brain? Why are you here? Mental hospital? Why are you here? You've never been here before? Jinzei parked the car and took out his car keys to lock the door. Using the car as cover, he secretly slapped his sister's perky butt. Qin Baobao froze and looked at him in shock. This pervert is so daring. She looked around guiltily to see if there were any paparazzi hiding nearby. The traffic was busy, and the pedestrians were rushing. No one noticed them. Do you want to die? Qin Baobao glared at him. She was not angry or embarrassed when her brother took the initiative to tease her. Instead, she was secretly happy. Jinzei smiled and looked up. My intelligence has limited my imagination, and I can't understand the feelings of patients with schizophrenia. So, I need to find professionals to help. Other than trashy movies and fast food movies, all movies with a little depth need the help of professionals. For example, the director of a Grandmaster movie had been preparing for 10 years. During this period, he had visited many martial arts masters. Another example would be those detective movies with high ratings. These movies had a professional team behind them. Qin Baobao hugged her brother's arm and entered the hospital together. Compared to other hospitals, the mental hospital was more deserted. But it was only relative. There were still many people in the lobby, queuing to register and collect medication. The No. 3 mental hospital was a hospital that specialized in treating mental illnesses. It was different from other hospitals. If the psychiatrists in other hospitals encountered patients with serious illnesses, they would send them to a specialized mental hospital for a checkup. Of course, there were also patients with schizophrenia. This was the main purpose of Jinzei's visit. Jinzei led his sister to the 6th floor without any consultation. Then he told the receptionist that he was looking for Director Li. You've already contacted them? Qin Baobao blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Of course. Why else would we rush in here? They don't have time to entertain us. Jinzei said, I've asked someone to contact the hospital. When the hospital heard that I'm going to shoot a movie, they were very happy. After all, it's a form of publicity. Also, I've hired Director Li to be my consultant. He's an expert in schizophrenia and has a lot of experience. This time, I'll pay him a visit and have a chat with him so that I can get some inspiration. I thought you were really going to ask me out to play. The elder sister was disappointed. What am I? A vase that serves as a foil? Don't speak so bluntly. Qin Baobao pinched his waist but did not manage to pinch his soft flesh. She snorted and said, Your waist is getting harder and harder. It's not fun anymore. You haven't played it before. How do you know it's not fun? They bickered all the way to Director Li's office. The nurse leading the way said apologetically, Director Li is tutoring a patient and will be done soon. Please wait outside for a while. Qin Zhe and his elder sister sat down on a bench outside the office. There was a woman beside them. She was dressed very brightly, but her complexion was not very good. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes. Do you have some kind of hobby? The woman asked Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao, wearing sunglasses and a mask in a mental hospital was not normal. Everyone has some kind of mental illness. If we talk about it properly, it will improve. The doctor said that I have mild depression. I have to communicate more and travel more often. Otherwise it will worsen. The woman was the first to confess. She tried to break down Qin Baobao's psychological barrier. Qin Baobao thought to herself, crazy. I'm just an onlooker. I'm not sick. She wanted to ignore her, but her younger brother poked her waist. After many years of tacit understanding, Qin Baobao immediately understood her younger brother's intention. He wanted to collect material. Qin Baobao said in a low voice, yes, I'm too beautiful. If I don't wear a mask, those men will have bad intentions when they see me. I'll be on tenterhooks. Qin Zhe, the woman looked at her sympathetically. This should be a patient with extreme inferiority which led to delusions. What about him? Your husband? The woman asked. Yes, he accompanied me to see the doctor. The doctor said that I'm under too much psychological pressure. Qin Baobao said, what about you? What's the reason? The woman looked at Qin Zhe. He was a normal person. He was not on her side. Hence, she whispered to Qin Baobao. There was a saying, mental patients all think that they are not wrong. It was complete nonsense. In fact, most mental patients knew that they were sick. Only those with severe mental illnesses would lose their minds. Do you think men are disgusting? The woman suddenly said in a very low voice. This. Qin Baobao looked at her younger brother. He was not disgusting. He looked very attractive. Oh, you have a husband. The woman continued, my marriage with my husband is on the verge of collapse. But he loves me very much. I also think that it's good to live with him. I want to save this marriage, but I think men are disgusting. Why is it like this? Is he not good to you? Qin Baobao said in a sympathetic tone. The woman said slowly, before I married my husband, I had 3 boyfriends. The second one was especially big. Qin Baobao was confused at first. He did not understand what she meant by, especially big. Just like Teddy, he wanted it every day. Later we broke up. I dated another boyfriend. He was very handsome. He was a very warm man. But his size was not very optimistic. Once, when we quarreled, I told him my ex-boyfriend's size in a moment of excitement. I even made a comparison. Qin Baobao understood and thought to herself, this is really heart-wrenching. After that, every time we did it in bed, he would always ask me, is my ex-boyfriend really that big? He's a little older than me. Compared to him, who makes you feel more comfortable? The woman's face was lactic. What do you think this is? Does he treat my AC as an arena? Qin Baobao did not know how to answer such a sad question. The woman sighed. The root of my illness was probably formed during that time. Not long after, I broke up with him. I felt that men were disgusting and did not fall in love for a long time. Qin Baobao asked, how long? The woman replied, about 3 months. Qin Baobao, you must cherish your time. It's mainly because of my current husband. After he met me, he started pursuing me crazily. He was so good to me that I did not know how to reject him. So, not long after, we got married. But I realized that I had a psychological trauma about things in bed and was very resistant. On the night of our wedding, I lay on the bed and cooperated with him. After that, he wanted to do it, but I rejected him. Our married life was seriously disharmonious after marriage. Now that we quarrel every day, I'm gradually becoming depressed. Qin Baobao was puzzled. Then are you depressed now, or can't you do it with your husband? The doctor said that it's just a psychological trauma. Time will erase it. Everyone has psychological trauma, right? But I must not be depressed or it will be very dangerous. I still have a chance to save it, the woman said. Her condition was not serious, or she had just started showing signs of depression. Otherwise she would not talk so much. It was also possible that she was forcing herself to chat, trying to make herself feel better. Qin Zhe said, you don't mind if I say a few words, right? The woman frowned and chose to nod. Qin Zhe said, the reason why you are depressed now is because you feel sorry for your husband or because you quarrel with him too often and are bored? Is it because you want to get rid of the psychological trauma of the arena, or because you are slightly depressed? I realize that he is treating me worse and worse. He knows that I have a psychological trauma, But he still doesn't understand me, the woman said. Then it must be the latter. Speaking of which, why would he take back his wife if he could not have sex with her? Wouldn't it be better to buy a silicone doll? Qin Zhe thought for a moment and said, I'm just saying. How about this? You treat your husband as a brother. If you can't stand it, go home and change the double bed to a bunk bed. He will sleep on the bottom and you will sleep on the top. He will be your brother sleeping on the top bunk bed. Since he is your brother, it's not unacceptable to have sex with him occasionally, right? After all, friends walk together for life. When the woman heard this, she felt that it made sense and fell into deep thought. The door to Director Li's office opened, and a man in a suit left. Qin Zhe immediately knocked on the door and entered with his sister. Hello, Miss Qin. Director Li was about 60 years old. He had a head of white hair, wore glasses and wore a white coat. He had already received a call from outside, saying that the person who had made an appointment today had arrived. Qin Zhe and his sister shook hands with him. Director Li personally made tea for the two of them and said with a smile, Miss Qin, remember to give me your autograph later. My granddaughter likes you very much. Oh, my grandson also likes Miss Qin very much. He wants one too. The Miss Qin at the end was said to Qin Bao. No problem. Qin Zhe took a sip of tea and said seriously, Director Li, I would like to know more about mental illness. My script business has hit a bottleneck. Because my knowledge of this field is limited, it is a bit difficult for me to write. How much do you know about mental illness? Director Li asked. Schizophrenia. Oh, schizophrenia, Qin Zhe said. Schizophrenia is a mental illness. It is a continuous, usually chronic, major mental illness. It is the most serious type of mental illness. Director Li smiled and said, when it comes to writing a script, only this type of person can write a good script. When it comes to mental patients, many people will subconsciously think of words like delirious, scary, and not illegal to kill. Actually, everyone more or less has a small mental illness such as mania, anxiety, and mental weakness. Internet addiction is also a type of mental illness. Right, there are also those who say the first floor makes sense, and those who like to raise dogs in the comment section. Qin Zhe asked curiously, what type of mental illness do the last two people belong to? Congenital brain disability, Director Li said. Qin Zhe nodded slightly. As expected of an expert. Your description hit the nail on the head. I have learned something new. People like them usually behave like normal people, but once they are online, they can't help but control their hands. Even if people often scold them, they know that this behavior will cause dissatisfaction. However, they never get tired of it because their brain sensory ability has changed. In the field of mental illness, it is called congenital brain disability but their inability to control their actions is like obsessive-compulsive disorder. Everyone has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Director Li pointed at the stack of books on the table. The books were neatly stacked, but there was one book that was more mischievous. It was crooked. After you sat down, you looked at it 3 times. Did you want to arrange it neatly like the other books? Director Li said, I did this on purpose to see if the patient has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Qin Bao also has obsessive-compulsive disorder, but it is very mild. However, your condition is more serious than hers. She only looked at it once, but you looked at it 3 times. For adults, obsessive-compulsive disorder doesn't affect normal life, but for children, severe obsessive-compulsive disorder can cause ADHD. Qin Bao suddenly understood. Oh, he had ADHD when he was young. Qin Zhe kicked his sister and asked, I want to know if it is possible to set the main character with dual personality. You want to ask about the relationship between schizophrenia and dual personality, right? Director Li asked. Qin Zhe nodded. Yes, the details must be handled well or else it would be a joke. Chapter 601. Of course it's different. First of all, you have to understand what dual personality disorder is and what schizophrenia is. Dual personality disorder is a type of multiple personality disorder. This disease has a very prestigious scientific name, dissociative identity disorder. Most of the triggers are from childhood abuse, especially sexual abuse, which causes another personality to appear in the body. It's equivalent to having multiple souls living in the body. Patients with multiple personality disorder don't know anything about the other personalities in their body. Director Li said with assurance, and patients with schizophrenia are a clinical syndrome composed of a group of symptoms. It's a multifactorial disease. Oh, I might be too complicated. To put it simply, schizophrenia is far more complicated than multiple personality disorder. Its symptoms are not simple confusion of mind. Clinical symptoms include perception disorders, thinking disorders, emotional disorders, consciousness and behavior disorders, cognitive dysfunction. Qin Zhe and his sister looked at each other in silence, both dumbfounded. To be honest, Qin Zhe had always thought that dual personality disorder was schizophrenia. Director Li looked at their expressions and smiled. Then I'll put it more simply. Multiple personality disorder refers to the different characters in the body. Their personalities, names and genders may be different. The patient will switch between different personalities. This kind of patient is very rare. In ancient times, people called it ghost possession. Have you seen Brainstorm? The protagonist is a police officer, but he's also a criminal. He arrests criminals, upholds justice and plans murders to commit the perfect crime. But the two personalities of the police and the criminal are not connected. They don't know each other's existence. Schizophrenia means that the patient has separated himself from the real world. He is still a persona, but this persona lives in a different world. He rambles nonsense, he is crazy, and he is completely cut off from the world of rationality. Qin Bao Bao suddenly understood. In other words, multiple personality disorder, in a sense, is actually no different from normal people. And schizophrenia is a lunatic. Director Li pondered for a moment. It's one-sided, but it's not wrong. Qin Zhe said, "Can I see a specific example with my own eyes?" Director Li smiled and nodded. Miss Qin came this time to understand the details. No matter how much I say, it'll be confusing to you. Come with me. This kind of professional mental hospital was large and had two types, open and closed. The former was for mild mental illnesses such as depression, mania, and so on. The latter was the type that couldn't be released. On the way, Qin Zhe held his sister's shoulder with one hand. He actually wanted to hug her waist, but they were in the hospital, so it was inconvenient. If he brazenly hugged his sister's waist, Director Li might be kind enough to give him psychological counseling and tell him that it was wrong to have a sister complex, whether it was mentally or physically. To keep up with the times, he directly handed over an orthopedic specialist's business card and patted his shoulder. "This is all I can help you with." The reason why he had to hold his sister's shoulder was because he was sending a message with his head lowered. His partner was Chen Shishir. The petite beauty discussed the script with him in high spirits and complained about the director's harshness. The single female artistes in the company all liked to chat with him. Yi Lu, Su Jiao, Li Wei, they all messaged him for no reason. Qin Zhe wasn't impatient at all. He wasn't aloof either and tried his best to chat with the other party happily. Qin Bao looked at the naughty pictures Chen Shishir sent and frowned unhappily. "We're doing business. What are you chatting about? There are always flirtatious sluts trying to seduce the pig that I raised painstakingly." His sister's jealous expression could tug at one's heartstrings. Qin Zhe comforted her, "Don't be a coward. Right, I can't afford a Qin Bao." Director Li called over a doctor on duty and asked, "Did you give any counseling to the patients in the ICU today?" The doctor said, "Teacher, not yet. According to the usual practice, it starts at 3 p.m. Director Li said, "Let's start earlier today." Then he said to Qin Zhe, "Let's go to the treatment room." The so-called treatment room was a small room. The walls were painted blue and the furnishings were simple. There was a table and two chairs. The light above their heads was very gentle. Director Li said that simple decorations could soothe the patient's emotions. There was psychological knowledge in it. Psychiatry and psychology were closely related. The doctor's surname was Du. He was Director Li's student. At this time he took off his white coat and wore a short-sleeved shirt. The white coat would irritate the patients and make them resist or even overreact. He sat at the table and waited for patient number 3 to be sent over. There was a huge mirror on one side of the small room. It was actually a one-way glass. Qin Zhe, his sister, and Director Li stood behind the glass and could watch the whole treatment process. Seeing the symptoms and treatment of schizophrenia patients with their own eyes would be helpful for Qin Zhe to write the script. Soon a patient was brought in by a nurse. It was a young man. He was no more than 25 years old. Except for his pale face, there was nothing wrong with him. Dr. Du said, "Hello, friend. We meet again." The young man glanced at him and did not respond. He just sat there in a daze. Dr. Du tapped on the table gently. It implied a certain rhythm and gradually attracted the young man's attention. "How's your health recently?" The young man nodded. Dr. Du casually chatted with him. The young man did not seem to have any special symptoms so far. Dr. Du said, "You have a girl you like?" "Yes." The young man said, "My Wei Wei is the prettiest and the cutest, but I can't find her." Suddenly, he became agitated and stared at Dr. Du with pleading eyes. "I can't find her. I can't find her. Can you help me find her?" Dr. Du nodded. We have already informed the police. You just wait quietly. There will be results. Alright, you can buy some flowers and give them to her when you see her. The young man nodded hard. Dr. Du probed, what do you think of chrysanthemums? The young man's face changed. His expression became frightened. He fidgeted and his body trembled slightly. Roses. I think roses are good. Dr. Du said, what do you think? The young man quieted down and nodded slightly. Behind the one-way glass, Director Lee said, you see, since he entered the room until now, he has been very anxious and does not like to communicate with people. This is a typical emotional disorder in schizophrenia. Qin Zhe nodded hard. Did he suffer a setback in his relationship? Director Lee said, no, this person is a web writer. Because of the huge workload, he could not bear the burden. Because he could not bear the increasing pressure, he stopped updating. Qin Zhe said, this will get him a razor blade. Director Lee said, his situation is worse than a razor blade. After he stopped updating, a few readers pretended to care about him and enlightened him. They came to the city where he lived to meet and chat with him. That day they drank. After drinking, he was taken to a hotel by a few readers and was subjected to inhumane torture. Then he had schizophrenia. From then on, he could no longer hear the word chrysanthemum. We once thought that this was the cause of schizophrenia. Later we found out that it was not. After he was hospitalized, he often said the same thing, I can't find her. I can't find her. The person he could not find was called Wei Wei. His girlfriend? No, that's the female protagonist in his book. He's actually mentally ill since a long time ago. He confuses the real world with the virtual world, imagining that he has a perfect girlfriend named Vivian. He has cut himself off from the rational world, and the things that the readers do are just the trigger for his illness. This is another kind of cognitive dysfunction in schizophrenia. What's his pen name? I think it's called? Director Lee thought for a moment. Newspaper seller? Qin Zhe nodded. He had a better understanding of schizophrenia patients. The next patient was number 9. He was a middle-aged man. He was neither dull nor anxious. Instead he talked with the doctor. Director Lee said, he was locked up for intentional injury. You see, he doesn't seem to have any problems, but in fact his schizophrenia is the most serious. What do you mean? His wife had always been in love with her ex-boyfriend and had cheated on him many times. Later, her ex-boyfriend died unexpectedly and his wife was depressed. This man loved his wife so much that he imagined himself as her ex-boyfriend. After a long time, he started to believe that he was really her ex-boyfriend. The two identities caused his consciousness to be confused and he spoke incoherently. One moment he said he was her ex-boyfriend and the next he was sober. What he got was not his wife's love but her fear. During an argument, he accidentally pushed his wife down the stairs and she was seriously injured. So far, our treatment has not improved. Mental illness is very troublesome. It requires long-term psychological counseling and medication. Even so, many people can't break free for the rest of their lives. The symptoms are very similar to the previous online author. Love is a ray of light so green that it makes you despair. This was probably the most realistic portrayal of a middle-aged man. Qin Zhe sighed. He moved on to the next patient. This time, the patient who came in was neither dull nor anxious. Instead, he was a little lively. He looked around with a smile on his face. When he sat down, Dr. Du said, hello. Looking at the high school-age patient, he immediately raised his eyebrows. How so? Dr. Lu obviously knew that he would say that. He said indifferently, I'm very happy to meet you again, old friend. The high school-age patient asked, how happy? Dr. Lu was unmoved. Can we talk? The high school-age patient said, sure, WeChat is like QQ. Dr. Lu said, don't you want to recover? Don't you want to leave here? Don't you want to go to school and surf the internet like your peers? Don't you want to be reunited with your parents? The high school-age patient said, I want a baby, the warm kind. Behind the one-way glass, Qin Zhe was speechless for a long time. He's asking for a beating. Qin Baobao muttered. Yes, half of the reason why he came here was because he was beaten up by his classmates. Chief Li sighed. This child has serious delusions. He wants to earn points every day and become the king of the world with poisonous chicken soup. Otherwise the system will erase him. His so-called points are to scold his classmates, parents and teachers every day. He is complacent and thinks that he is different from others. He is proud of it. In fact, his approach is just to isolate himself. In real life, such people are asking for a beating. They are not worth looking forward to or learning from. He is beaten up every day in school. His parents sent him here, hoping that he can return to normal. He said that he can communicate with the system. This is a classic perception disorder. Qin Zhe's balls tightened, and his chrysanthemum turned cold. Am I also AF** king schizophrenic? For this reason he opened the points store. Although others could not see it, he could see and feel its real existence. He was relieved. Let's change. Qin Zhe did not want to continue with this case. He said, is there anything more serious? Yes. Chief Li contacted Dr. Du in the small room through the microphone. Bring patient 11. Patient 11 arrived in a short while. He was very thin, skinny, and his eyes were sunken. He was led by the caregiver and he looked very nervous and anxious. Dr. Du said, what's your name? Patient 11 said, Lao Yang. What's your job? I am the emperor. Why don't you kneel? Patient 11 spat at Dr. Du and said angrily, kneel now or I will drag you out of the Meridian Gate and behead you. Dr. Du waved his hand helplessly. The caregiver immediately went forward and carried him away. Let go of me, let go of me. Patient 11's shouts could be heard faintly. There are always unruly people who want to harm me, there are always unruly people who want to harm me. This is hopeless. Chief Li sighed. As a doctor, perhaps it is not suitable, but it is indeed hopeless. He already has very, very serious schizophrenia. He said that he is the emperor, but the lie detector could not detect it because he believes from the bottom of his heart that he is the emperor. Moreover, he is the emperor in distress whose country is in a precarious situation. He always feels that someone wants to harm him and usurp the throne. This is the thinking disorder in schizophrenia. In layman's terms, it is persecutory delusion. Chapter 602. Schizophrenia patients are really diverse. Qin Zhe sighed. Multiple personality disorder was a person with one or more personalities. It was easy to define. Schizophrenia had a variety of clinical manifestations. Some patients showed completely different symptoms, but they were all schizophrenia. This was very helpful for Qin Zhe to write the script. It expanded his thinking and allowed him to understand schizophrenia patients better. He even felt a little inspired. Seeing so many schizophrenia patients, could he use them as a model? At least he could learn from them. Forget about the web author. If he was used as a model, he might accidentally make it into a dreamy movie and it would not pass the censorship. Love as a ray of light could be used as a model. After all, the theme was love. Love was the favorite theme of filmmakers, and this kind of heart-wrenching love would add more points. As for the high school student, forget it. It was too unreal. There were always unruly people who wanted to harm the king. Forget it, it was hopeless. There was no way to make it exciting or innovative. If you had come earlier, I have a more troublesome but more interesting case to show you. Director Li said. Director Li, what is it? Qin Zhe handed him a big chicken stick. Director Li took it and glanced at Qin Bao Bao. He probably felt that it was inconvenient with a lady beside him, but Qin Zhe had already brought the Zippo lighter over. The two sat in the small room. Through the one-way glass on the left, Dr. Du was counseling a patient with depression. Smoke rose slowly and was sucked into the exhaust fan. When there was no one else, Qin Bao Bao would not let her brother smoke. When there was an outsider, she would be very virtuous and generous. She quietly listened to the conversation between her brother and Director Li. He was sent here about 2 years ago. He was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He looked gentle and spoke very gently, but this person was abnormal because he kept saying that he was a university student and believed it without a doubt. Is this also a thinking disorder? Director Li took a deep breath and exhaled. He shook his head. This situation is more complicated. Schizophrenia patients may have thinking disorders or emotional disorders. They may also have both. I'm telling you this because I hope you can understand its inclusiveness. When creating a protagonist, don't cling to a single obstacle. Qin Zhe nodded. How complicated is he? Director Li said, the situation is somewhat similar to that high school student. He imagined himself to be a university student and accidentally discovered the true appearance of the world. He is cultivating immortality in the city. Qin Beixian. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please continue. Director Li nodded. He's not crazy. His usual behavior is no different from an ordinary person, but he goes to the university every day after work. Stop classes there, go to school and pretend to be a university student. At first, his family thought that he wanted to learn something, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Until one day he began to bring along a green onion. Every day he was inseparable and claimed to be her demon pet. One night she was actually awakened by his voice. Seeing him sitting by the bed and talking to the air, his wife felt her hair stand on end. The man discovered that his wife had woken up and said, "I'm talking to my light of virtue." Well, you can't see him. His family had no choice but to send him to the local hospital for treatment. However, he managed to escape 3 times in a row, causing quite a commotion and appearing on the local news 3 times. He claimed that he was showing his divinity in front of the masses and that he was giving a profound sage speech. Not long after, he was sent to our hospital. I analyzed it with a few students and found that his illness was very troublesome. He had entered a deep state of self-hypnosis. No, half of his body was in the real world and the other half was in the cultivation world. In his brain, the two were perfectly combined into one. He said that he went on adventures every day, but in fact he was working. Because of his family, he didn't spend much time in the university. In his own words, because he was busy cultivating, he had very little time to go to the university. At first, we didn't know where to start because the patient was too stubborn. But as time went on, his symptoms became more and more serious. When he saw people, he would shout, "Feel the love of a mother," and then stare at you. If the caregiver forcibly restricted his freedom, he would shout, "Senior White, save me." And then? Qin couldn't help but ask. For a patient with schizophrenia like him, the most important thing is to find a breakthrough. He said that he accidentally joined a cultivation chat group and embarked on a different path. But when we communicated with him, we couldn't find the chat group on his mobile phone. This was a flaw. We were very happy and were about to take measures, but later he said that he didn't need the chat group on his mobile phone anymore. He had developed something called the virtuous network and he could chat with his golden core. This is the problem with this patient. He imagines a world like a game and he is a programmer, so he can fix the loopholes regularly. Later we learned that he had been cultivating since, he said so himself. It had only been half a year since he started cultivating, but his achievements were something that others couldn't achieve in hundreds or even thousands of years. In fact, his schizophrenia appeared half a year ago. So, using this loophole, we did a deep hypnosis on him. Using his spear to attack his shield, together with medical treatment, we finally helped him return to normal. But he didn't seem to be happy. His whole person seemed to have collapsed. Now he is a little depressed, but overall he is normal. Qin Bao scratched her head. Listening to it, I feel like I'm going to have schizophrenia. Director Li knocked on the table and agreed. That's true. Among us doctors, we also regularly counsel each other. Because human emotions are sometimes interconnected. Just like the man in the cultivation chat group, he was actually very happy. He was immersed in his own world and there were different adventures every day. It was very interesting. But we shattered his world and pulled him back to reality. The reality was that he was aging day by day, and he had achieved nothing. The reality was that he was just a greasy middle-aged man. We could feel the sadness of that moment. Qin Bao went to the toilet halfway. Qin took the opportunity to say, "Director Li, I have a friend." Because of her family when she was young, she lacked love and a sense of security. So, she likes others to criticize her and whip her. If you talk to her nicely, she won't care. If you say sweet words to her, she will be happy. But after that, she will feel empty and insecure. But once you are fierce to her, you will be very strong and throw all kinds of things to her. She will be very satisfied and happy. Director Li said, "Your friend is a masochist, right?" Qin, you are quite up to date. Director Li, in that aspect? Qin, also, they were both adults. No, one was an adult and the other was an old man. Everyone understood. Director Li, it's hopeless. Qin, it's just a joke. Director Li smiled and said, in a narrow sense, SM refers to sexual abuse. In a broad sense, SM is actually a psychological need. As you said, because of the lack of love and the indifference of her parents, she is extremely insecure. In her eyes, the lashing and criticism of others is a kind of importance. Don't you young people have a very good saying? Compared to him hating you, you are more afraid of him ignoring you. Is there still hope? Will it worsen? Actually, worsen was not bad. Then the whip and candles would be useful. Why should we save her? You have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Have you thought of treating it? No one is really mentally healthy. More or less, they have some kind of mental illness. As long as it doesn't affect their normal lives, it's fine. In her situation, as long as you give her more care, she will naturally get better. I understand. Then is there any way to make it worsen? Director Li looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The air was silent for a few seconds. Qin laughed dryly and said, I'm kidding. Ha 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 ha. Awkward. Leaving the hospital at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin had gained a lot. He had a rough idea of how to create a protagonist. He and Director Lee agreed to meet again in a week's time. They would also bring the script and ask Director Lee to help fix the gaps in the professional knowledge. For this, Qinzhe had to pay a not cheap consulting fee. Chapter 603. Qinzhe drove his sister back. The afternoon sun was still very hot. His sister, who didn't eat well at noon, curled up in the passenger seat and ate a bag of Mimi shrimp sticks. Qinzhe's culinary skills were excellent, but with Qin Bao's current status, the food was very exquisite. The takeout was directly ordered from a 5-star hotel. The chef was good, but she always felt that the food was missing a familiar taste. She was such a nostalgic person. For dinner, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao cooked noodles at home. Wang Zijin complained that Qin Bao's noodles were not mushy enough. Her stomach had always been bad. Qin Bao complained that Wang Zijin's bottom was muddy and not chewy. They could have ordered takeout, but they refused to do so. They claimed that the noodles they made were delicious and pretended to enjoy it. "Give me a few." Qinzhe said, "I didn't eat lunch on the high-speed train. I'm hungry." "Why don't you eat?" "The food must be delicious," his sister said softly. "The lunchboxes on the high-speed train are too bad and they're all frozen. It's not healthy. I'd rather eat instant noodles." "Then eat instant noodles." "Do I dare?" Qinzhe said angrily. "Who dares to eat instant noodles on the high-speed train? I can't afford to offend them." "That's true." His sister handed her favorite snacks to him. When he was young, she liked to bully him, snatch his things and watch him cry. When she grew up, she liked to share good things with him. Humans were so strange. "Unlucky woman, I'm driving. How can I eat?" "Feed me." Qinzhe looked ahead. Big sister fed him one by one, and soon a generation of prawn crackers was gone. She said happily, "Big sister fed you until you were young, right?" Yes. Your juice is delicious. It would be better if you could make milk tea for me." Qinzhe didn't care about his sister's teasing at all. "Milk tea?" Qin Bao said, "Sure, I'll make it for you when we get home tonight." Qinzhe finally turned his head and looked at her. To be precise, he looked at his sister's chest. "This might have to wait until you're pregnant." Passing by the Shanghai City Tower, the tallest city in the country, Qin Bao sighed with emotion. "I've always wanted to take a look." He didn't have the chance in the past, but it was inconvenient now. "Oh, I promised you before that I would go up and take a look," Qinzhe said. He suddenly had a strong urge to bring his sister up there to take a look. He remembered the first time he brought Sister Ziwei here. Afterwards, his sister looked jealous and disappointed. At that time he really didn't have time. He had a lot of time, but his sister didn't. Later on he forgot about it. "No, the paparazzi are very annoying and I might be recognized if I'm not careful," Qin Bao said with a straight face and fixed her eyes on the screen. "There are no paparazzi." Qinzhe said, "I observed on the road. There are no cars following us." It was impossible for paparazzi to tail them 24/7. They were not CIA agents. Moreover, the siblings' private lives were too serious. There were very few paparazzi who persisted until now. At most, they would squat at the entrance of the neighborhood. Occasionally they would come to the company, but they didn't see them today. This was because Qinzhe and the bodyguard said that if they saw paparazzi taking photos secretly, they would beat them up until they called for their father. Then, Qinzhe would pretend to stop them and check on the paparazzi. If they didn't have any injuries, he would be very disappointed. If they were injured, he would be happy to pay for it. Many celebrities did the same. However, most celebrities didn't have personal bodyguards. Qinzhe and his sister only had bodyguards at the company, but they didn't have any at home. They bought tickets and went upstairs. Standing on the observation deck, they were wearing masks and sunglasses. Even their mother might not recognize them. Baby Qin was still able to attract a lot of attention. Just looking at her pair of long legs was enough to make people fall in love with her. She also had a pair of cropped pants that outlined her buttocks. She had a full chest under her short sleeves and a small waist that could be held with one arm. A woman with a good figure could attract attention even if she didn't show her face. Many people liked to climb up and look into the distance. However, in first-tier cities like Beijing and Shanghai, it was actually not recommended for people to climb up and look into the distance. Because in addition to looking at the scenery, there was also humility. Look, the owner of each house was richer than you. There were 1.4 billion people in China and you were probably behind 1.3 billion. It hurt. The two siblings looked at the scenery and didn't dare to get too close. They were afraid of heights. A few days ago, Qinzhe accompanied Suyu to play the jumping machine. He really felt that he was only one step away from death. The last time he was so excited was 24 years ago. He was almost caught by a group of brothers and sisters behind him. Qin Zhe looked at the scenery of the Bund, the curved Huangpu River and the densely packed buildings. He sighed. Last year when he came with Sister Ziwei he was still a little salted fish. This year when he came with his sister he was already the king of salted fish. Now he was rich and counting money until his brain cramped. Next to him was his tall and charming sister. For a moment he was full of pride. Qin Zhe pointed at the scenery below and said, "What do you see?" "What a beautiful scenery." "Wrong answer." Qin Zhe slapped his sister's butt. "Answer again." "Picturesque mountains and rivers." Qin Baobao rubbed her butt. "Wrong answer." Qin Zhe slapped her again and said, "Wrong, it's my picturesque mountains and rivers." Qin Baobao, Okay, act tough king, let's go downstairs for coffee." His sister rolled her charming little eyes. Unfortunately, Qin Zhe couldn't see through the sunglasses. "Weren't my words cool?" In the elevator downstairs, Qin Zhe asked his sister. "Yes, very cool." His sister said perfunctorily. "If you are the emperor then what am I?" She thought. They had a cup of coffee in the cafe downstairs and brought some desserts to fill their stomachs. When Qin Zhe and his sister returned home, it was almost dark. "Sister Ziwei's call, help me answer it." On the way he received a call from Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe handed his phone to his sister. "Hello Ace, are you home? I want to eat today." Before Wang Zijin could finish, she was interrupted by her best friend. "He's not home. He's in Shin City." "What the hell? Where did this flirtatious bitch come from? Why do you have my Ace's phone?" Wang Zijin said sarcastically. "You're asking for a beating." Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. "I'm scared to death." Qin Zhe shouted, "Sister Ziwei, we're on our way home." Wang Zijin heard and replied, "Then I'll get off work early too. Anyway, there's nothing going on in the company." "Well, if you arrive first, let's meet at the entrance of the community. We'll go grocery shopping." "Let's just meet at the store," Qin Zhe said. Therefore, when they were about to reach the community, Qin Zhe turned around and went to the supermarket. They waited there for Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was different from her sister's casual dressing. She was wearing an office lady's suit. She had a beautiful oval face, long black hair and a smile on her face. If she was wearing home clothes she would be a smiling girl next door. "I want to eat a big meal today." Wang Zijin stared at Qin Zhe and kicked her heels. She complained, Bao, the shoes you bought for me are clinging to my feet. It's so uncomfortable." "Nonsense," Qin Baobao said, "this is a high-end luxury. It's only worn at important banquets, balls and cocktail parties. Of course it's uncomfortable for you to wear it for the whole day." This was probably the difference between rich people and ordinary people. When ordinary people buy shoes they first look at the style and then try it on to see if it's comfortable. Rich people don't do this. They only pay attention to high-end products that are worthy of their status. Whether it's comfortable or not is secondary. If the shoes are dirty, should they be washed? Just throw them away. Oh, rich people's shoes won't get dirty because they won't go to messy places. You should have said that these are prom shoes. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to hug Qin Zhe's arm. "My feet hurt all day. Give me your arm." Qin Baobao said in a disdainful tone, "Useless thing." Qin Zhe reacted abruptly. "Damn, Sister Ziwei's tricks are as deep as the sea. What clinging to her feet, what discomfort, it's all fake." Not only can she hold his hand intimately, but also not let her best friend suspect. In contrast, his sister is a bit immature in this respect. She only bullied Suyu. Although Suyu likes to make trouble, her harem skills are actually not high. At most, she's a beginner master. His sister is an intermediate master, and Sister Ziwei is at least a senior master. Outside, with familiar people around, his sister would more or less restrain herself from hugging Qin Zhe's arm. Otherwise, with two great beauties on his left and right, even Hai Zhe King's thick skin would not be able to withstand the burning gazes of passers-by. Wang Zijin, who has always been a vegetarian, is picking meat dishes today as if she hasn't eaten meat for half a year. What's wrong eating so much meat? Qin Zhe wondered. I want to eat it. Qin Baobao went to pick seafood, and Wang Zijin's tone changed from serious to coquettish. You ate too much noodles. Qin Zhe hit the nail on the head. Yes. Not only did she eat too much, but she also cooked noodles with vegetables for 4 days. Her mouth is so bland. After shopping and returning home, the moment the burglar-proof door wrapped in a layer of sandalwood opened, the three of them covered their noses. What's this smell? Qin Baobao frowned. It seems like a gas leak. Wang Zijin said. You must have left the gas on when you cooked noodles last night. Bah, then we can't live to see the sun today. You got up in the morning to cook noodles. You didn't turn it off. Then it's definitely not a gas leak. It's something else. They are quarreling. Qinzhe slowly took out a lighter and said quietly, "Is it a gas leak? I'll try to make a fire." Slap. Slap. Two small hands slapped the back of his hand at the same time, and the sisters shouted, "Do you want to die? Blow it up." Qinzhe said angrily, "Then why are you still standing at the door? Turn off the gas. Fortunately, I'm back today. A few days later, do I have to attend your funeral?" Chapter 604. It was indeed a gas leak. His sister had forgotten to turn it off when she was cooking noodles in the morning. She turned off the gas and came out of the kitchen. She was so guilty that she was afraid of being scolded by her brother. Qinzhe opened the living room window and took a few breaths. Damn, it was leaking all day. What an unlucky woman. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Oh, I can't smoke now. So he put it in his ear and went back to the living room. He saw his sister standing beside the sofa like a child who had done something wrong. She was not wearing a skirt, or she might have twisted her skirt or something. "Is the kitchen window open?" Qinzhe asked with narrowed eyes. His sister nodded immediately. Qinzhe sighed. "Fortunately, you didn't forget to turn it off at night. If you don't know how to cook, don't cook. Can't you order takeout? Why do you have to be so stubborn?" Qin Baobao complained, "It's all Wang Zijin's fault. She likes to compete with me. Sister is a little fairy. Of course I can't admit defeat." Qinzhe raised his hand. His sister was smart enough to admit defeat. "I'm wrong. I'm useless. I have to admit it." Qinzhe put his hand on her head and rubbed it. "It's okay. If you don't know how to cook, you still have me. Anyway, there are so many women in Shanghai who don't know how to cook. They don't need you." Qin Baobao smiled and leaned over. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his face gently. "A's is still the best. Sister's kiss is a reward." Wang Zijin happened to see this scene at the end of the corridor from the living room to the bedroom. She stopped and stared silently for a moment. Then she turned around silently. The toilet window didn't seem to be open. The toilet should have a window. I'll go check. There was a touch of sadness in her eyes that she didn't notice. At night, Qinzhe cooked a big meal for his sisters. They didn't care much about their table manners and ate with flying chopsticks. Qin Baobao hadn't eaten chicken stewed with mushrooms for 4 days. She couldn't wait to hold it in her arms and not share it with the wolf in the house. In fact, she was the only one who liked chicken stewed with mushrooms. Wang Zijin had long been sick of it, even though Qinzhe's cooking was delicious. "Eat slowly," Qinzhe said sarcastically. "That's right, sister. Are you really not going to act with me?" Qinzhe said. "No." Qin Baobao said, "I'm preparing to hold a concert in a while." "Why didn't I know?" Qinzhe was stunned. "What do you know? I don't know what you're doing all day." Qin Baobao was full of resentment. Now that she was more and more familiar with the company's business, she didn't need her brother's help to hold a concert or something like that. "Where's Sister Ziwei?" Qinzhe asked again. "It's okay. The company plans to imitate PUBG and make a mobile game," Wang Zijin said gloomily. "Aren't many similar copycat mobile games banned?" "We're different," Wang Zijin said calmly. She did have the confidence to do so. Qin Baobao seized the opportunity to rebuke her best friend. "What's the difference? Did you grow up eating shit?" Wang Zijin snorted and sang, saying that we're different is actually the same, because we're all wearing plain military uniforms. She had been rebuked by Qin Baobao like this before. Now she had already thought of a way to break it. "Let's see how you're going to respond." Qin Baobao thought for a moment and wanted to say a few words, but the image of the national emblem suddenly appeared in her mind. Her state of mind was suppressed and she was suddenly speechless. After dinner, her sister and Wang Zijin sat quietly for 10 minutes and then did a set of aerobics as an after-dinner exercise like on TV. After returning home, her sister changed into a short skirt. Her 2 white and firm legs blinded Qinzhe's dog eyes. The skirt itself was very short. Even if it was an after-dinner exercise, it would still float up. Qinzhe stared hard, trying to peek at the infinite scenery under the skirt. Unfortunately, she was wearing a pair of safety pants inside. Did she have to wear safety pants at home? Where's the trust between people? Who invented such an anti-human thing like safety pants? Wang Zijin was wearing fitted pajamas. Before she met Qin Baobao, she had unparalleled confidence in her figure and beauty. After meeting Qin Baobao, she was still confident in her beauty, but not so confident in her figure. Qinzhe had comforted her many times in private. "Your figure is also very good. You exercise every day and your proportions are very nice. But in front of long legs and 36D, even a confident woman would find it hard to not mind at all. It was like a man who did it 7 times a night. He was 12 centimeters, but in front of 18 or even 20 centimeters big shots, he would inevitably feel guilty. Even if the big shots only did it once a night. Well, that was the truth anyway. After the aerobics exercise, her sister went to take a bath. She had a toilet in the master bedroom, but she liked to take a bath in the bathtub and didn't King lock the door. Wang Zijin was sweating all over. She ran to the kitchen and took out the tea leaves and tea tray from the tea cabinet and made tea in the living room. Little Ace, do you want some tea? I have tea, Guanyin. Wang Zijin took out a can of tea leaves as if she was presenting a treasure. Zhao Taizhu sent it to me. He got it from his father. It's something that you can't buy even if you have money. Little sister, do you want some sex? I'm genetically modified. Qinzhe winked. It's been stored for 24 years. The taste is pure. You can't buy it even if you have money. Wang Zijin, Ace was being naughty again. She tilted her head and tried very hard to think of how she should respond. According to her style, she would glare at him and hit him. That was all. If it was Qin Bao Bao. An image appeared in her mind. Sob, 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 I want to eat it so much. Then she would do a hand chop. Wang Zijin shuddered. She couldn't learn it. She couldn't learn it. Wang Zijin had always been suppressed by Qin Bao Bao, whether it was in terms of fighting or fighting for favor. Although she was scheming and had many tricks up her sleeve for a woman with an impeccable appearance, she didn't need to be so scheming and scheming. As long as she learned how to act coquettishly and seductively, most men wouldn't be able to resist her. If Wang Zijin was an extraordinary master, then Qin Bao Bao would be the invincible Dongfang who didn't have any tricks up his sleeve. Ba Duguqiu Bai. Piercing the arrow, thousands of cries came to meet me. Scary. It took half an hour for her sister to take a bath and soak in it. When the sound of the hairdryer could be heard faintly, Wang Zijin and Qinzhe finished a pot of tea and went to the bathroom twice. Wang Zijin went into the bathroom to take a bath. Qinzhe also went into the bathroom. He went into the bathroom in her master bedroom. The door of the bathroom was unlocked. My sister didn't lock the door and I didn't lock the door either. She had just taken off her clothes and was wearing cute bear pajamas. She never had any sexy pajamas. Maybe it was because she never had a boyfriend. It was a little difficult to accept such shameful pajamas. So, women still need to develop. Look, Suyu is now starting to buy pajamas that meet the taste of adults. Ace, are you in my bathroom? Sister knocked on the door. Yeah. Qinzhe answered and untied the diaochan around his waist. After 10 minutes, Qinzhe went out wrapped in a bath towel. In the room, his sister was leaning against the bed, her hair was loose, a white and sharp face was playing with her mobile phone. I'll come over tonight, sister said in a sneaky tone. But I have to write a script. Is writing a script more important than sister? Yes. A pillow flew over and his sister said angrily, go away. 11:30 at night, Qinzhe sat in front of the desk, the sound of typing on the keyboard. After having rich cases of schizophrenia, he was full of inspiration, but his writing speed was not fast because he still needed to think. Occasionally, he would look up some information on schizophrenia on the internet. He put himself in the perspective of those schizophrenia patients. How did the web writers go crazy? Why did the high school students love poisonous chicken soup? How desperate was the man in the green hat? How magnificent and unpredictable the world of cultivation awakened by the middle-aged uncle. He had seen the symptoms of those people and heard about their deeds. When he activated advanced acting proficiency, he easily put himself in the role. I have a green onion. I like to pinch the green onion sprouts. I am a man who wants to become the king of the world with poisonous chicken soup. I have all kinds of dirty words. There was a green light in front of him, that was the vast grassland. Also, the chrysanthemum is full of wounds, your smile is yellow. His consciousness began to be confused, all kinds of thoughts floated and countless images flashed by. The whole world became illusory, and his consciousness began to be separated from the rational world. He was like a person who fell into the deep sea, watching the sunlight reflected by the waves gradually disappear, sinking into the deep sea and darkness. Ace. Ace. The call came from the darkness like a mother's gentle whisper. His confused consciousness slowly calmed down and he opened his eyes. Chapter 605. The bright light from the ceiling made him squint and close his eyes. A few seconds later he opened them again. He found himself lying on a hospital bed, covered with a blue and white striped quilt. He was also wearing a hospital gown. Was this a hospital? Ace, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Qin Ma sat beside the bed and asked nervously. His sister and mother sat side by side, crying tears of joy. Ace, you're finally awake. Sister was so worried. Qin Zai's brain went blank for a few seconds. Who am I? Why am I here? Damn, why am I hospitalized? He tried to get up, but found that his limbs were too weak to support him. Don't move, don't move. You just woke up. The doctor said you need to rest. Qin Ma wiped her tears. I'll call the doctor. Her sister cried as she ran out of the ward. While the mother and daughter were talking, Qin Zai looked around. Yes, it was a ward. It was not big, only a dozen square meters. There was a sofa and a TV. It should be a private ward. But why am I in a ward? They say that fortune favors fools. Rephrasing it, they say that ordinary people have a stable life. I don't have any disasters or illnesses in my life. He looked at his hand again and was shocked. How was this a hand? It was a chicken claw. He was bony and his skin was wrapped around the bones. His bones were clear. At this time, his sister returned with the doctor in a white coat. The doctor checked Qin Zai's eyelids and listened to his heartbeat. After a simple checkup, he said, "It's okay. He's awake. I'll help you line up. Later, the nurse will take you for a full checkup." The mother and daughter cried tears of joy. Qin Ma took out her phone happily. "Hello, old Qin. Your son is awake. He's finally awake." Mom, what happened to me? Qin Zai said in a terrified tone. Do you still remember? That day when you left the internet cafe, you were stabbed by someone. It was only an external injury, but that group of bastards not only stabbed you, they even kicked and punched you. When you were sent to the hospital, you almost couldn't be saved. You almost fell into a permanent vegetative state. As Mother Qin spoke, her tears flowed out again. Qin Zai's hair stood on end. He felt a chill rising from his tailbone and crackling to the top of his head. His scalp went numb. Last year, he had indeed been stabbed by someone and had been hospitalized for 7 days. That was the first time he had been hospitalized in his life. Mom, how long have I been lying there? What time is it now? Qin Ma said, You've been lying in bed for a whole year, Ace? Mom was so afraid that you wouldn't wake up. As she spoke, tears streamed down her mother's face. Her sister also cooperated with her sobbing. His sister was still as beautiful as ever. She had chestnut-colored curly hair, a fair and charming face, and a pair of seductive eyes that were filled with tears. However, Qin Zai wasn't in the mood to appreciate his sister's beauty. His scalp was about to explode. I became a vegetable and was hospitalized for a year? Then what about my experience in the past year? Was it a dream? He clearly remembered that he was writing a script. Because he tried to put himself in the shoes of a schizophrenia patient, his brain was overwhelmed and his consciousness was in a mess. Although he woke up, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. His thoughts were clear and there was nothing wrong with them. But it was because of this that he was terrified. The clearer his thoughts were, the clearer his mind was. Putting himself in the shoes. Was everything now real? A great sense of fear enveloped him. Soon the old man arrived as well. His leather shoes made loud and clear notes on the smooth tiles. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. Or no, a year. The old man had aged a lot. His hair was white and the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes were deeper. He stood by the bed. His eyes were wet. He gently touched Qin Zai's greasy hair and choked. It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. It's my fault. If I didn't let you learn from Professor Li, you wouldn't have encountered such things. It's all my fault. The old man's face was full of regret. Qin Zai felt an inexplicable sadness. This man must have really wanted a son back then. So he was strict with himself and hoped that his son would succeed. So his mother made up a big lie and raised him as a son. No, if all this is a dream, then what is my background? Qin Zai looked at his sister. Mother Qin held her daughter's hand and said earnestly, All right, now that your brother is awake, I'll arrange a blind date for you. You're already 26 years old today. If you don't get married soon, you'll be an old lady. Qin Zai was speechless. Mom, your son has just woken up and you want to marry my sister off? Are you still my mother? His sister's bright eyes fell on him. She hesitated and sighed. I know, Mom. Then you have to go on blind dates. Don't be perfunctory. Well, if I see a suitable one, I will go with him. If he is good, I will marry him. Qin Zai's heart sank. I can't marry him. Why? His parents asked in unison. His sister's eyes also lit up. I can't marry him too early. I have to wait until I get better, Qin Zai said weakly. The light in his sister's eyes dimmed. By the way, old Qin, let's go down and pay the bill. The nurse just reminded me this morning. It's time to pay the bill. Qin Ma told Qin Zai to rest well and left with the old man. The ward quieted down. Only Qinzhe and his sister were left. Qinzhe whispered, "Sister, are you really going on a blind date?" The beautiful sister nodded. "Yes, I am already so old. Even if I don't get married, I should get a boyfriend." "What about me?" Qinzhe's voice was hollow. "You." His sister looked at him strangely and smiled gently. "You are my brother-in-law." Qinzhe stared at her and thought, "You are too good at pretending. It's as if we have never coveted each other. What happened to going to Europe to see the orthopedics doctor? You parachuted halfway and left me alone on the plane?" "But where is Sister Ziwei? Where is she?" Qin Baobao felt even more strange and said in a surprised tone, "Who is Sister Ziwei? Don't you only have me as your sister?" "She is your best friend." Qinzhe was stunned and his heart beat wildly. He thought of a possibility. "My best friends don't call it tissue," Qin Baobao said angrily. His heart seemed to be dug out. It was so painful that he could hardly breathe. "Then do you know Suyu?" "Who is Suyu?" His sister wondered. She frowned and touched her brother's forehead. "Is it because you have been unconscious for too long that your consciousness is confused?" System, where are you?" Qin Zixin called out to the system in his mind. Soon he was flustered and exasperated. "System, come out. Come out. Come out." His sister was shocked. "Ace, calm down, calm down." She held him tightly. Qinzhe murmured, "Is it a dream? Is it my dream?" He smiled bitterly. There was no Wang Zijin, no Suyu, no system. What investment company? What entertainment company? What Teddy Sue? They were all just a dream he had when he was in a coma. A beautiful dream that he had fabricated. 2018 September, midsummer. He woke up from the dream. Chapter 606. The psychiatrist next door heard the news and came over. According to the family, the patient might have a serious mental illness. He was talking nonsense. He said that the world was fake, that he had a system, and that he was a fast shooter, a famous fast shooter. The psychiatrist was puzzled for a long time after hearing the situation. He guessed that it should be schizophrenia, but patients with schizophrenia usually imagine the opposite of reality. The more failures in reality, the more glorious and successful they would be in their imagination. Fast shooter. What was going on? What was a system? After rushing to the ward, he found that the patient's mood was actually quite stable. He leaned against the bed, his eyes dull. He motioned for the family to go out and give the patient private counseling. But then, the patient suddenly looked up and said, "You're here. You're the psychiatrist, right?" The psychiatrist was stunned and nodded. "I had a strange dream." "Let's call it a dream for now," the patient said. "In the dream I was a big boss with a net worth of 10 billion. I owned 3 companies. Besides, I was also a god of stocks, a fast shooter, and even knew martial arts. All of this was because I got the system one day. A system that could change my fate." The psychiatrist thought, "Damn, this illness is not clear. According to your professional terminology, I have schizophrenia, a typical sensory disorder. Because I am dissatisfied with the real life, my mind is stimulated, and my imagination runs wild. I peel myself away from the rational world and start to believe in the things I imagine. This is the so-called schizophrenia." The patient's tone was clear and calm. The psychiatrist started to get serious. He found that he had encountered a very difficult and rare case. A patient who knew that he had schizophrenia. "If you don't mind, I'll ask you a few questions," the psychiatrist said. "Go ahead." Qinzhe nodded. "Name, origin, school." Qinzhe, born in 1994, local, graduated from the University of Finance. "I didn't graduate, I was in a coma for a year." "What are you afraid of the most?" "Afraid of heights." "What do you like the most?" "Sister." The 2 sounds of came from the parents. The psychiatrist frowned. "Why are you still here? Didn't I ask you to leave?" The family left obediently. The psychiatrist said, "Ignore them, continue. Why do you like sister?" Qinzhe glanced at him. "Yes." The psychiatrist, was this really schizophrenia? Why did she look so normal and even a little naughty? But then the doctor changed his mind. The patient began to tell his story. He said that he was a loser and a salted fish. He was born in a well-off family and had no merits. He was very stable in all aspects, so stable that it made people despair. This was nothing. There were many mediocre people out there. But he had a very outstanding sister, so outstanding that it made people despair. She was pretty and smart. She was a top student praised by her teachers and classmates in school. At home, she was the apple of her parents' eye. The boy had once longed to be like her. He had always longed for this sister of his. But no matter how hard he tried, he was still unknown and mediocre like a salted fish. The only person in the world who overestimated him, oh no, the thing was his bag. Until one day, an accident changed his life, giving him unlimited possibilities. His sister was no longer unreachable, and his life was no longer mediocre and hopeless. He had become a successful person in the eyes of many people. He was rich and handsome. His relatives and friends would give him a thumbs up whenever they mentioned him. No one would tease the tiger siblings anymore. There were many women who liked him, but he had only touched 2 leaves after passing through thousands of flowers. The psychiatrist thought to himself, "Damn, you really love this sister of yours." The doctor was silent for a long time before he confessed, "Your situation is different from many cases I've seen. Because you have a clear consciousness, you realize that you have schizophrenia. This is a good thing. It means that you can still be saved. How about this? I'll perform a deep hypnosis on you. Let's see the results." Okay. Qinzhe nodded. The doctor took out his pocket watch and began to hypnotize Qinzhe. "Relax your consciousness. Lie on the bed. If you feel tired, you can sleep." Qinzhe closed his eyes and did not make a sound. His face was very peaceful, as if he was sleeping. The doctor actually lied. He was not trying to hypnotize him, but to brainwash Qinzhe. After listening to his words, the doctor concluded that the source of all the problems was his sister. There was no system, beautiful CEO, or best friend. They were just part of an illusion. The core was still his sister. So he had to erase the sister from the patient's mind. Erase all the longing and yearning he had for his sister. This was the knot in his heart. "Okay, that's it. Relax." After the deep hypnosis, the doctor spoke slowly. "Actually, you're a single child." The doctor observed Qinzhe's expression. "Very good, very calm. Yes, you're a single child. Your parents have only had you from the beginning to the end. You may be ordinary, you may be mediocre, but you don't have a sister." The patient began to frown. "You don't have a sister. Forget her, get rid of her, forget her. Get rid of her." But at this moment, the patient suddenly opened his eyes. He was like a furious demon or a beast forced to the edge of a cliff. "Shut up." With a roar, he reached out his skinny claws and grabbed the doctor's neck. "If you dare to get rid of her, I'll kill you. I can't live without her, I can't live without her. It's all fake, it's all fake." "Then what about my year?" "Nothing." Qinzhe was discharged from the hospital and his spirit recovered a lot. He no longer fantasized that he was a big shot worth billions. He lived a peaceful life, went to school on time, listened carefully in class, and lived a peaceful life. In the days without Wang Zijin and Su Yu, his sister began to seriously go on blind dates, saying that she would marry herself before the age of 30. He felt that his life would not be too exciting, but it would not be too bad either. After all, his father was a professor and his family had a big house of more than 100 square meters. After graduation, he joined the workforce hoping to find a girlfriend before 25, then get married, quietly live through his youth and enter middle age, until one day on campus in the library a girl's phone rang. Through the window, "I know what's on your mind." Qinzhe was struck by lightning and questioned the girl, "Why is your ringtone a song I wrote?" The girl was confused. "Deep Well Ice, this is Jay Chou's song." Qinzhe was furious. "Fuck Jay Chou, how dare he steal my song, I'll kill him." As he spoke, he broke down. He turned around and ran out of the library. His back stumbled like a panicked dog. On the rooftop of the teaching building. Almost all the rooftops of the school were locked. He searched for a long time and only this one was open. Maybe he forgot to close it by accident. Qinzhe stood on the edge of the rooftop, the sun was shining, looking down. At this moment, he remembered the fear of being dominated by acrophobia. He was a little hesitant about whether to die in a more handsome way. It would be better to jump. If he jumped, he would bid farewell to his mediocre life. He was still Hei's king, a fast shooter, a god of stocks, Suyu Zijin and his sister. He didn't know when a group of people gathered below watching there. Some people held up their phones to take photos and videos. Soon, Qinzhe's class teacher ran up. "Qinzhe, take it easy, don't jump," the class teacher said anxiously. Qinzhe turned his head and looked at him silently. "Qinzhe, don't jump, although you are a little stupid and your exam results are a little bad, don't give up treatment." Qinzhe silently retracted his gaze and suddenly found that his acrophobia was cured. This boring life, it was better to end it early. So he jumped. "Class teacher, thank you for your assistance." Chapter 607. Dong. The loud sound of his head hitting the ground and the pain woke Qinzhe up. He first covered his head and grimaced, then realized that he was lying on the ground with the window open. The wind blew in from the outside and lifted the curtains. There was a laptop on the desk and a half-written script. Outside the window, vehicles passed by, the wheels and the ground rubbed against each other. It was 2:30 in the morning. Qinzhe was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, sweating profusely. He breathed out a sigh of relief. It was just a dream. Fortunately, it was just a dream. I'm still Hei's king, sister's little cutie, Suyu's pillar, and sister Ziwei's boyfriend. This was definitely the most terrible nightmare in his life. It was 10,000 times more terrible than the dream of a cute little sister waving at him when he was a teenager. Suddenly he felt that life was so beautiful. The reason why he had such a terrible dream was it because of the script? What he thought about during the day, he almost had schizophrenia. Host, you're awake? The system's voice sounded. In Qinzhe's ears, it was simply the sound of nature. The sound of nature was just like that, it was countless times more pleasant than Suyu's sound. System, say a few more words for me. Okay, host, you're awake. The system was very cooperative. Qinzhe burst into tears. This is the first time I found your voice so pleasant, like a girl's first love. This metaphor doesn't make me happy. Besides, you don't have a first love. The system said. Let me tell you, I had a dream, a terrible dream. Qinzhe sighed. In the dream I had nothing, just a salted fish, not even qualified to be my sister's flute boy. I know. The system said. You know? I'm bound to your brain, of course I can receive your brainwaves. The system said, congratulations, you finally experienced the true feelings of a schizophrenia patient. What do you mean? You almost had schizophrenia just now. To some extent, acting can be linked to hypnosis. The system said. Bullsh*T. If I act as a dog, will I really be a dog? Qinzhe retorted. Some people pretend to be good people. After acting for more than 10 years, they really become good people. I once read a short story. In the past, there was a righteous and kind police officer. He sneaked into a gang as an undercover agent and tried his best to act as a heinous bastard. Many years later, he successfully completed his mission, but left the police force and became another gang leader. Because he doesn't know how to be a good cop or a good person anymore. He's rotten inside and out. The system said, acting is actually a form of self-hypnosis and suggestion. Hypnotizing yourself into the role of the character in the script and immersing yourself into the situation. The more profound the acting skills were, the more hypnotic it was. Activating acting proficiency, crazily hinting that you have schizophrenia, and then putting yourself in the shoes of those patients with schizophrenia. It's a crazy idea. Qinzhe was speechless and could only complain, this is the mission with the lowest sexual value I've ever received. Now that I think about it, I still have lingering fears. I almost had a grand finale. The fear comes from the bottom of your heart. The system said, the reason why you had that dream. It's actually not a dream. You were awake from the beginning to the end, and you didn't lie on the table to sleep. It's just that your consciousness was messed up. I didn't sleep? Yes, you sat on the table like a fool, talking to yourself and occasionally doing body movements. Finally, you climbed onto the bed, stood by the bed and jumped. It was wonderful, but I couldn't have a bucket of popcorn. Alright, the reason why you had that dream is actually the fear in your heart. You're afraid that my existence is just a dream of yours. After all, it's too unbelievable. You're afraid that when you wake up, you'll have nothing. This fear has been suppressed in your heart until today. Through this opportunity, it's infinitely expanded, and expanded. If one day you really do have schizophrenia, don't doubt, the ending just now will be your ending in the future. Qinzhe was silent. Don't be sad. It's normal for you to have such fear. The system said, remember the high school student who said he had a system and wanted to rely on poisoned chicken soup to become the king of the world? And the middle-aged man who fantasized about his urban cultivation. They accepted it and believed it without a doubt. In fact, they are the real schizophrenia. I just want to know, will I really have schizophrenia? Qinzhe asked. This question is worth 500 points. Scram. It doesn't matter if I scram or not. You continue to write the script. You don't have much time left. The system reminded. I won't write this script again. Qinzhe smiled. I have a deeper understanding of schizophrenia. It can even be said that I've had schizophrenia once. The scene in the dream scared me. Why would I make up a fictitious protagonist, a story? I can adapt it based on a true story. In order to write a script, his body and mind were greatly damaged. Qinzhe closed the laptop, closed the windows, turned on the air conditioner and fell asleep. For the next 3 days, he did not accompany his sisters to the company, nor did he go to the company to find Suyu. He began to write the script in isolation. His inspiration was bursting and he wrote very smoothly. On the morning of the fourth day he finished writing the script and came out of isolation. Of course, it was to accompany his sisters to Tianfang Entertainment. Starting today he would start preparing for the shooting of the new movie. Before that, he promised to write a new song for Huang Yuding, Guangdong Brothel until lost contact. But before he could write the lyrics and music score, Su Jiao walked in with her pair of tight legs and high heels and knocked on the CEO's office. As soon as she saw him, she put on a bitter face and pretended to be pitiful, saying, "Boss, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." He didn't need to guess to know what she meant. Although it was just a casual mention over the phone, Huang Yuding's manager was very happy. This person was famous in the company for being a chatterbox and a big mouth. If it wasn't confidential, he wouldn't hide it. While he was chatting with Su Jiao's manager, Xiao Qin is going to write a song for Yuding. I heard from Yuding that the quality of the song is very good. Alright, does your Su Jiao have a new song? As a result, Su Jiao's manager felt it was unfair and ran over to Su Jiao to chat. Xiao Qin has already written a song for Huang Yuding. I heard it's a hit song. Jiao Jiao, don't wait around. Hurry up and ask Xiao Qin for it. A crying child gets milk. I want a hit song too. Xiao Qin, write one for me too. Su Jiao sat across from him on the sofa and shamelessly insisted. A woman's greatest weapon was to act coquettishly and shamelessly. Smart women should learn this trick. It didn't necessarily have to be used on their husbands or boyfriends. Occasionally they could act coquettishly and shamelessly towards their close superiors and elders in the family. As long as it wasn't too much, it was very easy to get promises. Qin Zhe had always been known for his friendliness. Other than his assistants, all the employees in the company said that he was very easy to get along with and was easier to get along with than Qin Baobao. Therefore, the A-list and B-list artists in the company rarely respected him as their boss. To put it simply, it was 30% respect and 70% intimacy. For old acquaintances like Huang Yuding and Chen Shishir, it was 20% respect and 80% intimacy. This kind of interpersonal relationship in the company had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it wasn't easy for artists to change jobs, and the relationship between friends was always more reliable than the relationship between superiors and subordinates. The disadvantage was that you had to be impartial. You had to be more tactful and intelligent when dealing with matters and allocating resources. The business-like approach wasn't very effective. Where's the hit song from? Do you think it's a street vendor's product? Qin Zhe said grumpily and casually through a lollipop of his sister's. Then I want a song anyway. Su Jiao peeled off the lollipop and took a bite. He took it from his year-end album. I didn't give it to him for free. I know. Qin Zhe couldn't think of a suitable song at the moment. He hadn't listened to a song in a long time, and he rarely listened to the female version. How about this? I'll give you two a song for free. But it's not one song for each of you, it's one song for both of you. Su Jiao's eyes lit up. Then I want to hear the quality of the song first. Look at what you're saying. Which of my songs isn't quality? Chapter 608. Yes. Su Jiao kept pecking his head. Boss Qin's songs are all top-notch and can all be popular. It's my fault, I admit my mistake. Qin Zhe closed his eyes in pleasure, enjoying the pleasure of being flattered. This gave him a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. I'm still that fast shooter. Happiness. Humans were like this. In the past, when they carried the title of fast shooter, they couldn't wait to throw it away and kick it away. But when they lost it once, even a sniper would gladly endure it and be filled with happiness. Schizophrenia was really scary. The system was right. He was infinitely close to schizophrenia last night and had a clear mind, but it automatically blocked out a lot of key information such as his knowledge, his vision, and so on. These things had already become his own. But he didn't remember it all last night and was terrified. That wasn't a dream, it was the feeling of a schizophrenia patient after their consciousness was disrupted. If it was in a Xinxia world, I would probably die from an inner demon tribulation. Su Jiao blinked and didn't know how she got Xiao Qin's G-spot. Look at his satisfied face, he even squinted his eyes. Is Huang Yuding in the company? After reminiscing, Qin Zhe suppressed the satisfaction and happiness in his heart and recovered his composure. Yeah, he pushed away all the unimportant jobs in order to wait for you to come to the company. He's anxiously waiting. Now that you're here, he's probably looking forward to it in the office, Su Jiao said. Qin Zhe asked his sister's assistant to call Huang Yuding over. Huang Yuding was dressed in high-end casual clothes. Even if he didn't go on stage or perform, his hairstyle was still very handsome. The man was 30 years old and didn't have any wrinkles, but he had a more mature temperament. His figure was also very well maintained. He was the top handsome guy in his age group. Yo, why are you here? Huang Yuding sat beside Su Jiao and crossed his legs comfortably. He tossed a cigarette to Qin Zhe. When Qin Zhe put the cigarette in his mouth, he took out his lighter and leaned over to light the cigarette for the boss. Don't smoke in my office. Not far away, Qin Baobao, who was flipping through documents at her desk, frowned. Huang Yuding's hand paused in the middle of lighting the cigarette. He couldn't help but look at Qin Zhe. When men talk about things, smoking is to improve their relationship. What are women blabbering about? Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe quickly put the cigarette on the coffee table and was very obedient. He even coughed to cover it up. I don't smoke. My throat is uncomfortable. Huang Yuding. All right. Yuding Jiao asked me for a song, but I've been busy with the script recently, so I don't have the energy to compose a song. So I'll compromise and let you guys sing a duet. Qin Zhe asked, what do you think? Actually, that was not the case. One song only cost 30 points and 2 songs cost 60 points. If they sang together, Qin Zhe could save 30 points. Wait. Su Jiao had a flash of inspiration. Boss Qin, you said you want to shoot a new movie? Yes. Then can I sing the theme song? Huang Yuding beat him to it. I asked first. Su Jiao glared at him. Are you sure you asked first? Huang Yuding glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Su Jiao puffed up her cheeks and glared hard. Huang Yuding didn't budge and glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. She rolled her eyes and said sweetly, Boss Qin, ladies first, right? Let me sing the theme song. Then do you still want a duet? Su Jiao pursed her bright red lips and said weakly, yes. Huang Yuding gave her a thumbs up. I'll spit on you with a mouthful of salt soda. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. I plan to use the song I sang before for the script's theme song. You must give me the rights to the cover song, Huang Yuding said. We'll talk about it later. I'll write the duet song first. You guys try to record a demo, Qin Zhe said. They prepared the staff and 2B pencils. Huang Yuding and Su Jiao watched in high spirits. The former had once watched Qin Zhe compose a song on the spot. His pen flew without any pause as he finished writing the lyrics. Huang Yuding liked to watch Qin Zhe's rough, composing process. As a composer who often had trouble with lyrics, watching Qin Zhe compose on the spot was undoubtedly a blessing. It was Su Jiao's first time and she was dumbfounded the whole time. She wasn't a singer-songwriter and had tried before, but she realized that she wasn't cut out for it. She had seen many excellent composers composing songs. They were like shitting, squeezing out a little bit and squeezing out a little bit. Very few people could pull out a whole string. Once they were disturbed, they would tighten their buttholes and break the sh*t. Then they would fly into a rage. Su Jiao had never seen someone pull out a whole string so smoothly like Qin Zhe. Moreover, his composing process was different from others. Normally he would compose the song first, then fill in the lyrics. But Qin Zhe started from filling in the lyrics. If he had already written the song beforehand, how was that possible? A fast shooter always composes the lyrics and music on the spot. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of such a dazzling title? Su Jiao was shocked beyond words. While composing the song, Qin Zhe paused and raised his head to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Su Jiao and Huang Yuding looked at each other, thinking that he finally got stuck. In fact, Qin Zhe was looking at the interface of the point store. He remembered that there were several versions of this song. The song he clicked on now was another version, a failed version that was shackled by the dynamic soundtrack of online songs. It was clearly a song with a sad tone, but it had to be paired with a very dynamic tune. It didn't match at all. The other version's soundtrack was very good. It was mellow, melodious, and had a hint of sadness. Just like the song Perfume is Poisonous, that he once copied for his sister, there were also 2 versions of the soundtrack. One was the typical ping 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 ping, and the other was very good. It matched the song's theme very well, and the tune was soft and sad. His fingers moved and he switched songs. After finding the correct tune, he lowered his head again and started writing rapidly. I'm done. Take a look. Qin Zhe pushed the song over. Huang Yuding and Su Jiao sat next to each other. They were very close and couldn't wait to see the song title. Let the whole world know I love you. A male and female duet. After going through the song and lyrics, Su Jiao said disappointedly, Xiao Qin, is it a saliva song? Huang Yuding said, to be precise, it's an online song. There were still differences between online songs and normal songs. From a professional point of view, the characteristics of online songs were: the vocal structure was fixed, the tune was fixed, and the lyrics were forced. 10 online songs that talked about the bitterness of love, from depression to climax the tune was similar. At the climax, there would always be a FGC harmony. In layman's terms, it was like the difference between online novels and traditional novels. Online novels were all the same. They just changed the background and characters. Traditional novels, on the other hand, had many types and expressed different ideas. Therefore, the latter could be passed down for decades or centuries, while the former could only be popular for a few years. But online songs are easy to get popular. They're catchy and they're easier to be accepted by the public than songs with deeper meaning. For celebrities, it's easier for them to become famous, Qinze said. It was just like how there weren't many people who could calm down and read literary novels, but there were many people who liked to read online novels. You guys sing, Qinze said again. I no longer have the right to love you. We can't go back to the past. Goodbye, you're both strange and familiar. I cry because I'm happy. After singing the song once, they stumbled a little. Sing again, Qinze said. The second time they sang the song, it was much smoother. The catchy characteristics of online songs were reflected. When they sang the song for the third time, Su Jiao said, "It's so magical. My head is full of this song now." Huang Yuding was pleasantly surprised. After singing for a while, your emotions will be stirred up. Feels not bad. Especially when you sing to the climax. Qinze, right? It's not a problem to let you guys be popular for a while. Huang Yuding and Su Jiao left happily. Qinze lay on the sofa and stretched. Beloved concubine, come over and massage my waist. Beloved concubine, you're so young but your waist is failing? Qinze, young people need to take care of their health. They don't know how expensive their waists are when they're young, and they'll be haggard when they're old. Sister was in a good mood today and happily agreed to help her brother take care of his waist. She lay on the edge of the sofa and rubbed Qinze's waist with her two small hands. In the hot summer, she was only wearing a shirt with 2 buttons on the collar. If Qinze was lying down instead of lying on his stomach, he would be able to observe her breasts up close. The 2 white and round hemispheres were exposed. Sister, make a movie with me. Qinze repeated the same old tune. No, get lost. Qin Bao Bao spat. No, I changed the script. I feel like I can't do it without you. Oh, you can't do it without me, right? Now you know how important I am. Qin Bao Bao smiled with her eyes squinted. Qinze groaned twice. This job should be handed over to Suyu. After all, she was the one enjoying life and she was also the one collecting public grain. Is there a kissing scene? It can be added. What about a bed scene? It can also be added. Then I'll think about it. Chapter 609. Late at night in an inconspicuous restaurant. The location of the restaurant was not remote, but it was not very good. It was not even as good as the ordinary hotels in Shaxian. However, there were a lot of customers here. The store had countless loyal diners. Could you imagine that an inconspicuous store would have people lining up from morning to night? The popularity of the store was no less than that of a specialty food store with a good reputation in the CBD. But tonight, after the young store manager closed the store, he left 2 more hours for the crew and promised to play a cameo role that didn't need to talk. The camera slowly moved from the brightly lit neon building to this small shop on this street. After work, Qin Hao, who was 28 years old, asked his friend out for a drink. He ordered 2 bowls of noodle soup and a bottle of wine. Slightly tipsy, his friend burped and said, how was the job interview today? Qin Hao took a sip of wine and shook his head. I didn't go. His clothes were no more than 500 yuan, including a cheap suit, cheap leather shoes, a counterfeit Vacheron Constantin watch, and a LV men's leather bag. He was a loser who didn't have a good life in the big city. The only good thing about him was the ancestral small house of 50 square meters. His friend clicked his tongue and said in an exasperated tone, it's not that I want to criticize you, but I've been looking for this job for a long time. You have connections. The job interview is just a process. You will definitely be hired. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, with a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan. Where else can you find such a good job? Why don't you go? If not, why are you dressed like this? If you have a decent job earlier, will your girlfriend leave you? It's not that I don't like you, not because you have no money, but because I can't see the future with you. Are you heart-wrenching? To be honest, I can only help you occasionally. You have to rely on yourself in life. His friend kept nagging. His nagging brought out the character of Qin Hao, who was born in Shanghai. His parents were both dead and he grew up with his adoptive parents. He was mediocre all his life. When he was 28 years old, he still achieved nothing. At this time, Qin Hao whispered, she got married today. He said this in a very flat tone, but at this moment the whole restaurant seemed to be quiet. Silent diners and silent friends. It was very quiet and there was no expression on their faces, but the atmosphere became inexplicably heavy. This scene almost made the director forget to shout, "Cut." "Okay, we passed," the director announced. After that, he cautiously asked for Qin Zhe's opinion. "Boss Qin, what do you think?" Qin Zhe nodded and buried himself in the noodles. Although the price was outrageous, the taste was amazing. The crew members stood outside the shop talking and moving the equipment. The director did not need to do this. He sat beside Qin Zhe and said to the young shop owner, "Boss, give me a bowl of noodles and 2 tea eggs. The tea eggs in your shop are really expensive." The young boss said coldly, "We're sold out. You can leave after you're done. We're closed." Director, "Hey, is this the attitude of a businessman?" After Qin Zhe finished his noodles and wine, he smiled and said, "Boss, your cooking skills are better than mine. I'll bring my sister here to try some other day." The young boss, "Remember to get a number and line up." Qin Zhe asked again, "Why didn't you choose the CBD?" The young boss hesitated. "The conditions don't allow it." "Is it because you don't have money?" "I can invest." The young boss did not answer. Qin Zhe did not ask any more. He was too lazy to be ignored. He took a few tissues and said to the director, "Start the next scene." "Are you ready?" "We'll start the next scene immediately," the director shouted. The director's surname was Zheng. He was a second-tier director in the company. Most of the time he was in charge of some MVs or commercials. Occasionally, when the company needed to promote a newcomer, he was in charge of some low-cost web dramas. Fortunately, Mou had gone overseas with the crew. It was a rare opportunity. He was chosen by the big boss and worked very hard. Qin Hao and his friend left the shop. He declined his friend's offer to drive him home and crossed the road alone. He did not know if it was because of the alcohol or because he was in a bad mood, but he was a little absent-minded until the sound of a horn woke him up. He looked up and could not open his eyes because of the strong light. A speeding car hit him and sent him flying. The scene changed. His friend, who had just opened the car door, turned his head in horror. "Cut!" the director shouted. This time he did not ask for Qin Zhe's opinion. There were no technical difficulties, nor were there any tests of acting skills. On the other side, the staff came forward to help Qin Zhe remove the wire. "That's all for today. By the way, is the shooting for Qin Bao Bao's wedding finished?" Qin Zhe asked as he took a bottle of mineral water from the director. When the scene of crossing the road was released in the future, the female lead's wedding scene would be edited into it. The female lead was thinking about today's heart-wrenching scene and was hit by a car. "It's finished," the director said. In the shop, the young manager stood at the door and looked at the busy crew. He asked curiously, "Don't you pay attention to the rules? Why did you ask me to make an exception today?" "I feel like I met an old friend." "An old friend?" "I'm not sure. Maybe it's an illusion. The other party has a special hiding technique. I can't catch it." "Oh." The door closed and the lights were turned off. The shop was plunged into darkness. Qin Zhe drank some wine and could not drive. The director personally drove him back. He was willing to be his lackey and serve him everywhere. The law of the workplace. Sucking up to the boss will always give you a better chance of promotion than working hard. So far, Director Zheng's performance was average, which satisfied Qin Zhe. As long as he was not too useless, Qin Zhe was still willing to train him. Perhaps it was because of the perpetual system, but Qin Zhe was more casual when it came to using people. As a self-made entrepreneur, he was more rigorous in the use of talents. After many years, he would often be able to cultivate the skill of identifying people. But Qin Zhe did not need that. His success and rise came from the system. As long as they were not useless, Qin Zhe would use them and was willing to use them. In other words, even if all the directors and artists in the company all jumped ship, given some time he could still build a new entertainment industry capital company. "I have countless good dramas and songs. I can do well wherever I go. I don't produce works. I'm just a porter between the two worlds. Chairman Qin, why don't you act in a TV drama?" On the way, Director Zheng tried to change the topic. "I don't have time," Qin Zhe said. A TV drama would take a few months to half a year. He did not have the energy to do that. There were also those that could be done in a month, such as low-cost and fast food dramas. Director Zheng laughed dryly. "Oh right, you've seen the script. What do you think?" "Good, very good. Tell me the truth." "It's very average." Suddenly he felt a stab in his heart. Director Zheng said, "It's actually very high quality. But compared to Chairman Qin's previous scripts, it's a little worse." Qin Zhe thought to himself, because this was my original work. You didn't read the script carefully. Qin Zhe said, go back and read it carefully. Once you understand the feelings and the tears at the end, you won't say that. Oh. Director Zheng felt that Chairman Qin was a little angry. But he really did not study the script carefully. The time he had the script was too short. He was busy working. You've been in the company for 3 years, Qin Zhe said. Yes, it's all thanks to Chairman Qin. I was actually planning to quit at the end of last year and try my luck in Dongguan. Director Zheng said flatteringly, but Chairman Qin, when you came, you immediately changed the company's fortunes. Qin Zhe said, why don't you drift to the north? There are more opportunities there. Compared to that, Guangdong has been going downhill these few years. Prosperous and prostitutes are everywhere. That's why they can't prosper. Director Zheng nodded. He naturally did not understand the meaning of the latter half of the sentence. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Qin Zhe opened the chat app. He wanted to ask his sisters if they had dinner. The university group was bustling. He opened it silently, scrolled through the chat history and then exited. Nowadays it was very difficult to joke with his old friends. In the past they could still chat, talk about beautiful women and talk dirty. But now he couldn't do that. If he continued to be the same as before, posting some gifts that made people unable to keep up with his nutrition, or discussing girls with big buttocks and giggling a few times, his chat history might be posted online the next day. Shocking, Qin Zhe is actually such a person. Shocking, Qin Zhe actually likes hee. Wait. His circle of friends was getting bigger and bigger. But the friends he made when he was down and out, those pure friendships were getting fewer and fewer. Only his sister was still the same. So he could only kiss her often to reminisce about the past. He was so lucky to have a capable sister. A message came over. It was from his cousin Jiang Cheng. Cousin, it's my birthday today. Give me a red packet. Qin Zhe replied, ask your sister for one. I already asked, blind crying. His cousin sent a screenshot. It was a conversation between him and Qin Bao Bao. Jiang Cheng, cousin, it's my birthday. Red packet. Qin Bao Bao, wrong name. I'll give you another chance. Jiang Cheng, beautiful, invincible and adorable cousin, please give younger brother a red packet. Qin Bao Bao, say it again. Also it's cousin, not younger brother. Jiang Cheng, beautiful, invincible and adorable cousin, please give younger brother a red packet. Qin Bao Bao, say it 3 more times. Jiang Cheng, send it 3 more times. Qin Bao Bao, good boy. Touching head, Jiang Cheng, cousin, where's the red packet? Shy, Qin Bao Bao, no, get lost. Jiang Cheng, Qin Zhe couldn't help but laugh. So it was his cousin's birthday today. In the past, Qin Zhe didn't care about his birthday. At that time he didn't have money. But it was different now. He was a big shot with a net worth of 10 billion yuan. Qin Zhe sent a 5 yuan red packet generously. Chapter 610. Jiang Cheng, you're really my brother, you're so stingy? Qin Zhe, nonsense, I'm not your real brother, so 5 yuan is already your greatest love. Jiang Cheng, 8,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love. Can't you give me more? Qin Zhe, no, your sister is in charge of all my money. Jiang Cheng, funny, why is she in charge of your money? Cousin, can't you make up an excuse earlier? I'll believe you if you say it's in charge of your girlfriend. Qin Zhe, you don't understand. Your sister's money is used for marriage first, it'll be useful in the future. Jiang Cheng, what's the use? Qin Zhe, that's why you don't have a sister. You won't understand even if I tell you. In the end, Qin Zhe transferred him 500 yuan. Jiang Cheng had just started high school not long ago, so it wasn't appropriate to give him too much money. Raising a poor boy and raising a rich girl was to raise a poor girl's temperament and mentality. He wouldn't be cheated with a lollipop. After all, in a morally bankrupt society, there were too many uncles who liked young children. Boys had to be raised poor because their material life was too rich. It was easy for them to become useless, not knowing how to improve and work hard. Take his sister as an example. She didn't have to worry about food and clothing since she was young. She had everything she wanted. Even if she wasn't rich, her life was very comfortable. That was why she didn't get cheated of her lollipops when she was young. In addition, Jiang Cheng was already half useless. His aunt spoiled him too much, causing his cousin to have a rebellious personality. If he didn't spend his money on his girlfriend, he would spend it on games. Out of his cousin's love, Qin Zhe wanted to help his aunt educate his son, but his sister said, it's hopeless, give up. According to his sister, people who were already in high school would have a fixed personality and temper. Unless there was a big change, they could see the future. Qinzhe thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, not everyone had a crush like him and gave him a system. This wasn't a Xinxia world where families would be destroyed at the slightest provocation. You wouldn't even have the chance to explode even if you wanted to. Unless it was like what those losers on the internet said, men realize their poverty but women don't realize their dirtiness. It sounded like a chinibyu. Abandoned by the female voice and then exploding. Although her cousin was not tall, rich and handsome, he was still a local. His family was well off and he was handsome. This trick would not work. Furthermore, this was the plot of the main character. His cousin's fate wasn't good enough. If he forced the plot, it would shorten his lifespan. Cousin is still the best. Cousin loves me. Jiang Qing said something mushy. Can red packets represent true love? Of course. Why would someone who doesn't love you give you a red packet? Qinzhe had an idea. He opened the album and found a set of pictures that he would download in the future. He had downloaded the picture of fancy red envelopes last year. He had wanted to use it, but after the new year, other than the red envelopes from his parents, he had not received a single cent. His sister asked him for it, Suyu asked him for it, Wang Zijin asked him for it, and the children of his relatives and friends asked him for it. Everyone tacitly asked for red packets from him. Qinzhe sent a message to his sister first. Sister Bao, are you there? Yes. Qinzhe sent a picture over. It was a picture of a simple and honest koala bear with the caption, "Give me 10 yuan." His sister happily sent a red packet of 10 yuan. She didn't talk nonsense and didn't scram. Sure enough, he was her biological brother. Qinzhe sent another picture. It was still a simple and honest koala bear with the caption, "Give me 20 yuan." His sister still didn't talk nonsense and sent a red packet of 20 yuan. Qinzhe, another 30 yuan. Sister, what's wrong with you? Send another red packet of 30 yuan. Qinzhe, I'm poor. I don't have any money. I have to rely on my sister to help me. Give me another 40 yuan. A red packet of 40 yuan was received. Qinzhe, sister is the best. I want another 50 yuan. A red packet of 50 yuan was received. Qinzhe smiled in relief. His sister had always fulfilled his every request. Even if she was whining and complaining, his sister would always fulfill his every request, including kissing him. Qin Bao Bao, do you want more? Qinzhe, no, happy emoji. Qin Bao Bao replied with an oh. A few seconds later she said, it's time to top up your wife's money. 500,000 yuan. It's up to you whether you want to give it or not. Qinzhe, this was very Qin Bao Bao. 50 yuan for 500,000 yuan. Was a good deal. Qinzhe helplessly and reluctantly agreed to top up his sister's wife's money. When it came to wife's money, it had to be topped up. If it stopped working, his wife's card would be bought by someone else. Qinzhe sent the same message to Wang Zijin, Sister Ziwei, are you there? Wang Zijin replied instantly, yes. She must be watching a movie or drama at this time, and she liked to watch it on her phone. Qinzhe sent a picture of a simple and honest koala bear. Give me 10 yuan. Wang Zijin sent it. Until he sent a set of pictures, Wang Zijin didn't say anything, didn't ask anything, and sent him 5 red packets. Qinzhe, thank you, Sister Ziwei. Mwah. Wang Zijin replied with a touching head emoji, well, I'll continue to watch TV. Sister Ziwei was so good. She loved her brother and didn't bargain with him. Bah, she loved her boyfriend. He sent the same picture to Suyu, give me 10 yuan. A few minutes later, Suyu sent a red packet of 10 yuan. Okay, honey. Qinzhe, give me 20 yuan. Suyu, okay, honey. Qinzhe, 30 more. Suyu transferred 5,000 yuan to him. Qinzhe, it doesn't need so much. Suyu, then come over and let me sleep with you. I'll be your girlfriend. Suyu began to be naughty again. Qinzhe suddenly thought, would Sister Man spoil me so much? As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't control himself and couldn't help but send a picture to Nan Man Pei. He didn't reply until the car drove into the parking lot of Royal View Mansion. The director said he would take a taxi back and watch Qinzhe enter the elevator. In the elevator, Nan Man Pei's reply came late. I was busy just now. What's wrong with you? She sent a red packet to him. Qinzhe, give me 20 yuan. Nan Man Pei sent another red packet. I'm busy. If you have something to say, just say it. Qinzhe, it's nothing. I just want to see if Sister Man spoils me. Another 30 yuan. There was no response. Qinzhe was a little disappointed, but soon another 30 yuan red packet was sent. Qinzhe climbed up the pole. Another 40. Another red packet. After sending a set of pictures, Qinze received 5 more red packets. Happy. Qinze, sister man really spoils me. Mwah. Nan man pei, master it's me. It's me. Awkward. Nan man pei, it's not your aunt who spoils you, it's your lovely disciple. Qinze, damn it. Qinze said angrily, Li Donglai? Where's your aunt? Nan man pei, aunt said she didn't have time to deal with a psycho like you. She threw the phone to me. Was this the so-called feeling good about oneself? Nan man pei psycho? Qinze was melancholy for a moment and typed, forget what you said just now. We can still be master and disciple. Nan man pei, you want to be my uncle, don't you? Qinze, scram. After you scram, delete the chat history. I can't afford to lose face. Nan man pei, Ziki was watching from the side. She looked at me with disdain and disdain. Do you want me to take a picture for you? Qinze. Chapter 6:11. Jianghu woke up from his dream and opened his eyes. He was in a small dark room with a single bed. The curtains were drawn, and the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains. He stared at the bikini photos of the 90s Hong Kong actresses on the wall, as well as the popular cartoons. After a few seconds of confusion, he suddenly sat up from the bed. In the dark room, there was a quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water. There was an old-fashioned desk opposite the bed and he was wearing boxers. Jianghu hadn't worn boxers for many years. Memories flooded his mind, and his face was full of disbelief. This is my home when I was in high school? He couldn't wait to open the window. The sun shone on him and he squinted subconsciously. After adjusting to the strong light, he saw an old neighborhood. This was the neighborhood where Jianghu lived in high school with his adoptive parents. After college, he moved away and hadn't come back for many years. There was a calendar hanging by the desk. It was March 2008. When he woke up, he had returned to 10 years later. The door of the room was pushed open. A young woman in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts was holding a cucumber with one hand on her waist. She said while eating, Jianghu, are you awake? Go out and buy groceries. It's already 10:30. The woman was very beautiful. She was tall and bright with long legs and a slim waist. She had the signature foxy face and black phoenix eyes. Jianghu ignored her and strode out of the room, bumping into her. The woman held the door frame and looked at his back. She said angrily, what are you doing? The camera kept following Jianghu's figure. He left the residential building, left the neighborhood and ran to the street. There was a mobile phone store opposite the neighborhood, and it was broadcasting a Weibo. China, leading the life of 3 prostitutes. He opened his arms, took a deep breath, and enjoyed the air of 2008. It couldn't be wrong. 3G started in 2008. During that time, Jianghu heard this advertisement every day when he went home. He had been longing for a smartphone for a long time. Unfortunately, his family wasn't rich enough to fulfill his dream when he was a student. In March 2008, the Beijing Olympic Games hadn't started yet. In March 2008, the fast shooter Qinze had just entered junior high school. In March 2008, the World Financial Center hadn't been built yet. 2008, my world. Jianghu raised his arms and shouted. The camera froze on his ecstatic face. After a few seconds, it slowly pulled up, and the whole old street was reflected in the camera. Ka. Director Zheng shouted as he sat on the elevator that was more than 10 meters high. The lift slowly landed on the ground. Director Zheng's face was full of smiles. CEO Qin, that was great. That scene just now was perfect. The director wasn't trying to flatter Qinze. He was truly shocked by the scene. In the camera, Qinze's expression changed little by little. His blank and shocked expression gradually faded away and was replaced by excitement, and sadness. As a professional director, that scene was worth reminiscing about for a long time. His sister walked over from the side. She had a cucumber in her mouth and another in her hand. She passed it to him. Do you want some? Qinze took the cucumber and sized it up. He thought, it's even longer than mine. The director asked the crew to move the equipment back to the neighborhood to prepare for the next scene. On the way back, Qin Baobao held her brother's arm and looked down at her phone. Only in this way could she ensure that she did not go astray. What are you looking at? Qinze asked. Li Yanhong sent a few good seedlings. They're all young and handsome. Qin Baobao showed the photos to Qinze. They were indeed handsome. The masculine type, the feminine type, and the sissy type. Qinze was jealous. Handsome? Sister, what are you blind about? Qin Baobao smiled. Yes. They're not as handsome as my A's. Qinze was satisfied. Sister, you really know how to talk. We're both tall and handsome. A perfect match. Qin Baobao blushed. She was shy and happy. A perfect match. Qin Zhe shook his head. No, just tall and handsome. I have big boobs and you're handsome. This story was about a loser in life. In a car accident he accidentally returned to 10 years ago. The male protagonist was abandoned in an orphanage by his biological parents. When he was 3 years old, he was adopted by his adoptive parents. He had a childhood sweetheart called Qin Si. She was the girl he had a crush on since puberty. His sister was very outstanding, but the male protagonist was very mediocre. The story was presented to the audience through 2 scenes. Scene 1. In university he was invisible. He sat quietly in the library and watched the couple sitting next to him snuggle up to each other. He smiled sweetly and quietly packed his bag and left. He walked past the basketball court and watched the boys running as if they were flying. The girls screamed as they sweated profusely. He walked past them silently. Scene 2. In the father's scolding and grumbling, he was very disappointed in his adopted son. He was grumbling because of the loss of his business. In the 2008 economic crisis, the crisis did not erupt suddenly. Instead it snowballed. In a year his adoptive parents changed houses twice. From a high-end apartment to a normal neighborhood, life became more and more difficult. Dad, this year's business will not be good. You probably can't increase your income, but you should be able to reduce your expenditure. Don't be in a hurry to change your fortune. We'll talk about it after this year. If you have the money, buy back the house. While you're at it, save up a few more houses. At the dinner table, Qin Hao suggested to his adoptive father. Go to university well. I'll be thankful if you can find a good job after graduation. His adoptive father did not appreciate the suggestion. Instead he reprimanded him. Sitting opposite him, his sister secretly stuck her tongue out at him. She was playful and cute. The scene was over. The filming went smoothly. Director Zheng passed him a glass of water. When he thought of Qin Zhe's appointment, his excitement and joy faded. He was more nervous and anxious. He called Mou and asked about the things to take note of when filming with Qin Zhe. Mou replied that he was obedient, sensible and serious. He just needed to watch from the side. At that time he was confused. Now he understood. Taking advantage of his free time, Director Zheng discussed the script with Qin Zhe. He felt that with his name on this movie, even if it was not as popular as Journey to the West, it should be able to achieve good results. President Qin, I think I've failed. There's finally hope for me to succeed. He really wanted to go to Guangdong to develop his career. He had learned a lot of Guangdong dialect and would occasionally say a few sentences. Qin Zhe said, life is always full of ups and downs. Director Zheng was stunned and said against his will, that makes sense, that makes sense. Look, once this person became rich, the words that came out of his mouth became wise words. When he said these words when he had no money, he would probably be told to scram in return. Qin Zhe had been learning how to persuade horses recently. As a capitalist, it was better to have a fluent tongue than not to have one. He had studied a lot of persuasive speech videos. In conclusion, it sounded very reasonable, but when he thought about it later, it was all F***king nonsense. In the end, his adoptive father did not listen to Qin Hao's advice and put all his eggs in one basket. In the end, he lost everything and even borrowed money from loan sharks. Not long after, the loan sharks came knocking on his door. His adoptive parents were terrified. They hugged each other and trembled like quails. They tried to sound tough, but they were timid inside, telling him not to mess around. If you don't pay back the money, I'll send you to the rooftop today. The loan sharks showed their ugly faces. Smack. A cucumber fell from the sky and smashed on the head of the small gang leader. His sister stood at the door of the boudoir with her hands on her waist like a majestic little tiger. Yo, Mr. Qin, you have such a beautiful daughter? The small gang leader's eyes shone. You should have said so earlier. We can avoid the interest, as long as you accompany me and talk about my dreams. As he spoke, he forced himself on Qin Si. 100 years ago, loan sharks were rampant in Shanghai. In the famous financial center of the country, there were many people who relied on finance to make a living. Even in today's Shanghai, loan sharks were everywhere. They just changed their name to finance companies. As the protagonist of a rebirth, Qin Hao finally found a chance to show his power. He stood in front of his childhood sweetheart sister and said, I'll pay back the money my father owes you. 2 million, can you afford it? The small gang leader looked at him disdainfully. Qin Hao was terrified. He thought about how he was reborn and should act high and mighty. He said, after a month I'll pay you back with interest. The loan sharks agreed to give him a month. They threatened that if he didn't pay in half a month, not only would they take his sister's money, but they would also chop off Qinhao's hand. The month after that was the starting point for the male protagonist, Qinhao, to become rich. He borrowed all the savings from his sister and invested them in the stock market. He wandered around the entertainment company and promoted his songs. He wrote novels and submitted manuscripts. He began his journey of working hard. As someone who had been there before, he had a lot of ideas to make money. A month later, the loan sharks came again. They saw stacks of banknotes in the living room. The sitting posture of the whole family was very interesting. Qinhao sat in the middle with a cigar in his mouth. His sister sat on his left while his mother sat on his right. His father lit the cigar for his son. This place would be accompanied by lively music in the future. The family crisis was resolved. Qinhao's status in the family jumped. This film wasn't just about the struggles of a reborn person. It was mixed with a lot of funny material. Qin Zhe specially invited a famous crosstalk actor from Beijing to give him advice. It was relaxed, funny, humorous, and had a strong sense of the times. The above elements were the core of this film. Many people had fantasized about how they would change if they could go back to middle school or high school. At night, the sister brought chicken soup into the brother's room. "Little Hao, drink the soup." Qinhao was drawing. "Wait for me to finish." "What are you drawing?" The sister picked up a pencil and poked him. "Annoying." Qinhao held the pencil. "My idiot." The sister said, "No, it's my idiot." In the scene, the childhood sweethearts hugged and kissed. Qin Bao sat on Qin Zhe's lap. Qin Zhe's hand was on his sister's waist. "Cut." Director Jing shouted. "Chairman Qin, the next scene is the bed scene." "Okay." Qin Zhe and his sister separated and nodded. Director Jing didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the two of them were a little unsatisfied. "However, shouldn't we shoot some memories?" Director Jing asked. Before the bed scene, the male lead would recall the past of his previous life. He and his sister liked each other during puberty. They were careful to get close to each other, but they were afraid of crossing the line. After graduation, they stopped contacting each other and went their separate ways. His sister, who was his childhood sweetheart, found another boyfriend. One time he went back to his adoptive parents' house and saw his sister getting out of her boyfriend's car and hugging downstairs. The filming method was to be done in the present. From time to time, the male lead's memories would be mixed in. The downfall of his previous life and the glory of his current life were a sharp contrast. Qin Zhe asked for his sister's opinion. Qin Bao tilted her head and thought. "Let's shoot this bed scene. I feel it now." Qin Zhe, "What kind of feeling, sister?" "Okay, then let's start the next scene." The director nodded. Chapter 6:12. "I think it's more efficient to shoot in groups," Qin Zhe said. Director Zheng put on a serious expression and listened attentively. "How about this, you bring the stuntmen over to shoot the flashbacks and the assistant director stays behind," Qin Zhe said. "Wait a moment, I'll make a call to see if Huang Yuding and Su Jiao are free right now." Most of the artists in the company with more potential and those who were already famous had already gone out with the crew to shoot the real sex scene. Therefore, Qin Zhe pulled in Huang Yuding and Su Jiao, who were singers, to play extras and expand the cast. No matter how famous he and his sister were, it still seemed a little weak. His adoptive parents were also well-known veteran actors in the entertainment industry. They belonged to the older generation of actors that everyone knew but no one knew their names. Thus they split into two groups. The director brought a group of people outside to shoot the flashbacks. The location wasn't far, at a high-end apartment 5 kilometers away. In the room, the lighting technician adjusted the lights. Qin Zhe and his sister returned to their positions. His sister sat on his lap while the cameraman filmed from the side. The assistant director nervously said, "Ready, action." In the camera, the two kissed passionately. The soft and romantic lighting deliberately included that sketch in the camera, making this ambiguous scene more hilarious. Two lips parted, two flushed faces. The man's face was as Red Bull, excited and excited, while the woman's face was as red as shy. Qin Zhe carried his sister to his single bed. The cameraman ran to the head of the bed first and fixed the camera. In the camera, Qin Bao's exquisite face entered the frame, and her long black hair spread out on the pillow. The camera slowly moved down, showing her sharp chin, slender neck and well-proportioned collarbone. When it reached below the collarbone, the camera stopped. Then the back of Qin Zhe's head entered the frame. He buried his face in his sister's neck and kissed her, going from gentle to frantic. Qin Bao closed her eyes and her red lips parted slightly. This kissing scene on the bed lasted about 10 seconds. The cameraman moved the camera to the side of the bed. He held the camera with one hand and grabbed the prepared clothes with the other, throwing them on the floor. What a coquettish operation. After the cameraman was done, he slowly pulled the lens away and filmed the couple kissing passionately on the bed from a slightly further angle. Then he noticed a flaw in the shot. Qinzhe's back was arched too high. In a normal position where the man was on top and the woman was on the bottom, the two of them should be close to each other. However, Qinzhe's posture was a little exaggerated, so it was very out of character. The cameraman could understand. After all, the two of them were siblings, so when filming intimate scenes, they would subconsciously keep a distance. Cut. The assistant director shouted. On the bed, the siblings turned their heads simultaneously. Qin Baobao's hands were still wrapped around Qinzhe's neck. Because of the passionate kiss, her lips were even brighter than usual. The assistant director coughed and dryly smiled. Chairman Qin, don't bend your back. You should lie down a little. This is too exaggerated. Qin Baobao tilted her head and looked at her brother's back. She said, don't half kneel on the bed. Lie down a little. Then never? Qin Baobao asked. Wait a minute. Qinzhe shouted. He turned over and sat cross-legged on the bed. He did not lift the quilt even though their clothes were intact, at most a little messy. I'm not in the right state. I can't find the feeling, Qinzhe said. Rest for 10 minutes. Filming paused. The assistant director, cameraman, lighting technician, and other crew members left the room and went to the living room to smoke. There were very few crew members who did not smoke. When work was tiring, they often stayed up late. Sometimes, for filming, it was not strange that they would drive overnight. They needed to smoke to refresh themselves. At the same time, smoking was the best way to get closer to the men. They gathered together to smoke and chat. At the very least, they could get to know each other. What's the matter? I feel quite in the right state. Qin Baobao pulled the quilt. Why are you wrapped in the quilt? Qinzhe held it tightly and said in a low voice, Don't pull, don't pull. Qin Baobao was stunned, but she quickly reacted. Her eyes glanced at Qinzhe's crotch. She quickly looked away and said, Shameless. Qinzhe interpreted this as his sister's arrogance. Was funny. If he did not lust after his sister, should he lust after his brother? In fact, he had never lust after his sister in bed scenes before. At that time, he still had some scruples in his heart and could still control his dick. After returning from Su Town, there were more heavy things in his heart, but at the same time, a knot in his heart was untied. No wonder you were bending over just now. She bit her lip and turned her face to the side. Her fair face slowly turned red. A knife hand came over and it hurt. Qin Baobao glared at him fiercely. Who's as full of dirty thoughts as you? Qinzhe pressed his hands on his sister's legs. I don't believe it. Let me touch it. Qin Baobao raised her hand and punched Qinzhe's head like a cat in a fight. Get lost. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Qinzhe begged for mercy. His sister could not accept this kind of joke for the time being. After all, in her mind, she was still his sister. Whether she was really angry or not, she had to be angry. Otherwise she would feel guilty. It was indeed a joke. It was just a short kiss. Qinzhe estimated that she was at most getting into a good mood. It was still far from the flood. Therefore, most of the time, it was the man who took the initiative between husband and wife. It's about time. Then shall we continue? Qin Baobao said softly, I'm not ready yet. What? Then I'll go to the toilet now. You look for tape, Qinzhe said. Why do you need tape? Qin Baobao did not understand. You're too inexperienced in bed scenes. Many male actors will tie themselves up with tape when they shoot bed scenes. Tape there? Qin Baobao could not believe it. Doesn't it hurt when you take it off? It's tied up in a plump t-shirt, sister, Qinzhe corrected. Or you can ask the crew. Lazy sister. Are you crazy? Qinzhe was going crazy. He lowered his voice and said, What should I say? Hey, you guys, roll tape for me. Qin Baobao did not think about this at the moment. When she heard Qinzhe's explanation, she felt guilty. She moved to the edge of the bed and put on her canvas shoes as slippers. She swayed her plump hips and walked 2 steps. Then she suddenly stopped. His sister rushed back and said angrily, How do you know how to use tape? I don't even know. How do you know? Other than me, who else have you filmed bed scenes with? That was why it was troublesome for a woman to be too smart. She might not have noticed the loopholes in your words at first, but she would definitely be able to figure it out later. Fortunately, Qinzhe had a clear conscience. He said, Li Wei. When I was filming Shanghai Beach, I had a kissing scene with her. Then there was a bed scene for a few seconds. At that time, the director asked me if I should use tape. That's how I got the idea. His sister turned to leave. Her body stiffened. She silently turned back and looked at him condescendingly. So, you were lying to me when you said you used a body double? Qinze, damn, he spilled the beans. I'll deal with you tonight. His sister stretched out a slender finger and poked him on the forehead. She walked to the wall and tore off a corner of the poster. What are you doing? Stupid. His sister looked back and glared at him. I just went out and asked for tape. We're all professionals. We know it very well. She walked to the living room. She was a little annoyed by the strong smell of smoke and frowned. The assistant director observed her expression and immediately ran to open the window. He laughed dryly. I forgot to open the window. Qin Baobao nodded. You have tape? I accidentally tore off a corner of the poster. I'll paste it back. The assistant director said, Let me do it, let me do it. Qin Baobao said, President Qin is adjusting himself inside. Don't go in and disturb him. She took the tape back and closed the door. Then she threw it to Qinze. Qinze reached out and took off his pants. The summer pants were very thin. This was also the reason why he didn't want to go against his sister. If he accidentally let his sister know his size, both sides would be embarrassed. It's okay to go against her in private. But in front of so many people, Qinze has a psychological barrier. Under the pants was a pair of black boxers. His sister bought it for him. Qinze's Fat CI facial cleanser, serious facial cleanser, socks, ties, shirts, and suits were all handled by his sister. Wang Zijin would also buy it for him and Suyu would also buy it for him. When Suyu bought clothes for him, Qinze would say that he bought it himself. The tape was wrapped around the boxers and tied up in circles. Before, nothing could be seen. After the tape was tied up, the swelling between his legs became more obvious. It was like being stung by a wasp and a big bulge appeared. This way of describing not compromising and starting over was just like hiding a rubber ball. Qin Baobao couldn't help glancing at it. You have a needle eye. Qinze joked. His sister blushed and spat. After that he put on his pants. The bed scene was shot again. This time it was easy to pass. The next scene was tomorrow morning. There was a scene of catching adulterers in bed. Qinze and his sister drove home first. When they got home it was 9:30 in the evening. Wang Zijin ate the leftovers from lunch. The living room light was dark. At this time she should have taken a bath and lay in bed to watch TV series or movies. She should go to bed at 10 o'clock. At 5:30 in the morning she should get up and run with Qinze. While his sister was taking a bath, Qinze slipped into Wang Zijin's room. She really didn't sleep. She was sitting at the head of the bed with her mobile phone on her lower abdomen. There was a plate of cut dragon fruit on the bedside table with a toothpick inserted. Qinze threw off his slippers and got into bed. Sister Ziwei, I'm coming. He stretched out a finger and gestured on her chest. Sunflower acupoint technique. Let's see if I can hit the bullseye. Wang Zijin ignored him. Qinze was in a difficult position. He deliberately pointed at the wrong spot and pretended to be disappointed. Sai, it seems that my experience is shallow. I still need to practice harder. Okay. Wang Zijin was relieved. Don't look at your phone. Let's make out. He straightened Wang Zijin's body and made her face him. Then I'll only give you 10 minutes. Wang Zijin chuckled. 10 minutes is not enough. Qinze bargained. Half an hour. No, I want to sleep before 10 o'clock. Wang Zijin brushed her bangs and rested her head on his chest. They lay on the bed in this position and looked at the ceiling. Qinze said, You don't love me at all. I love you quite a lot. I don't feel it. Is taking advantage of you love me? He squinted. Hey, when the boyfriend comes back, the unqualified girlfriend will wait for him to cook. The qualified girlfriend will wait for him after cooking, and the best girlfriend will hold the bowl in one hand and the bra in the other. She will ask, Hubby, do you want to eat first or drink milk first? Then I'm an unqualified girlfriend? Yes. Then you can change to another one. I can't change, little sister. Why? Once the goods come out of the closet, I won't be responsible. Sounds familiar. Bank? Yes, this is the style of the Red Party. It's your shameful fourth generation. So I can't return it. If you don't agree, then tell me about qualified and unqualified boyfriends. Unqualified boyfriends don't do any work and only sit and wait. Qualified boyfriends will help with the housework after earning money. The best boyfriend will ask, Honey, do you want fresh milk? Wang Zijin. Chapter 613. They had agreed to sleep at 10 o'clock, but they ended up chatting until 10:30. Qinze didn't take advantage of her. He just lay on the bed and chatted with her. He joked and occasionally made dirty jokes, which either made Wang Zijin laugh or made her speechless. It It was best for men and women to complement each other. If they had similar personalities, it was easy for them to dislike each other. Excluding those scheming people, Wang Zijin was a relatively decent woman. She couldn't act coquettishly like Qin Baobao. She only acted like a little girl in front of Qin Zhe occasionally. Qin Zhe's flirtatious and flirty style just made up for her well-behaved style of life. People like her who came from a family were taught to be righteous and moderate since childhood. They always acted within the rules. This way no one could find fault with them. Unorthodox ways would only lead to a miserable and quick death in the official career. This was one of the reasons why she liked Qin Zhe. When she was with him, she could always laugh happily and unrestrained. Occasionally she could indulge herself, occasionally throw a tantrum, and occasionally break her image and act coquettishly. There was no pressure at all. This was something that Zhang Mingqing couldn't give her. Zhang Mingqing was too well behaved. He wasn't as sinister and cunning as his sister. The older generation thought that he could be cultivated. However, this was the flaw that Wang Zijin hated the most. When the two of them were together, other than treating each other with respect, what else did they do? She had a psychological shadow of a husband and wife who treated each other with respect. Wang Zijin herself was bound by rules and regulations. She didn't want the other half of her life to be such a person. Your sister is drying her hair. Go back. Wang Zijin pushed his waist. Good night. Qin Zhe brushed her bangs aside and kissed her forehead gently. He closed the door and turned off the lights. Wang Zijin wrapped herself in a thin quilt, revealing her head. The corners of her mouth curled up. She felt so sweet just now. Her blue eyes were filled with joy and she was ready to fall asleep. Qin Zhe paid for his sister's bath water. He gave himself a simple wash, dried his hair, and went back to his room to sleep. Southerners always bathed cleanly and cleanly. They bathed every day so there wasn't much dirt on their bodies. When he was young, he saw on TV that bathhouses and scrubbing were very popular in the north. He had never understood why. When she asked her mother, Qin Ma said that she loved to be clean, unlike you who didn't even scrub your little brother clean after taking a 5-minute shower. Qin Zhe's habit of rubbing his little brother before taking a shower was cultivated at that time. Lying on the bed, he didn't sleep. He counted from 1 to 100. Just as he finished counting to 66, there was the sound of the doorknob being twisted. It was very soft, as if someone was doing something sneaky. With a knowing smile, Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Sure enough, it's here. Little red guy, are you asleep yet?" The older sister tiptoed in and closed the door behind her. No. Qin Zhe watched as she twisted her waist, trotted to the bed and crawled under the covers. A delicate fragrance rushed into his nose. It was the fragrance of the shower gel and perhaps the smell of shampoo. Mixed together, it was not unpleasant. Instead, it was very comfortable. He couldn't help but want to bury his head in his sister's big chest and take a deep breath. "I haven't chatted with you for a long time," the older sister said, trying to cover it up. "What are you chatting about? Let's sleep." Qin Zhe moved to the side. Qin Baobao felt it and quietly moved into his arms. She said angrily, "Don't be so far away. It's cold." Cold. In the midsummer weather, people in Guangdong were so hot that they didn't want to live anymore. "I'm not cold. I'm quite hot," Qin Zhe said. "Just cold. Sister Zine energy is too strong. Your air conditioner is too low." The older sister hooked one of her legs around his waist and used her strength to prevent him from moving too far away. Through the thin pajamas, Qin Zhe could almost feel the smoothness of his sister's thighs. In the past, when he was restless, he was restrained by his salted fish personality. Now that he was a salted fish out of control, he had fewer scruples. Moreover, at that time, Brother Eel did not know the taste of meat and was already very satisfied with the 5-fingered girl. Now he couldn't. It was like a person who was used to riding the high-speed train. How could he be willing to take the green train? He thought to himself. What a sin. In the past he was the one who flirted with his sister. Now it was his sister who flirted with him. His sister was still the illiterate sister from before, and he was already an experienced driver. "Sister, let's sleep in plain clothes," Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao stared at him in the dark and giggled. Pretentious. Qin Zhe was speechless. "There's a bed scene tomorrow. Let's rehearse it first." Qin Baobao leaned close to him and pecked her soft lips. "It's a bit boring at night." The dry wood was suddenly ignited. Qin Zhe turned over and pressed her on top of his body just like during filming. They kissed passionately. After a long time their lips parted. His sister's chest rose and fell violently as she panted. She looked like she could not survive. Qin Zhe's lips moved down to her chin, neck, collarbone, and further down, it was blocked by a thin layer of pajamas. "Hey sister, let's rehearse." "You said it." Qinzhe's voice was full of hormones. Fortunately, his sister was wearing pajamas and not a nightgown. Otherwise, Qinzhe would touch her all the way. Qin Baobao's eyes widened. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind. There was only one thought left: how dare he? In the past, they were very particular about propriety when they kissed. Qinzhe touched her but slightly through her pajamas. This was the limit of what Qin Baobao could tolerate. Since the last shower, Qinzhe had seen his sister's magnanimity up close for the second time. Every time he saw it, he had different feelings and exclamations. It looked like a mountain range from the side with different heights from the distance. He did not know the true face of Mount Lu, but he was in it. It made King sense. Qinzhe's head was pushed away fiercely. His sister hurriedly pulled down her pajamas. At this moment she should have given him a backhand slap. However, she did not. Perhaps it was because she could not bear to, or perhaps she did not hate him like this. Hence, she merely glared at him. They looked at each other silently. In the silence, the bottom line between them was shallower and shallower. Today it was slightly broken. Qinzhe sighed. "I'm sorry." There were many things that could not be done without fear just because they knew each other well. When they were not tearing off that thin layer, both of them wanted to break through and look forward to tearing it apart. However, when they really reached this step, they realized that it was not easy to tear off that thin layer in their hearts. After returning from Shujia town, Qinzhe's knot in his heart was untied. He could face his sister more calmly now. However, his sister's shackles were not untied yet. She could not accept that kind of thing. Putting the truth aside in terms of relationship, she was his sister. Qin Baobao gradually calmed her rapid breathing. The expression on her face was complicated. Shyness, nervousness and fear. Biting her lips, she squeezed out a sentence weakly, "I'm not sleeping at your place anymore." Her hands gripped her clothes tightly as she moved to the side of the bed. Putting on her shoes, she left with a slightly panicked back view. Chapter 6:14. Look at your cowardice. After his sister left, the system, which had been silent for a long time, mocked him. This is not called cowardice. This is called respecting women. Men and women are equal. A man who only cares about himself is a scumbag. I'm obviously not a scumbag. Qinzhe defended himself. Hee. The system replied. Hee, your sister. It's all your fault. If you were a flirtatious system, I would be able to become Long Outyen, become a CEO, marry a beautiful and rich woman, and reach the peak of life. I would be able to *ck someone as fragile as my sister. Qinzhe pushed the blame. Aren't you a CEO now? Isn't Suyu a beautiful and rich woman? Haven't you reached the peak of life? Long Outyen's strength lies in his heart. Even if a salted fish has a system, he's still a salted fish. The system's words were sharp. Get lost, you lowlife. Qinzhe said angrily. Okay, I'll get lost. Along with the system's words, an electronic voice sounded in Qinzhe's mind. System uninstallation. 100%. 90%. 50%. 30%. Qinzhe was so scared that he peed his pants. How could the system be uninstalled? Hey, don't be like this. I was joking. I was wrong. I can't leave you just like how a woman can't leave her moisture. Qinzhe was shocked. Now you know how important I am. The system said proudly. The uninstallation sound stopped. You're getting more and more naughty. Qinzhe complained and heaved a sigh of relief. The system ignored him. The next day he only ran for an hour before going back. Wang Zijin was obviously not satisfied. She complained, Why didn't you last for long today? Qinzhe said, I have something to do later. I have to rush to the set. Then he bought breakfast and went home. His sister was not awake yet. Qinzhe called her, but she ignored him. She twisted the door handle. Find the door was locked. Afraid that I would attack at night? Is there no basic trust between siblings? She's not awake yet? Wang Zijin grabbed a fried dough stick and pinched it like an orchid. Savory tofu pudding with fried dough sticks was her favorite. Qinzhe's tofu pudding was sweet, and it was also his favorite with fried dough sticks. There were two heresies in this world, the siscon and the savory tofu pudding. Qinzhe had tried to convince Wang Zijin that sweet tofu pudding was the way to go, and savory tofu pudding was shameful and unacceptable. However, Wang Zijin didn't think that there was anything wrong with her at all. She even accused him and her sister of being crazy. Deep Well Ice actually ate sweet tofu pudding. Was there something wrong with his brain? Therefore, every day when he bought tofu pudding or soy milk, he would specially say, 3 tofu pudding, soy milk, 2 sweet and 1 salty. Sweet tofu pudding was delicious, especially in the summer. When it was hot, sprinkle a spoonful of white sugar and add some almonds before chilling it in the fridge. The sweetness of the tofu pudding mixed with the aroma of the almonds. The tofu pudding was tender, smooth and sweet. It tasted better than any other dessert. I'll go get her. Wang Zijin put down her chopsticks. A moment later there was a violent knock on the door in the corridor. Sleep your ass. Wake up. Sister was rudely woken up just like that. With dark circles under her eyes, she was listless. She couldn't sleep last night, and it was difficult for her to express her feelings in words. When she wasn't paying attention, the pink and tender grapes were eaten by her brother. She felt as if there was an electric current flowing through her body, and goosebumps rose all over her body. She was shy and frightened, nervous and guilty, and there was also a sense of guilt that couldn't be erased. Alright, she even took a shower after returning to her room. She walked to the living room and looked at Qinzai's back with a complicated expression. She quietly sat down in her seat and buried her head in breakfast. Wang Zijin frowned. She realized that things weren't that simple. The three of them had been together for a year and were very familiar with each other's way of interacting. Qin Baobao was usually very lively when she was eating, but today she was too quiet. She carefully looked at Qinzai, but didn't see anything strange on his face. He looked fearless and calm, as if he was the successor of communism. After breakfast, Qinzai and his sisters left the house. They took the elevator to the underground parking lot and waved goodbye to Sister Ziwei. Sister was holding her bag with both hands and was standing in a very ladylike manner. It was abnormal for her sister to be like this. It just showed that she was still nervous and conflicted about what happened last night. Qinzai drove to the set. Sister, according to my estimation, the movie can be finished in a week at most, Qinzai said. Oh. Qin Baobao replied. I'll make tofu pudding for you at noon. Put it in the fridge and you can eat it at night. Qinzai said casually. Qin Baobao nodded and quietly observed him. He was very calm, without the slightest awkwardness or guilt, as if eating grapes was a basic thing that he didn't need to worry about. Qin Baobao bit her lip, feeling wronged. She was in a mess, but her brother was still calm and collected. Baobao suddenly felt wronged. She was also a little disappointed, although neither of them would feel awkward with his attitude. Of course, her brother's state of mind was different from his sister's. Brother, I was one step away from having sex with her. Sister, I was one step away from falling into the abyss and couldn't survive. They arrived at the set at 8:30 in the morning. The crew was already there and waiting for them. Let's start. Let's try to do it in one take. In the room, Qinzai quickly took off his short-sleeved shirt and pants, leaving only a pair of boxers, and got into bed. In the past, Qin Baobao would happily admire her brother's figure, just like a man appreciating a woman's figure. But today she glanced at the center of the boxers. Cross it out, the center of the crotch. She immediately retracted her gaze, looking very uneasy. Boss Qin, go over there and change your clothes. Director Zheng asked the lighting engineer and cameraman to get into position and said to Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao needed to change into a wrap, the kind that exposed her shoulders. She couldn't lie in bed in a short-sleeved shirt. The male actor was much more casual and didn't need to go through so much trouble. He just needed to wear a pair of boxers. Let's get a stunt double, Qin Baobao said. Qinzai was stunned. But we don't have a stunt double. Director Zheng was in a dilemma. There were no action scenes, no danger scenes, and no stunt doubles in this movie. The lighting engineer suggested, Director, let the female colleagues in the crew do it. I'll do it. Director, let me do it. Boss Qin, I'll be the stunt double. At the door, several female colleagues in the equipment team raised their hands. Qin Baobao, so many people? So many people want to take my place? Qin Baobao frowned and suddenly changed her mind. Forget it, I don't need a stunt double. The female colleagues hissed, their faces full of disappointment. The morning sun shone in through the window and the room was quiet. A man and a woman snuggled together. The girl's hair was messy, and her head was buried in the man's neck. Her side profile was as beautiful as a painting. Their clothes were scattered under the bed. There was a knock on the door and the man and woman woke up with a start. After a few knocks, the door opened and the camera pointed at the door. The middle-aged woman stood at the door, dumbfounded. You. The middle-aged woman said in a trembling voice. The cameraman gave her a close-up. As expected of a veteran actor, he played the expression of, oh my God, my son and my daughter are in bed very well. Chapter 6:15. Just like that, this pair of childhood sweethearts developed feelings for each other, and the fact that they couldn't help but have sex with each other could no longer be concealed. How did I give birth to such a shameless daughter like you? His father flew into a rage in the living room like an enraged lion. Dad, it's my fault. Don't scold my sister, Jianghu said loudly. Pa. His father slapped his face and became even angrier. How can you face me? How can you face your mother? How can you face our kindness of raising you? Jianghu clenched his fists. My sister and I are truly in love. You still have the face to say that. She is your sister after all. How can I face you? How can she face you? The biggest mistake I made in my life was to adopt you. Get lost now. From now on, our family has nothing to do with you. If you dare to contact us in private again, I will break your legs. The slap was real. He didn't use a dislocation technique or a stunt double. A bright red palm print appeared on Qinzai's face. The veteran actor's acting skills were superb. He portrayed the image of an enraged father clearly and powerfully. It indeed made the eyes of the crew, including the director, light up. The camera focused on Jianghu's face, and he first revealed a dazed expression. In this scene there would be a flashback. In his previous life, Jianghu and Qinzi would also have feelings for each other, and they would also have sex, but their parents wouldn't allow them to be together. In the end they broke up. In his previous life, Jianghu didn't have the courage to fight against his parents. He was too mediocre, too ordinary. Without the support of his adoptive parents, he couldn't even finish college. Memories flashed past. Jianghu and Qinzi had no choice but to separate. From then on, they went their separate ways and walked on their own paths. They were like strangers. Many years later, he still lived a mediocre and helpless life in the big city. His sister met someone who truly loved her and got married. Until that car accident brought him back to 10 years later. Enough. In the silence, he exploded with a roar. The whole family was shocked and looked at him in shock. Jianghu clenched his fists tightly, his expression agitated. He swept all the things on the tea table to the ground and roared, Face, you always only care about your face. Have you ever considered us? In your previous life you broke us up because of your face. Now you still want to do this. They quarreled loudly, their faces flushed red, venting all the resentment in the heart of a loser. His acting skills were off the charts. At this point the show was far more exciting than expected. The camera fell on Qin Baobao. Next it was time to test her acting skills. They wanted to see if she could match up to the first two actors. If there was too much difference they would have to stop. Director Zheng was a little conflicted. If he called for a stop, it would probably make Qin Baobao a little embarrassed. If he didn't call for a stop, it would give Qinzai the impression that he was doing things half-heartedly. At this time, Qin Baobao looked a little absent-minded. No one knew what he was thinking. Fine, he directly stopped the adjustment. Director Zheng sighed. Logically speaking, for this kind of drama, it would be best if they could finish it in one go while they still had the feeling. But at this time, Qin Baobao reacted quickly. She wiped away her tears and connected this small flaw. Then she stood up and said, Dad, Xiaohao and I are truly in love. Whether you agree or not, I will be with him. Meeting her father's angry and fierce gaze, she added, I like him. She immediately established a firm and unyielding image of a girl. This was a contrast to Qinzi's character. Qinzi was a traditional girl who resigned herself to adversity. In the original script, she should be crying and begging at this moment and then be heartlessly rejected by her parents. But with this small change in character, Director Zheng felt that it was not bad. Cut. That's good. Director Zheng clapped. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. The crew members who were holding their breaths and not making a sound began to talk and laugh. Director Qin's acting skills are amazing. The old actor who played the father gave a thumbs up. Not to mention the little fresh meats, there are very few young actors who can compare to Director Qin's acting skills. He's completely at the level of acting king. The old actor who played the mother chimed in. There was flattery, but there were also sincere praises. Qinzai was an expert in acting. His acting skills were definitely not comparable to ordinary king actors. Compared to those king actors, his acting skills had a wider range and he could adapt to different roles. Moreover, this film was written based on his own state of mind. Only he could understand the feeling in it. In the afternoon, he gave the crew half a day off and asked the director to bring everyone out for a big meal. He drove his sister home to make tofu pudding. Do you want almonds or walnuts? I want both walnuts and almonds. His sister replied. Qinzai glanced at her. His sister was finally not as pretentious as she was in the morning. When he hugged her to sleep on the bed just now, her heart was beating wildly. Qinzai could feel it. But after the last scene, the knot in her heart was suddenly untied. The rest of the filming was much easier. It was easier because the requirements for acting skills were not as high. In terms of workload, it was heavier than before. In the following days, Jianghu continued to cross industries and used the knowledge from his previous life to rise in various industries. He became a successful person like Duan Ma. The entertainment industry was full of praise and the social response was excellent. His adoptive parents had no choice but to accept this fact. However, good things come with setbacks. His and his sister's relationship was exposed on the internet. Paparazzi secretly took photos. Media interviews. His adoptive parents were harassed by the media and scolded on the internet. His sister had a breakdown because of this. Under the pressure of public opinion, Jianghu and his sister gradually drifted apart. He lived in a villa, owned a luxurious house and lived a good life. But he was not happy. After a few years, he suddenly heard the news that his sister was getting married. Jianghu woke up. He had lost his love in his previous life. In this life he finally came back. He could not let the tragedy happen again. So he drove away from home to stop his sister from getting married. He drove in a hurry and was racing against time. Usually, when one was driving emotionally, they would get into a car accident. Jianghu was no exception. He collided with a van. The broken car rolled to the side of the road. The person in the car was bleeding and unconscious. The music floated, tired, trying to stay awake as usual, also thinking of you as usual. Afraid that I will fall asleep in peace, my heart will not listen to me in my dreams and will stop. The scene changed. A blurry white light appeared first, and then the scenery slowly became clear. On the hospital bed, there was a seriously injured person in a coma. Outside the ward, the family and the doctor were anxiously communicating. The music stopped here. The doctor shook his head. He's awake. Go in and see him for the last time. The adoptive parents were struck by lightning. His sister rushed into the ward, followed by her newlywed husband. In the ward, on the bed, Jianghu opened his eyes. He tried hard to open his eyes and looked at Qin. It was as if he wanted to imprint this face in the depths of his mind. In silence, the siblings looked at each other. The music floated again. Listen, breathing is like waves. The more beautiful it is, the more uneasy it makes me. What else can I cherish? If I can't even control my own pulse. Jianghu raised his hand wanting to hold on to something, but he was too weak. He couldn't change anything. He could only smile at Qin and close his eyes. His life gradually faded. The heartbeat meter suddenly straightened. If I become a memory, withdraw us from this life. Leaving you crying in shock. My cold body can't hug you. Qin stood by the bed, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. In the company's screening room, after the sister saw the ending, her eyes turned red. She kicked her brother beside her. Then in the end, was there a rebirth? The movie had been edited. Qin personally supervised and participated. The sister's expression was similar to that of most of the female colleagues. She also asked the question that many people in the crew had. They had participated in the entire filming process. Some of them had read the script while others had not. Those who had not read the script had originally thought that this was going to be a relaxing and happy comedy. However, in the end they suddenly burst into tears. After the editing, when they watched it, the ending made them feel suffocated. Those who had read the script were clear about the ending. However, when they watched the edited movie, they suddenly realized that they had neglected a question when they read the script. Was there a rebirth? This was an oversight when reading the script. Both lives ended because of a car accident. Then, was the entire movie an encounter after the rebirth, or was it a dream of the protagonist when he was hospitalized? The former was a little comforting, but the latter was a heart-wrenching. It's not important whether it's a rebirth or not, Qin said. Anyway, in both lives he didn't catch the person he liked. Whether it's a rebirth or not, let the audience guess to add a little depth. You're so annoying. Qin Bao kicked him hard. She was unwilling to give up. She waved her hand and slashed wildly. She glared at him and said, "Don't ask me to shoot such movies in the future. I was very annoyed the last time. Why are you so bad?" The last time was referring to the movie where the lovers became siblings. She didn't have any negative feelings for the similarly tragic A Journey to the West. However, when the relationship involved siblings, it was a tragedy. Her mentality exploded. "Then I'll ask Suyu to shoot it next time?" Qin joked. "Get lost." His sister roared and pinched his arm. "Don't shoot such movies in the future." "Then what do you think of the reputation of my movie?" "It's a bad movie?" "Don't joke. I'm serious." "It's a bad movie," his sister said angrily. "Is it a bad movie? Is it a bad movie?" Qin Zai's finger poked her waist. Qin Bao Bao immediately collapsed in his arms. She wriggled and begged for mercy. Don't poke me. You're so annoying. It's barely a bad movie. It's so forced. Then I'll continue. No? Anyway, I feel so bad that I want to cry. The ending is also very deep. Is it okay? Good girl. Finally, another mission was completed. Qin Zai was relieved. The next step was to send it for review and then arrange for the release of the movie. The box office was not important. If the reputation was good, the mission would be completed. Qin Zai's heart was calm. Because of the rampant bad movies in the domestic market, as long as the logic of his movie was not wrong, the plot was not bad, the ending was deep and thought-provoking, and he and his sister were popular, the overall rating would not be low. Chapter 6:16. Change all of them. Uncle, I'm telling you, if you let me know that you received gifts from those guys and left them in the factory, I'll take you down immediately. As for the hiring of personnel, let Su Yao's people take care of it. Get it done by the middle of this month and don't miss any patents. In the commercial car leaving the airport, Qin Zai and Uncle Su Guang talked on the phone. Actually, with your uncle watching over there, we can worry less. Oh, I'm not talking about this unreliable uncle. So you said. She curled up in his arms like a little bird, with shallow bags under her eyes. According to the usual practice, they fought for 3,000 rounds last night, and Suyu was killed without accident. But the battlefield was so small that she didn't even have the qualification to escape. When she woke up this morning, she felt that her body was hollowed out, and her waist was particularly sore. Suyu gradually began to be unable to bear him. Fortunately, the box of 6 flavor Rehmannia pills was not thrown away. It was originally bought for Qin Zai, but it seemed that she had to take it herself. From a physiological point of view, everyone had 2 kidneys. There was no reason that the protruding one would lose, and the concave one would not lose. From an agricultural point of view, there were cows that died of exhaustion, but there were also fields that were plowed and overcultivated, and the quality of the soil would decline. This the farmer uncle knew best. Your waist hurts? I'll rub it for you. Qin Zai pulled Suyu up, put her on his lap, and gently rubbed the acupuncture points on both sides of Suyu's waist. It hurts? Be gentle, be gentle. That's the strength. Ah, it's so comfortable. Suyu lay in his arms, her chin on his shoulder, squinting, her face full of enjoyment. She always knew that Qin Zai's mouth skills were very good, but she didn't expect his finger skills to be even better. He was better than the masseuses in the club. Suyu and Nan Man Pei would go to the health club to do facial masks, oil and beauty treatments when they were free. In comparison, the female prostitute's hands were too soft, and Qin Zai's were more powerful and even. Ace, go home and help me with the oil. Suyu said coquettishly. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that such a cold woman like her would have such a coquettish side. I'm your man, not your boy toy. Qin Zai refused. If it was Wang Zijin, you would definitely accept it. You don't love me at all. Suyu often compared Wang Zijin with herself. She knew that Qin Zai would immediately agree because of his guilt towards her. This trick had been tried and tested. It's because I dote on you that I won't push oil for you, Qin Zai said. Liar. I'm not lying. According to the plot development in the book, any massage and oil massage will eventually evolve into inhumane sex. Your waist is sore, so I won't torture you. Qin Zai sniffed the perfume on her body. It doesn't make sense. Suyu muttered. What? Didn't you say that there are only tired cows and no plowed fields? Suyu felt wronged. My waist? It wasn't an illusion. She found that Qin Zai was getting more and more valiant in that aspect. In the past, Suyu used to collect public grain, but now that the harvest was getting better and better, there was so much public grain that she couldn't eat. Qin Zai always removed her as a teddy, but he was clearly a teddy. Maybe it's because I'm more salted. Qin Zai explained. Salted? What do you mean? Salted fish can't be soft. Qin Zai said in his heart. Let's sing a song to ease the atmosphere. Suyu reached out to take out her mobile phone from her bag, opened the music app and played it. I once wanted to let the whole world know that I love you, but in the end we couldn't be together. But I met the right you at the wrong time. Maybe everything is fate. A male and female chorus sounded. Qin Zai was stunned. Wasn't this the song he wrote for Huang Yuding and Su Jiao? This is the song I wrote, right? Yes, it's very nice. Suyu rewarded him with a kiss. My husband is amazing. It's just an online song. But it's very popular. Mobile Douyin is full of videos of this song's accompaniment. It's so popular. Fashion is actually using mobile Douyin. I just watch it occasionally to relieve stress. After Suyu finished speaking, she closed her eyes and enjoyed Qinzhe's massage. Her mouth was moaning. The phone rang. It was Nan Man Pei calling. Suyu answered the phone. Man, sister man, do you have time tonight? Come out for tea, Nan Man Pei said. Bathing, sauna, oil massage, beauty treatment, and tea. Before she got together with Qinzhe, this was the unshakable activity of Suyu and Nan Man Pei every weekend. It was commonly known as a woman's big sword. Okay, and later, is that okay? Suyu's face was full of enjoyment. What are you doing? Nan Man Pei heard her voice and felt that something was wrong. I'm not doing what. Who are you with? Qinzhe. After a moment of silence, Nan Man Pei said, goodbye. Hang up. Suyu threw the phone and half squinted. Rub my shoulders too, it's so comfortable that I want to sleep. Qinzhe, is it really good to be so naughty to Sister Man? Suyu, it's okay, I can only show off in front of Sister Man. Suyu was like a lazy cat, lying on his shoulder, squinting, and was about to sleep when she was disturbed by the ringtone of the phone. This time it was Qinzhe's phone. Caller, Maggot Bao Bao. My sister's phone. Qinzhe patted her perky buttocks and motioned her not to make strange sounds. Suyu opened her eyes, pricked up her ears and eavesdropped. Where are you back? I'm waiting for the flight. I'll be back in the afternoon. Oh, I have something to tell you. Qin Bao Bao seemed to have something to do and didn't talk to him. Just now the company received an invitation. The TV station next door invited you to record a program and be a guest. What program? It seems to be Super Brain. It's not appropriate. With my IQ it's too much of a bully. What are you thinking? Being a guest teacher is equivalent to being a judge. Besides, with your brain, can you compare with those high IQ talents? The sister sneered. Qinzhe calculated that the movie was finished, and there was no need for him in Shenzhen. The real Huang Zhuan was shooting in other places and didn't need his help. It seemed that there was really nothing to do in the near future. Okay, pick it up for me when? Qinzhe said. Next week. Got it? Hanging up the phone. Suyu curiously said, I've seen that program, it's very interesting. Qinzhe said, it's all the effects of the program. It's fake. I've been on a lot of variety shows and they all have scripts. Suyu analyzed, it's a provincial TV station anyway. Pure entertainment variety shows are okay. This kind of program with a little depth can't be scripted. Otherwise people would have laughed their teeth off. I've watched a few episodes before and admired the contestants' speed calculation ability. Ordinary people feel incredible and even suspect that it's a script, but in fact, speed calculation ability can be practiced. You're a science student. You know this and there's not so much requirement for IQ. At my peak, if I practice speed calculation for a few years, I can do it. Suyu is a genius. What she said makes sense. In fact, this program is not about IQ but about the brain. The gap between the two is very big. IQ is too one-sided. Many of the programs on it are more about memory, spatial imagination, speed calculation ability, etc. For example, playing Rubik's Cube in fact relies on practice but it has little to do with IQ. Suyu bragged, Sister is old and the program group didn't invite me, otherwise the contestants would have nothing to do. I can beat them. Qinzhe smiled and said, bragging. Suyu giggled, I'm not bragging. Qinzhe said, if you don't believe it, I'll ask you a question. Suyu became interested, say it. Qinzhe said, Horse Shengyu Wai Sheng Liang? Suyu, She opened her small mouth and looked confused. Qinzhe said, you can't answer it. Suyu, since Shengyu Wai Sheng Liang. This is not a question, this is an exclamation, okay? She pouted. You're cheating. If you don't know then don't know, Qinzhe snorted. You're a PhD student. You've read too much. Your brain can't turn. You're too inflexible. The driver took them to Suyu's hardcover apartment. Qinzhe put on a mask and sunglasses. Suyu took him, and the two walked to the nearby vegetable and fruit supermarket. Qinzhe took a basket and Suyu took his arm. After buying the vegetables, Suyu said coquettishly that she wanted to push the oil first and didn't want to eat. She had essential oils at home and would give them to him. She took off her clothes without saying a word. She took off her coat but didn't take off her underwear, deliberately leaving it for Qinzhe to take off. It was so exciting. She lay on the bed, her black hair spread on the white pillow. Qinzhe unbuttoned the B-cup, and the buckle slipped down along her smooth and tender skin. Her snow-white back, the vertebrae from her hips to the back of her neck, walked in a sexy arc. She had a good figure, well-proportioned, but it felt bony. Qinzhe found that he had neglected it before. He only cared about being a man on top of her and rarely tried to be a man behind her. He poured the oil, pushed her back and let the thick liquid spread all over her back. He had taken the Chinese medicine proficiency skill book, and the acupoint technique was more powerful than most men. Suyu was served by his hands and gasped comfortably. Chapter 6:17. Ace, I've thought about it for a long time. Suyu sighed and felt comfortable all over. What are you thinking about? Qinzhe asked without stopping. Since you was born, why was Liang born? How do you answer? Suyu wondered, is there an answer? In her opinion, it was a very ordinary sigh. What kind of question is this? I refuse to answer, Qinzhe said. Why? No reason. Qinzhe bowed his head and massaged carefully and patiently. A regular answer. Of course it's because Liang gave birth to Liang. A casual answer. Hey. Qinzhe ignored her and Suyu was silent. It was mainly because she was too comfortable. Last night she tossed too late, her waist hurt and she lacked sleep. When Qinzhe asked her if she was hungry, she was already asleep. Her face was quiet like a newborn child, innocent and innocent. Probably every beautiful woman sleeping quietly looked like this, and his sister was the same. When she closed her eyes, her temperament changed greatly. Sister Ziwei's oval face was even cuter. People couldn't help but want to pinch it, but they were afraid of waking her up. He didn't know what she looked like when the baby fat on her face was still there. Qinzhe helped Suyu cover the quilt and wanted to wake her up and let her sleep in a different position. She was not big and if she was squashed. After thinking about it, he didn't disturb her. He closed the door and left the room, put on an apron, washed vegetables and cooked. There were a few times when he rested here. He found it troublesome and wore a pair of boxers to cook. Suyu said that he looked very sexy in boxers and apron, which made her fall in love with him. But Qinzhe imagined the picture of himself stroking his hair coquettishly, and he never did it again. When shopping in the supermarket, Suyu unreasonably bought a bunch of vegetables, so much that the refrigerator couldn't fit them. Qinzhe didn't often come here to cook. She didn't know if she was seeking psychological comfort or simply enjoying the joy of shopping with him. 2 meat, 2 vegetables and a soup. The soup was stewed pork ribs with wax gourd. There was celery in the vegetables which Qinzhe didn't touch. For men it was like killing their children. But Suyu loved it. Outside the small window on the left, the sun was shining brightly. The constant noise of cars in the big city was annoying. Qinzhe missed the sound of cicadas when he was young in Wuxia town. At least it was lively. He recalled the conversation he had with Su Yao when they parted ways at the airport. Actually, I've been looking for him. Su Yao said. Why are you looking for him? Are you trying to make trouble for yourself? Find him. Sink him into the sea. Qinzhe looked at him and didn't say anything. He was thinking, why are you telling me all this? Are you going to get rid of my biological father with me? I'm not Yang Guang. Or to give me a heads up in case something like this happens in the future? Ace, watch carefully. Today your uncle will show you his skills and turn your old man into a box. I know, a box that sinks into the sea. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. If you find her, and I mean if, don't rat me out. Otherwise my mother will be dead. He was now a big shot with a net worth of tens of billions. If that useless son of his knew about his existence, he would be finished. He would definitely pester him endlessly. The whole world would know about it. He felt that something was wrong. I know. I won't tell anyone. Su Yao said, I don't want his life. I just want him to experience the taste of despair. Have you found her? No. There are so many people. I haven't found her. If you're looking for her, remember to send me a video when you sink her into the sea. Okay. Before boarding, Su Yao said, oh right, your cousin's name is Su Yanyan. I'll send you a photo to confirm it. Qinzhe stir-fried the shredded meat and thought, so? Are you trying to remind me of something? Or do you want me to acknowledge my cousin whom I've never met? Don't joke around. I don't even want to acknowledge you as my uncle. Last year, when he first met Su Yao, Qinzhe thought that he was his sister's biological father. Later, when he read the old man's diary, his guess was like this. I'm Auntie Su's son. The man suspected of being my mother's adulterer turned out to be my biological father. He and Auntie Su had a son together and left him to my parents. At that time he thought, that's right. With your mediocre face you must have the same genes. Then he sighed in anger. Dad, come, your son will personally take off your crown. He was sincerely happy to be your son. Later, in the information that Sister Man gave him, the mediocre Su Yao was actually Auntie Su's younger brother. At that time, Qin Zhe's heart was traumatized beyond words. He imagined many kinds of immoral love that the secular world could not tolerate. But there was a trace of doubt in his heart, and he felt that something was wrong. After Su Jiazhen confessed, he found out the truth. There were so many twists and turns. The truth was far more complicated than he imagined. The spring of 1995 was a pain that could not be erased for Andy Su Mom and Su Yao. Forget about his uncle. At most, he would be sad for his nephew who died prematurely. At the same time, Qin Zhe also understood what was wrong. It was said that close relatives were either geniuses or idiots. Are you kidding me? With my IQ, am I qualified? If I were a genius, I wouldn't have lived in my sister's shadow for more than 20 years. I wouldn't have endured the humiliation of the old man's magic weapon for more than 20 years. I think too much. Qin Zhe made lunch and returned to the room to wake up Suyu, but she had already woken up. Leaning on the bed, holding the clothes of her small chest in her arms, and the other hand holding the mobile phone to send a message. This erotic scene caused Qin Zhe's chicken to move. The blanket was very thin, and it highlighted her graceful figure. It happened to cover her lower abdomen, and there was a kind of temptation to stop talking. There was also the small bra in her arms, which was half covering and half hiding her body. It was clearly a very proper bra, but it suddenly became indecent. Do you want to eat? Qin Zhe sat down on the bed and reached out to play with her breast. Or do you want to do it first? Tofu was much purer than Laogan Ma, but Laogan Ma hit it deeply, and people who failed Chinese couldn't understand it. Can I do it while eating? Suyu said lazily. That's too exciting. My heart can't bear it. She answered like this, which meant that she agreed. Qin Zhe happily took off his clothes. Do you have a salted fish #2 work cap? I asked you to buy it last time. Did you buy it? Who wants that kind of thing? My stomach is not up to expectations. Do you think it's because I stayed with Sister Man for a long time that she was infected? Don't think about it. This kind of thing is not contagious. If you want to experience pregnancy, I can help you contact the next door. Wait a minute. Suyu pushed him away, lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Her upper body was naked, and her lower body was covered with white lace, which was not big but had a good shape. She twisted her small waist and ran out of the room, rummaged in the living room and came back with a box of medicine. Suyu waved her small hand in front of him, proud and playful. I have equipment. Qin Zhe saw the words on the box clearly, Luwei Dihuang pills. She poured water, ate 2 pills, swallowed them, went to bed and hummed, after eating it I can be a serf and become a master. Qin Zhe hugged Suyu's leg and sprinted wildly, like the white-robed young General Zhao Zilong in the past. He went in and out of the enemy 7 times and killed the enemy. After that, Suyu lay on the bed like a salted fish, with a face full of doubt. I may have bought fake medicine. Qin Zhe, do you have any misunderstanding about Luwei Dihuang pills? This thing is not a small blue pill, okay? Suyu was hurt again and recuperated in place. Qin Zhe went into the bathroom to take a shower. She listened to the faint sound of water in the direction of the bathroom, took a few breaths, turned on the mobile phone first, gave a bad review and then saw Nan Man Pei's message. Suyu, take out my dividends in the company account. I need abundant funds in a while. Nan Man Pei's part of the dividends was at least 500 million yuan. She had not taken the money invested by Baozi and gave it to her best friend as liquid funds. As for Qianfang's money, it was taken away regularly every month. According to Suyu, good friends should unite and not give Qinbao any advantage. Suyu yawned and replied listlessly, I know, Sister Man, I won't drink tea tonight. Nan Man Pei, what's the matter? Suyu, hey, he was too intense just now. His back is sore and he wants to rest. Nan Man Pei, withdraw it, idiot, it was sent to the wrong place. Chapter 618. Sent to the wrong place? What does it mean? Suyu stared at it, her whole body trembled and her mind was sober. Group business card. Life is endless. No, Sister Man. That is to say, the two of them were not chatting privately but chatting in the group. There were 4 people in the group except for the 2 of them, one was Wang Zijin and one was Qin Bao. Well, 2 weak women. At this moment, Suyu showed the peak hand speed that she had never reached when playing games. 2 seconds later, the system prompt. I am little birdie withdrew a message. System prompt. Acacia red bean withdrew a message. Last message, what's the matter? Suyu turned over and sat up, a little emotional, and sent a private message to Nan Man Pei with lingering fear. It was close. Nan Man Pei was calmer. Well, pay attention next time. Suyu, Bao Bao was scared to death. Nan Man Pei, Yes, if it was slow, Qin Bao would have been scared to death. Suyu, they should not have seen it, right? Nan Man Pei, who knows? Suyu, they definitely didn't see it. It's not rest time now. They don't have time to stare at the mobile phone all the time, and it's only for 2 seconds. They definitely didn't see it. Nan Man Pei was disappointed. Look at you, so what if they saw it? You have done so much for him and you have to endure that he has a girlfriend. He is happy and we have to clean up his mess. Angry emoji, Suyu, yes, what am I afraid of? I should go directly to the door and beat the mistress. Wang Zijin is the mistress. Cheering for yourself emoji, Nan Man Pei, okay, you send it again in the group. Suyu didn't reply for a long time and after a while, I don't dare. Nan Man Pei, useless thing. You can't bear to leave him? Suyu, no, my reaction just now was not that I was afraid of him. I was afraid that Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin would come to the door and beat me. Then take off my clothes and take nude photos. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Suyu, am I too scared, sister man cry? What was there to be afraid of? Even 10 Wang Zijin could beat her in terms of scheming and scheming. Using force and violence, he knocked down 10 Qin Baos with one punch. Nan Man Pei was in a difficult position. He thought for a while and comforted her dryly, this is called enduring humiliation for the greater good. Suyu, yes, endure the humiliation. After I poach Qin Zhe over, I'll humiliate Wang Zijin with him. If Qin Bao Bao dares to get in the way, I'll have Qin Zhe beat her up too. Motivated expression, Nan Man Pei sighed. This girl was hopeless. Qin Zhe took a shower and put on his clothes. He saw Suyu sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking angry and gnashing her teeth. If you lose, you lose. The concave can't beat the convex because the latter has a weapon. The former can only accept it passively, just like a perm can't beat a tattoo. It's not that. Suyu said bitterly. Hurry up and take a shower, then come out to eat. Qin Zhe didn't ask much and went back to the living room to sit down. I've got the rice for you. Take a shower and come out. Don't take too long. You just took a shower in the morning. I'll eat first. I'm starving. He habitually took out his mobile phone and opened the chat software. He happened to see Suyu and Nan Man Pei's message retracted. He turned his head and asked, Suyu, what did you send? Suyu walked into the bathroom with a well-shaped chest, stopped at the door and stammered, no, nothing. Qin Zhe didn't know that he had just stepped into the gates of hell. This time the shower was finally fast. In a few minutes she came out after a cold shower. She was wearing thin pajamas and her hair was wet. She didn't dry it and just wiped it. Take a picture for me first. Suyu sat at the table, set up the mobile phone perspective, and took 3 consecutive pictures. Asis dishes are delicious. It's a waste not to take a picture as a souvenir. Qin Zhe didn't think too much and put down his chopsticks very cooperatively. Suyu, okay, let's eat. The two of them bowed their heads to eat while playing with their mobile phones. Qin Zhe browsed Weibo to see everyone's expectations for the new film. Qin Zhe and his sister had a dispute about the name of the movie. According to Qin Zhe's idea, the name of the movie was A Dream of Nank. His sister said in this case the ending still had the thought-provoking effect. It clearly told the audience that this was a dream. It should be called Waking Up from a Dream. Qin Zhe said, fuck off. Is there a difference in the name? It was better to call it The Wealth of Rebirth. His sister said, it's rustic, call it 10 Years Against the Current. Qin Zhe said, it's a mess. Then the brother and sister compromised and decided on the name of the movie, My 2008. After the movie conference, the internet was full of news about his and his sister's new film for several days. Recently, the popularity has dropped, but there were still people coming to his Weibo every day to express their expectations. After a few glances at the political news, there were no policies and events worth paying attention to after the 2 meetings. Qin Zhe turned off his mobile phone and concentrated on eating. Ding. The phone rang. Ding. The phone rang again. It was so annoying that they didn't even stop eating. Qin Zhe grabbed the mobile phone, lit up the screen and opened the chat software. His sister and Wang Zijin each sent a message. Where are you? Who are you with? After reading the message with Qin Zhe's high IQ, he immediately smelled the signs of something wrong. There was too much tacit understanding. And why did they ask this? Therefore, Qin Zhe didn't rush to answer but frowned and pondered. What's wrong? Suyu asked. My sister and Sister Ziwei sent me a message. What message? Suyu looked anxious. Let me see. Qin Zhe handed the phone to her. Suyu glanced at it and was relieved that they asked this question, indicating that they didn't see the message in the group, or the message couldn't be so peaceful. As for why they sent this message, she raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a little fox snicker. Did you do something? Qinzhe's eyes were like torches. Let me see the phone. No. Suyu hid the phone behind her like a little girl hiding candy. Qinzhe grabbed her hand directly, unlocked the phone with his thumb, opened the chat software and checked her chat history. There was no strange message sent to his sister and Wang Zijin. No. Qinzhe reacted abruptly, clicked on the circle of friends and his eyes went black. Circle of friends. Rest at home, cook a hearty lunch to reward yourself, and know how to be grateful in life. Grateful your sister. There were a lot of replies, most of them were from the company's middle and senior executives. They praised Suyu for being clever and skillful, being able to work in the hall and cook in the kitchen. Only the two guys sent 2 hee-hee-us. Fortunately, no one knew that it was Qin Baobao's WeChat number. Qinzhe answered truthfully, I went back to Shanghai at Suyu's house and cooked a meal. 2 identical messages were sent to his sister and Wang Zijin. As old rivals who have been fighting for a whole year, they know each other well. Whether Suyu can cook or not, they both know in their hearts. Moreover, at this time, Qinzhe and Suyu should be on the flight back to Shanghai. Qinzhe said angrily, Are you crazy? Why did you send this? Suyu was particularly tough today and said with a stiff neck, I just want to tell myself, don't be afraid, just do it. What's wrong with you? Who said you were a coward? You make trouble all day long, and I think it's my fault that you've restrained yourself. You're just too energetic. Come on, let's go back and fight for 300 rounds. Qinzhe dragged Suyu to the room. No, I'm not going. Suyu struggled, entangled him like an octopus, refused to go and cried, I'm not afraid at all. If I don't let them know how powerful I am, what if they steal my child in the future? I don't have schizophrenia, but you have schizophrenia first. Qinzhe sighed and rewarded her. After all, he didn't have the heart to glare at her, sat back at the table, and patiently replied to his sister's messages. We just came back not long ago because Suyu was airsick and vomited for a long time, so I made a meal to reward her. The exact same message was sent twice. Qin Baobao, hee. Wang Zijin, hee. The strange thing was that his sister didn't call to question, and Wang Zijin didn't send any sharp words. It seemed that things were over. Qinzhe suddenly felt relieved. It seemed that his character was still very strong in front of his sisters, and he was not weak at all. I don't want to go back to the company later. Let's go shopping. Suyu chewed slowly and swallowed the rice, looked up and said expectantly. Well, yes. Qinzhe nodded. He wore sunglasses, a mask and a baseball cap. No one had ever recognized him when he went out in this outfit. Good equipment as strong as my character. Besides, even if his relationship with Suyu can't be hidden, if it can't be hidden, then it can't be hidden. As a man, shouldn't he hold up the sky? He must be responsible. After dinner, at 2:30 in the afternoon, he accompanied Suyu to walk on the pedestrian street for 2 hours. Qinzhe, who was physically strong, was sweating. Suyu was also sweating, her hair was sticking to her face and her face was flushed, but she was full of energy and the more she walked, the more energetic she became. Didn't you say your waist hurt? Didn't you say you were tired? Qinzhe drove and complained, I'm half dead. Tired but happy. Suyu lay in the passenger seat and the seat slid to the lowest. After sending Suyu home, Qinzhe went upstairs with a big bag of trophies. He took a shower first and took a taxi home. On the way he went to the supermarket to buy a bunch of delicious ingredients. It was just 6 o'clock in the evening when he got home. His sisters should not be home yet, so he made a delicious meal to block their mouths. Unexpectedly, Wang Zijin and her sister came back early. The 2 women leaned on the sofa with their legs crossed. When they heard the sound of the door opening, their ears pricked up, but they pretended to watch TV expressionlessly. As soon as he entered the door, Qinzhe saw a dangerous breath from the shiatsu board in front of the sofa. I'm back. Qinzhe pretended not to see the shiatsu board. I went to cook for you. I bought a lot of food, ha. Come here. Wang Zijin said. Kneel. Qin Baobao said. Are you crazy? Why should I kneel when you tell me to? Do I have no dignity? Qinzhe obediently went to the sofa, knelt on the shiatsu board and said, I'll play games with you. Wang Zijin was expressionless. Play with us or play with Suyu? Qin Baobao's face raised a charming smile, delicate and soft. Little brother has finally grown up and knows how to play with girls. I'm very happy. If you didn't squeeze out the words from your mouth, I would have believed you. Qinzhe, no, Suyu is busy. As the boss, I want to reward her. Wang Zijin's face darkened. Didn't you tell your sister that you would arrive in the afternoon? Why did you lie? Qin Zhe quibbled, after 12 o'clock, it will be afternoon. Qin Bao Bao pretended to be suddenly enlightened, blinked her beautiful eyes and said sweetly, so that's how it is. Sister misunderstood. Sister is wrong. It's just Neil. Wang Zijin, you don't have to cook dinner. We'll eat by ourselves. Then there was a cold war that lasted for a quarter of an hour. Qin Bao Bao leaned to the left and Wang Zijin leaned to the right playing with their phones. Halfway through, Wang Zijin put down her phone and went to the toilet. Qin Bao Bao glanced at the corridor and heard the sound of the toilet closing. Her whole body suddenly changed and the charming and generous sister image disappeared. A tigress pounced on salted fish, hanging on his body, 2 long legs clamping his waist and strangling his neck. She said fiercely, "What happened between you and Suyu? Did you shake the morale of the army?" Qin Zhe took a deep breath and felt that his kneecaps were about to be pierced by the shiatsu board. The revolution has not been successful, and the morale of the army is not shaken. Qin Bao Bao didn't believe it. She bared her teeth and said fiercely, "If you didn't shake, why are you so close to her? Don't talk about rewards. If she wanted to reward her, couldn't she treat her to a meal in the hotel? If it was a pure superior-subordinate relationship, would she need to cook at someone else's house? Qin Zhe, it's not a pure superior-subordinate relationship. At least we're friends. Sister is always a paper tiger." After venting, Qin Zhe only took a pee to coax her, although she was a little surprised. When Wang Zijin went out, the scene in the living room was restored. The cold and beautiful sister crossed her legs and looked disdainfully at the brother kneeling on the shiatsu board. At 6:30, Qin Bao Bao, who was hungry, poked Qin Zhe's head with her slender fingers. "Next time you dare to lie to sister, be careful of your skin. Kneel properly. I'm going downstairs." When she entered the kitchen, Wang Zijin's aura changed. She was no longer an ally who was angry with her best friend, but a pitiful woman suspected of having an affair with her boyfriend. "Ace, is it because I didn't do well in the past that you're sick of me? What are you talking about? My feelings for Sister Ziwei are deeper than the peach blossom pool." "Then have you ever thought of hunting outside?" "Absolutely not. It's good enough to rub against her. Why would I want to hunt?" Wang Zijin's slender hand picked up his ear. She didn't use any strength and just gently lifted him up. She said gently, "You have to know that you have a girlfriend. Do you understand?" Salted fish trembled. "Then can I get up?" Qin Zhe asked in anticipation. "If your sister agrees, I'll agree." Wang Zijin pushed the responsibility to him. "Sister happened to come out. Zijin, come and wash the vegetables. It's so annoying. I don't want to wash them." Qin Zhe immediately said, "I'll wash them. I'll wash them." Wang Zijin said, "Have you forgiven him?" Qin Bao Bao looked at her and felt that she couldn't back down in front of her best friend. She snorted, "I haven't." Wang Zijin said in a huff, "Then I haven't either." Qin Zhe. Chapter 619. "I heard that you knelt on the shiatsu board for an hour last night? My knees are broken." "Who told you that?" "Your black-hearted sister. She deliberately told me to warn me." "Where's Sister Ziwei?" "She said that we should have a meal together another day. She even asked me if Aze's dishes were delicious. She tried to sound me out. This kind of person who has been in a state-owned enterprise and system is very cunning. One of your friends made me very unhappy last night. Leave them if you're unhappy. Honey, I have a warm little nest here. I guarantee that you'll be well served." "How's your kidney?" "Sir, my kidney is made of iron. It can withstand your rain and wind." Your tone is becoming more and more like Qin Bao Bao. Is this how Qin Bao Bao talks to you? This damn pervert. Tone, I'm talking about tone. Has the show started recording? It's starting soon. I'm at the TV station. Oh, then I'll go deal with some things. The chat ended. Qin Zhe turned off the phone screen, sat in the spacious lounge and drank a mouthful of water. The door opened and a middle-aged man with gray hair came in. He was the host of the show. Qin Zhe was familiar with him, but she couldn't remember his name. "Miss Qin, the show will start recording in 15 minutes. I'll tell you some things to pay attention to." The man sat down beside Qin Zhe. "You've seen our show, right?" "Yes, I've seen it." In fact, he hadn't seen it. He had only heard of it. After receiving this job, he crammed the show once and had a general understanding of the gameplay of Super Brain. The contestants who could be on the show seemed to be geniuses. The top scorer in science and the champion of the mathematical Olympiad were all ordinary in the show. Or in other words, the foundation. The contestants played some difficult games to determine the outcome. They covered spatial imagination, mental arithmetic, logical reasoning, and so on. In short, people with bad brains couldn't play here. You're the key guest of this episode. You'll be allowed to interact more with the contestants. Have you read the script? Yes, I know what to play. The host nodded with a smile and said in a gentle tone, "You can do whatever you want when the time comes. You don't have to be too serious and don't think too much about the results." Qinze, we can't win, right? This was not mentioned in the script. The so-called script was a general description of the questions and rules of the program. Because it was not an entertainment program, there were not so many rules and regulations. Qinze's understanding was that the host wanted the contestants to take it easy and not steal their limelight. The host was stunned and looked at him blankly. When? Qinze, I understand. We can't steal the limelight from the contestants. No. The host waved his hand. You don't have to deliberately go easy on the contestants. Just do your best. After all, the contestants are more powerful. He didn't say it out loud, but he held back his laughter. What are you trying to do? You're an entrepreneur and a composer, and those contestants are all highly intelligent contestants. Most importantly, they're at their peak. Do you think you can win just because you say so? Even if it's some small game, the contestants can completely crush ordinary people. The contestants invited by the program team were all very young. The peak of a person's mental flexibility was before the age of 20. This was similar to the contestants in the field of Go and esports. After they reached adulthood and entered society, they would be far away from school. Their memory would deteriorate and they would forget formulas. It was normal for them to not be as good as the students in school. It was like a top student who could get full marks in mathematics. A few years later, if he were to do the same paper, it would be considered good if he could pass. The host looked at his watch and said, "There's not much time left. Let's start." At the recording studio, the lights were in place. The cameras were in place. Under the lights, 3 figures walked out from backstage. The camera captured their figures. "Hello everyone. I'm the host Qinyuha." The host said, "On my left is the familiar teacher Ning Yuqing." The applause was warm. "On my left is teacher Zhang Li." Clap, clap, clap. The host said, "Our slogan is let wisdom soar, let truth last forever." The 5th season of Super Brain is starting. Taking advantage of this warm atmosphere, I'd like to invite a heavyweight guest. He's the most popular composer among male and female singers in recent years. He's the most worshipped prophet among shareholders. At the same time, he's rising rapidly in the film and television industry. He's both talented and good-looking. He's the role model of the post-90s generation, the #1 on the Forbes youth list in China. The audience burst into loud shouts. "Qinze." The audience reacted. The most popular composer, the stock market prophet, both talented and good-looking, the #1 on the Forbes youth list in China. Wasn't he talking about Qinze? The host spread his hands. "Since you've all said it, let's invite him out directly." "That's right, it's Qinze. Let's invite him out." The stage lights changed. Qinze walked up from backstage. In an instant there were screams. The audience was boiling, especially the female audience. They used their hands as loudspeakers and screamed desperately. Standing on the stage, facing the cheers, Qinze's psychological shadow of being punished by his sister to kneel on the washboard dissipated a lot. He regained some confidence. "Hey, Ice King is the right way to start my life. I'm very happy to be on this stage. I'm very happy to be able to get close to and communicate with the genius contestants." Qinze held the microphone. "I'm also very happy to meet everyone." Applause. "Miss Qin, you must be joking. In terms of IQ, I'm afraid no one here can compare to you," Zhang Li joked. Another guest, Ning Yuqing, said, "I don't know about the contestants, but among the 3 of us, Miss Qin is definitely the #1. This is the first episode of the 5th season. The program team invited the geniuses from all over the country to gather here. In the following season they will compete to determine the strongest super brain. Let's watch a short video." The host turned around and motioned everyone to look at the big screen behind him. The short video was about 15 minutes long. It briefly introduced 100 outstanding contestants. The youngest was in primary school, the oldest was in college, and the oldest was not more than 25 years old. Each of them had achieved something that their peers could only dream of in a certain field. Some had won the National Mathematical Olympiad Championship, some were from famous foreign universities, and some were the youngest master's students from famous universities. Every time a person was introduced, there would be exclamations from the audience. In the past, I didn't have much feelings about the so-called geniuses. Now that I've seen so many elite geniuses at such a young age, the IQ gap between people is too big, Zhang said with emotion. When I was their age I was still being beaten by my teacher. But Miss Qin should have a feeling of empathy, Ning Yuqing said. Empathy? Qin Zhe was stunned. You're also a genius. You're the IQ of the entertainment industry. No. When I was their age I was beaten by my father every day, Qin Zhe said modestly. I was very mediocre in school. This group of guys was too amazing. Famous universities were the foundation. Only with scholarships from famous universities and outstanding people were qualified to be invited by the program team. When Qin Zhe was admitted to the University of Finance and Economics, he had to work hard and use all his strength. He could not wait to jump into his mother's arms and drink a few mouthfuls of milk so that he could use all his strength. In the end, he was still the last in the University of Finance and Economics. He had to rely on his grandfather's connections to be admitted first. You're being modest. Ning Yuqing seemed to admire Qin Zhe and smiled. If you were 5 years younger, you would definitely beat all of these contestants. Am I very old now? Qin Zhe asked. There was laughter. Indeed. When I was in college, I almost didn't get admitted to the University of Finance and Economics. My father opened the back door for me so that I was qualified to enter the University of Finance and Economics, Qin Zhe confessed. The audience was in a heated discussion. Qin Zhe is joking, right? No, I remember there was a post about him before. Before he graduated from college he was indeed very mediocre. Of course, although Qin Zhe is amazing, he became famous in the entertainment industry because of his talent and singing. He is not the same type as these contestants. The contestants are all intelligent. They are all straight-A students. You guys are praising Qin Zhe too much. These are the top straight-A students in the country. Qin Zhe definitely can't beat them. As for the University of Finance and Economics professor opening the back door, no one cared. With Qin Zhe's current status, he was qualified to be a lecturer at Peking University and Tsinghua University. He was famous for being the god of stocks and fast shooter. In the past, he had relied on his father to open the back door for him to enter the University of Finance and Economics. A few years later, he might become a popular topic of discussion among the teachers and students of the University of Finance and Economics, just like how Edison was a retard when he was young. All the contestants were gathered in the hall next door. This was the second recording site. Through 3 main cameras and 5 or 6 cameraman shoulder cameras, the video was transmitted to the first recording site. Qin Zhe was taken to the second recording site with the host. I'm very happy to see everyone in high spirits. Later you will need to rank through a small game. This process will definitely not be boring because the program team invited Qin Zhe to rank with you, the host said loudly. Below the stage, a cluster of eyes fell on Qin Zhe's face. Just now, the host told me backstage not to go easy and to show my true strength. Qin Zhe glanced at the crowd. Do you have the confidence to beat me? The contestants with outstanding IQ laughed one after another. The audience in the first recording site also laughed when they saw the situation on the big screen. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how Qin Zhe, who had always been known as super talented and smart, would rank in this group of geniuses. Chapter 620. After Qin Zhe finished speaking, he realized that the geniuses were either smiling, silent, or mocking him. The older ones were still all right and laughed off his words. However, those between the ages of 15 and 18 had their hands in their pockets and their faces were cold. They looked more like Chinibyu. They were all arrogant, especially when the host introduced their experiences. Their arrogant look made them look like they were mentally retarded. However, they did have the qualifications. Wasn't it natural for the top students to look down on the bottom students? The bottom students only deserved to tremble under the rule of the top students. Looking at the top students talking and laughing with the girls in the class, they fantasized about when they could show off like the top students. As a senior bottom student, Qin Zhe understood this feeling best. You tried your best to memorize words and practice questions, but the other party only needed to complete the tasks assigned by the teacher and beat you in minutes. They could get into Fudan University like it was a game. Iconic character, crying monster. Haha, Qin Zhe is so funny. I didn't expect him to be so humorous. I wonder what he is like in real life. I'm looking forward to the ranking game starting soon. What's Qin Zhe's ranking? It'll be amazing if he can be in the top 50. Stop fooling around. Top 50? Thank God if he can be in the top 80. These guys, look at the introduction just now. They are all top students. Compared to the contestants who were more reserved in front of the camera, the audience at the first recording was very relaxed and whispered to each other. The so-called ranking round was also an elimination round. There were 4 rounds in total, and each round would eliminate some of the top students. The first place of each round could directly advance to the finals of the Super Brain. We have prepared seats for everyone. Everyone received a number card when they came in. The number card on the table corresponds to the number card on your chest. Now please take your seat. The ranking round will begin soon. With the host's announcement, the contestants took their seats. There was a tablet on each contestant's table. The ranking game was a puzzle. The 2 guests were also actively livening up the atmosphere. Ning Yuqing smiled and said, "Why don't we guess what Qinzhe's ranking is?" Luli said seriously, "This is not easy. There are 100 people. Why don't we guess the range?" Ning Yuqing said, "What do you think?" Luli said, "I guess he's between 60 and 70. Ning Yuqing shook his head. "I'm guessing he's between 40 and 50. "Where did you get your confidence from?" Luli asked. Ning Yuqing, "First of all, he's a science student. His logical ability is definitely not bad. Second, don't underestimate him. He's the god of stocks who earns hundreds of millions a month. If his brain isn't good enough, he wouldn't be able to do it." Luli disagreed. "This is different. Puzzles test one's brain power. We should be at our peak in middle school and high school. After university, we won't be able to perform well. Let's wait and see." All right. At this time on the big screen, all the contestants had taken their seats, and a messy puzzle appeared on the tablet, 6 by 6, a total of 36 pieces. According to the program team, the reason why they chose puzzles was because the difficulty of each puzzle was very balanced. It tested the overall ability of the contestants. This way they could prevent certain contestants from being at a disadvantage because they were biased. Competition rules. The first 80 contestants to complete the puzzle will enter the next round. The last 20 contestants will be eliminated. Ning Yuqing said, "Puzzles are a test of the player's overall ability. It requires a high degree of coordination between the eyes, the brain, and the hands. I'm more familiar with puzzles." Luli, how long will it take for them to pass? The program team doesn't seem to have set a time limit. Ning Yuqing said, "For a puzzle enthusiast like me, it's a good result if I can finish it within 5 minutes. For us contestants, I personally think we should finish it within 3 minutes. As for normal people, they would probably need to borrow another 500 years from the heavens." Luli immediately said, "Qinzhe Songha. I'm one of those normal people who needs to borrow for 500 years. There was a small camera on each contestant's table. Qinzhe didn't have one, but he had a professional cameraman filming. All the contestants sat in their seats and he sat next to the host. Qinzhe's gaze swept across the contestants who were waiting for him, and he said in his heart, "System. Ding." Crazy Poser Demon 115 completed the puzzle in the fastest speed possible and obtained first place. 30 points will be awarded for success, and the corresponding points will be deducted for failure. The system's voice sounded. Facing the camera and facing the 100 top students below, Qinzhe, who was a bad student, naturally had the desire to show off in front of the masses. The comeback of a bad student. A reversal of fortune. This was much more interesting than filming a movie or holding a concert. The biggest wish of a bad student was to beat up the top students and let them have a taste of fear. "Hey wait, why is Crazy Poser Demon not showing off in front of the masses?" Qinzhe complained. "You have completed the series of missions of showing off in front of the masses. When you were still a salted fish, your poser was not poser but showing off in front of the masses. When you become a famous big shot, if you still want to show off in front of the masses, then you are really poser, so this series of missions is called Crazy Poser Demon. There's nothing wrong with it, right?" The system responded. Qinzhe covered his face. "There's nothing wrong with it, but I think you can give it a more elegant name, for example, Crazy Poser Demon." The host saw him covering his face with a helpless expression, and he held back his laughter. "Miss Qin, do you find it a little difficult?" Qinzhe smiled and nodded. "It is a little difficult, I'm a little nervous." The host teased, "You don't need to be nervous, the ones who should be nervous are the contestants below." In his opinion, it was true that he found it difficult, but it was impossible for him to be nervous. With Qinzhe's status, he was destined to have a broad vision. He could not be nervous because of something like this, but he could use it as an excuse to pave the way for his poor results. Qinzhe said, "I need some help." He did not play with puzzles. This was not only a test of comprehensive ability, but also a test of hand familiarity. The system said, "You can spend 3 points to hire me to help you calculate the simplest and fastest puzzle process." Qinzhe was surprised. "That's practical?" The system said proudly, You forgot my real name again. It's just a puzzle, it's just a thought. Qinzhe said, I'll take the points. A countdown appeared on the screen. When the number turned to 0, hundreds of contestants lowered their heads in unison, and the sound of the puzzle pieces moving became one. At this time, the host was no longer paying attention to Qinzhe. He stood in front of the stage and looked at the contestants who were working on the puzzles seriously. The hundreds of audience members in the audience seats saw the scene through the big screen, and they were undoubtedly shocked. The top students lowered their heads, their hands moving quickly on the tablet. The clicking sounds were endless. When ordinary people played with puzzles, the correct process was think, move, think again, move again. However, the top students were not like that. Their hands moved quickly. That not only represented their hand speed, but also their amazing calculation ability. When ordinary people saw this scene, they naturally understood the difference between them and the top students. They're very nervous, some of them are sweating. Ning Yuqing said. Every second counts, a second late could mean a difference of a few ranks. Lu Li said, hey, why isn't Qinzhe seen? The camera on the big screen obviously could not be aimed at Qinzhe. The contestants were the main characters, so the audience could not see Qinzhe's situation. His scenes would be edited into the show later. Ning Yuqing explained, then changed the topic. These contestants are very good. Some of them finished 1/3 of the puzzle in 30 seconds. Lu Li's expression was exaggerated. What's wrong with their brains? At this moment, through the screen, the audience noticed that the contestants in the front row, more than 20 people, all raised their heads and looked at the stage in shock. It seemed that something had successfully attracted their attention, making them put down the puzzles in their hands. This phenomenon spread quickly, and the clicking sound suddenly disappeared. The contestants in the back row who were immersed in the puzzles looked up blankly. Facing this situation, the host was a little confused. He slowly turned his head and looked at Qinzhe behind him with a dazed expression. The situation did not last long, and the director of the show directly called for a stop. The contestants' stagnation directly disrupted the rhythm of the competition, and they definitely could not continue. This kind of race against time, if it continued, it would be unfair to most of the contestants. The director's face was full of anger. An accident happened out of nowhere. He first announced a pause with a hand gesture, and the host immediately said, the competition is paused, the competition is paused. The contestants stopped, looked around blankly and talked. The director walked over from behind, his face full of anger. He looked at Qinzhe and endured it. He could not afford to offend him, so he angrily asked the host, what's going on? What's going on? Why did it suddenly stop? The audience's faces were full of confusion, and they discussed fervently, eager to know what had happened. Recording accident? Chapter 621. The host looked at Qinzhe blankly, then looked at the director with an awkward expression. He said he completed it. Just now, Qinzhe said loudly that he had completed it and pressed the confirm button. At this time, the ranking on the big screen was Qinzhe. The contestants in the front row heard it and were in disbelief, so they looked up at the big screen and were stunned. About half a minute, or to be precise, 28 seconds, when the contestants had only completed 1/3 of the puzzle, someone ended it early. Impossible. The director did not believe it and strode to Qinzhe's table. The puzzle was indeed completed, but the director did not believe that Qinzhe completed it with his own ability. He frowned, turned to the host and whispered, is it a ready-made puzzle? The host's mouth twitched. It's really done. The director pushed the stunned cameraman away and checked the video. After a moment, his expression was the same as the cameraman's. He and the host looked at each other silently and swallowed. Qinzhe smiled and said, the puzzle is quite simple and I'm in good condition. I just accidentally put it together. The host said to do your best. Director, explain to the contestants and then re-record. The host smiled bitterly. Just do your best. This was what he said to Qinzhe backstage. At that time, he felt that whether Qinzhe did his best or not, his existence was just to make the game more interesting. But not only did he take first place, he also crushed the IQ of the top students. Now the whole segment was ruined. He had to explain to the contestants. The scene was a little chaotic. The contestants were confused, angry, and dissatisfied. Some were dissatisfied with Qinzhe's interruption, and some were suspicious of Qinzhe's deal with the program team. Since he was a guest, cheating was a joke and did not have to be taken seriously. But to shout it out and disrupt the rhythm of the competition, it was easy to anger the crowd. Top students were proud. There were fans of Qinzhe in the audience, but there were no brainless fans. The director recovered from the shock and could not help but look at Qinzhe. He knew in his heart that he did it on purpose. This was a recording, not a live broadcast, so it was fine to cut off the interruption and start over. This was Qin Zhe's discretion. Sure. Our production team will lick his ass. The director exchanged a few words with the host before returning to his seat. The host said, "Just now something surprising happened. Our guest teacher was the first to complete the puzzle." Of course he couldn't say that it was an accident. Instead he said that it was a surprising thing. An uproar broke out. The audience's voices were louder and more chaotic, and their reactions were even more intense. "You mean Qin Zhe is done? How is that possible? How long has it been? Is he stronger than these geniuses? I don't believe it. It must be fake." Lu Li widened her eyes and asked Ning Yuqing, who was sitting beside her. "Qin Zhe completed the puzzle? 30 seconds? Ning Yuqing, the production crew must be joking. 30 seconds. Let's not talk about the calculation. Just based on hand speed it would be very difficult to do." On the screen the host said, "To ensure the fairness of the competition, let's watch the video." The screen switched and a tablet appeared on the screen. It was a complicated 6x6 puzzle. Its image was disrupted. A lion could be vaguely seen standing proudly on the grassland. There were trees, grass, animals, and a blue sky. There were many sceneries, which meant that the difficulty of the puzzle was not low. The next moment, a pair of hands appeared. They danced on the screen at an extremely fast speed. The hand speed of the contestants was nothing in front of him. They were completely inferior by several levels. His 10 fingers danced in the air, so fast that only after images could be seen. The originally messy and disorderly images were rapidly returning to their original state. Every second they were changing and returning to their original state. During this period there were no mistakes and no lag. It was as if it was a machine that had already been programmed. The whole process only took a short 28 seconds. Silence. The audience felt that their intelligence had been insulted. They stared at the screen with their mouths wide open. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. They couldn't believe what had happened in 28 seconds. The video ended. The proud geniuses were silent. Until the host's voice, "This is the process of Miss Qin's puzzle." He didn't fast forward. He only used a short 28 seconds. The first recording of the show was suddenly in an uproar. "Oh my god, this is impossible. F***ck, the most shocking puzzle I've ever seen in my life. It was so fast that my fingers couldn't see it clearly. It's too amazing, but I still can't believe it. How did he do it? A fast shooter is really fast at everything. It's all after the 90s. I finally know the gap between him and me. Haha, look at those contestants. Who is the main character and who is the supporting character? It's so embarrassing. I've said it before. No matter how good the contestants are, they're just straight A students. Look at Qin Zhe's achievements. It's obvious who's better and who's worse. Come on, you just said that Qin Zhe can't beat this group of straight A students." Lu Li said, "If it weren't for the stopwatch on the side, I would have suspected that the program crew was fast-forwarding." Ning Yuqing was full of admiration. "This video, it's no problem to get a Guinness Book of Records." Lu Li did not believe it. "Really?" Ning Yuqing said, "Of course it's true. 28 seconds. Most of the time was spent moving the puzzle. In other words, the time he used to think didn't exceed 5 seconds. To be more precise, when he saw the puzzle, he had already calculated the entire puzzle process in his mind. His brain power is too abnormal." Ning Yuqing gestured with his hands and feet. He was very excited. The show paused. After the video ended, it did not start immediately. The host and director had a short discussion. "Should we cut this part?" the host asked. What he meant was that it was definitely better to cut it. Qin Zhe was too outstanding, even more outstanding than Mao Zedong. Although they were shocked and full of admiration, the main characters of the show were these contestants. Qin Zhe's existence was like a sun hanging above the contestants' heads. And the contestants did not have the ability to fly into the sky and stand side by side with the sun. Everyone was overshadowed. This was nothing. They had invited the science champion of XX province, the youngest master's degree from XX overseas university, and a super genius who had won countless awards. In the end, they were all defeated by Qin Zhe. This would make the audience doubt the standard of their show, and suspect that they had invited a bunch of fake contestants to make up the numbers. To be safe, it was better to cut it. The director did not think so. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "If we don't cut it, it will indeed affect the contestants' aura." The host nodded. The director said again, "But we invited Qin Zhe because of his fame and appeal. If the title of this episode is 100 Genius Contestants Can't Defeat Qin Zhe, wouldn't it be very exciting?" Wouldn't the audience immediately click on it? This is the first episode. What we need is popularity. Qin Zhe is now one of the most popular public figures. With this title, the popularity will be enough. The host said, the problem with the contestant's image. The director said, later on you have to focus on praising Qin Zhe. His achievements and resume have always been full of fantasy. It's not something that these contestants with good results and good brains can compare to. If you praise him, the gap between the two of them will immediately be highlighted. The audience will only think that Qin Zhe is too amazing and will not question the contestants. Whether it was a variety show or a movie, the director was the most important, especially in a department like a television station. The host returned to the stage and the show started recording again. The puzzle pieces were randomly messed up, and the positions were different from the previous time. This way, the contestants would not be familiar with the way. The results of the competition were quickly released. In this round, the fastest contestant took 1 minute and 15 seconds, the slowest took 2 minutes and 34 seconds, and the remaining 20 contestants were directly eliminated. The host said, after the unexpected situation in the previous round, our contestants have finally completed the ranking for this round. The first place contestant will directly advance to the top 30. His time was 1 minute and 15 seconds, and he achieved a very good result. However, the gap between him and Miss Qin is quite big, so don't be surprised. I remember when Miss Qin was trading stocks, she went from nothing to 100 million in just a month. Besides, he has all kinds of halos and each of them is far beyond the reach of others. The results he achieved before are also reasonable. The genius contestants secretly frowned. Listening to the host's flattery of Qin Zhe, they felt that they were being looked down upon. Although Qin Zhe was indeed very good, the arrogant genius contestants did not admit that they had lost to him. Puzzles were just a small game and it did not represent the level of intelligence. They all had their own strong areas. 28 seconds. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. The host stopped and asked the first place contestant, Qin Haonan, you are first place. You feel the same, right? Qin Haonan replied, I don't shudder. The host suddenly felt a little awkward. Seeing this, Qin Zhe laughed and said, a man with ambition who can stand up without fear is a good man. The awkward atmosphere was easily resolved. Chapter 6:22. The next segment tested the contestants' spatial imagination. This time Qin Zhe did not go down. The host would not let him go down either. The show of power had to be done appropriately. If it was done too frequently, it would become a show of power. He outshone everyone. The other contestants' radiance was overshadowed by him. What was there to record? It had to be said that the genius contestants were indeed smart. Faced with difficult questions, they handled them with ease. Some people had water in their brains, some had *T in their brains, and some had wisdom in their brains. After recording the show, the host struck up a conversation with Qin Zhe backstage and asked him if he had time for the next episode. Qin Zhe thought about it. True Pornography had taken more than 2 months to film. It would take another month to finish filming. The new movie would be released in 4 months, so there was no need to worry for the time being. There was nothing for him to worry about in the company. But for Dongfeng there might be more work to do in the near future. I might not have time for the next episode, but I should be free at the end of the month, Qin Zhe said. All right, we'll contact you then, the host said disappointedly. It was impossible to invite a celebrity like Qin Zhe to be a permanent guest. He was earning large sums of money every minute. They had previously agreed to do only 1 episode. The director saw that the results of this episode were good, so he asked the host to sound him out. If there was a chance, he would come out to discuss it. If there was no chance, then forget it. He could only wait until the end of the month to invite Qin Zhe again. Then let's go out. The fans have been waiting for a long time. The host gestured for them to leave. The two of them walked out side by side. In order to give back to the audience, the program team specially invited Qin Zhe to interact with the audience. Specifically, they would sit down to chat and answer some questions from the fans. Then, when the audience left, they could queue up at the entrance to get a signed photo of Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe had been signing autographs backstage just now. He had never practiced the signature of a celebrity. Back then it was popular for celebrities to sign autographs. They even got people to design them. The name of the autograph looked like scribbles. If you didn't look at the photo, you wouldn't know who it was. Now that it wasn't popular anymore, if he still signed autographs like that, it would only attract criticism from the fans. At the recording studio, a portion of the audience had left, but most of them chose to stay behind. The cameras were not turned on. They had agreed that this was a private exchange, so they could not record it. The moment Qin Zhe came out, the scene entered a small climax with endless cheers and screams. Many girls in the back row even stood up excitedly and waved their hands vigorously. Then they were forcefully pulled down by their companions or boyfriends. "Why are you calling me your husband?" "I'm your husband." "That's the nation's husband. It's a title that belongs to everyone. You belong to me." "That's more like it." "That's right. He will always be someone else's child and someone else's husband." "Hey, what do you mean?" Words that were similar to a couple's bickering were quickly drowned out by waves of cheers. The production team asked me to have a casual chat with everyone. "I know that everyone has a lot of questions." Qin Zhe thought for a while. "Then raise your hands. I'll just pick anything." Whoosh. Countless hands were raised. Qin Zhe picked a pretty girl from the first row. "Qin Zhe, did you practice with the jigsaw puzzle just now, or did you really rely on your own ability?" the girl asked. Qin Zhe said, "I don't really play jigsaw puzzles. I've never practiced before." There was an uproar. There were still people who expressed their doubts. The girl said, "I like you very much. At the same time, I'm also a jigsaw puzzle enthusiast. I play it often. It feels a little unbelievable." Qin Zhe thought for a while. "That's easy. I'll play it again on the spot. Let's change the puzzle." The audience was stunned at first, then they became excited. The production team staff immediately brought up a tablet. The cameraman carried a camera over and a tablet puzzle appeared on the big screen. It was a brand new puzzle. Qin Zhe said, "Host, please count to 3. The host smiled. 3, 2, 1. Everyone stared at the big screen. The godlike operation appeared again. Both hands moved, fingers sliding across the screen. Only after images could be seen. The puzzle pieces changed rapidly, returning to their original state at a steady and fast pace. Some people raised their phones to take pictures. Others saw this and quickly took out their phones to take pictures. It was a 6x6 puzzle. This time it was even faster. Qin Zhe only took 23 seconds. He shook his numb fingers and passed the tablet to the host, who then passed it back to the staff. Clap, 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 clap. Intense applause resounded throughout the venue. If the first performance could have been fake, then this time, it definitely couldn't be fake. Because Qin Zhe could have chosen not to perform. Moreover, was it realistic for a superstar to practice 2 puzzles just to show off? The girl who asked the question was holding the microphone with one hand and covering her mouth with the other. She was excited, shocked, and excited. The second person who asked the question was a big sister. Her question was more in-depth, neither gossipy nor entertaining. She said, "Qin Zhe, my son is about the same age as you. He will be graduating from university next year. His school is also very ordinary. I would like to ask, what is your secret to success? Everyone knows that you started from scratch." This question was not easy to answer. Work hard, study hard, and failure is the mother of success. Believe firmly that you can succeed. If he answered like this, it would seem that he would be despised. After all, chicken soup was not popular these days. Following the big sister's words, the audience became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The young boys and girls were obsessed with Qin Zhe's idol halo, but the young people who had entered society were actually more curious about the history of Qin Zhe's success. It could almost be written into a long serial novel, but it had to be written by a well-known literary tycoon, the newspaper seller who was recognized as a first-class writer. Therefore, Qin Zhe should have a lot of secrets and experience. Qin Zhe pondered, thinking about how to answer. Answer truthfully. In this era where transmigration is common, I didn't transmigrate nor was I reborn. But I got a lousy system. The system said that my luck was too low, so I couldn't transmigrate to the ancient times or transmigrate to another world. Even so, I still relied on the system to become the CEO, married Baojie, and walk to the peak of life. Therefore, in this society where class rigidity is becoming more and more serious, if you want to be outstanding and squeeze into the upper class of society, you have to use cheats. Of course not. That would make me a schizophrenic. Qin Zhe said, "Many successful people have been asked this question, so what is the secret? Let me talk about my own experience first. When I was in school, my results were indeed very average. At that time, I did not focus on my studies at all. I only thought about playing all day long. Then there was the saying that studying was useless. I thought that I should play while I can. At worst, I can work harder in the future and become a rich boss. I can then mock those straight-A students. Even if my parents and teachers warned me every day that if I did not study, I would regret it in the future and have no way out in the future. I did not take it seriously at all. Similar situations should be encountered by everyone, right?" Many people nodded, feeling the same way. Actually, those who want to study will naturally study. Those who do not want to study, even if you use a knife to force them, it is useless. Not to mention the useless nonsense. Those who know that studying is useful have all suffered after entering society. Therefore they tell their children to study hard. But think about it. Back then, didn't you think so too? Some hardships need to be experienced before you know it. Regret can never be predicted in advance. When we were students, we did not enter society. We did not know that daily necessities were expensive. We did not know that it was not easy to support a family. Therefore, no matter how much experience we have, we will not be able to understand. I only understood this after I graduated from university. Therefore, I worked hard to catch up. You all know that I only used a month to earn 100 million. But you do not know that for 2 whole months I did not sleep more than 5 hours a day. I did not go out for 2 whole months. This is something you do not know. What is the secret? This is the secret. In your respective professions, take out your passion and work hard like me. I dare not say that you will definitely earn 100 million, but I can guarantee that you will definitely earn a lot. Some people pondered, some agreed, and some exclaimed. Big Sis was indignant. She asked, "Then what exactly should I do?" Qinze said with a smile, "Try to deduct his pocket money. Chase him out to work during the winter and summer vacations. When he knows that it is not easy to earn money and that he is actually very weak, he will naturally want to improve." Big Sis nodded. "Thank you." Then she sat down thoughtfully. The next person was a young man wearing glasses. Qinze had been paying attention to him for a while because he had never put his hand down. "Qinze, I actually don't like you very much because my girlfriend likes you too much. She talks about you all the time. She has never been so obsessed with little fresh meats in the past. I am very dissatisfied with the current trend of little fresh meats in the entertainment industry. What do you think?" The man wearing glasses asked a rather sharp question. Qinze asked back, "Then do you think I'm a little fresh meat?" The man wearing glasses said, "Yes." Qinze laughed. "What? Do you think I'm famous because of my looks?" The man wearing glasses was taken aback and was speechless. Qinze shrugged. Laughter rang out. Qinze continued, "Is your girlfriend here?" "Yes." The host said, "Who is it? Is it the one beside you?" Pass the microphone to her. Beside the man wearing glasses, a slightly plump girl stood up and waved vigorously at Qinze. Qinze said, "Are you a fan of mine?" The girl nodded vigorously. "Hardcore." Qinze said, "Then do you want to come up and give me a hug and take a picture?" The girl was excited. "Can I?" So she ignored her boyfriend's twitching face and excitedly went up to Qinze to hug him. After the girl went back, Qinze raised the microphone and said seriously, "Look, all I can give you is a hug. But what your boyfriend can give you is care, love, and love. He can give you the time you spent with him. As for you, don't worry too much about these things. As a man, you have to be more tolerant. It's normal to chase after celebrities. There are so many beautiful female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Don't tell me you don't like one in particular?" The man wearing glasses stopped talking. "It doesn't make sense that you're the only one chasing after celebrities, but your girlfriend can't, right? She also knows that you're her boyfriend, so she's already very happy that she can hug me and take a picture with me. As long as couples understand each other, many conflicts can be easily resolved." Qinze poured chicken soup for the couple and even received a round of applause. Chapter 623. On the 3rd day after returning from Suzhou, Qinze buried himself in helping his sister write songs. At the end of October she will hold a concert in Shanghai, Beijing, Hangzhou, and Guangzhou. Xiangjiang and Wanwan have not been decided for the time being. She said that it depends on her mood. If she feels that she can still fight for her life, she will sing. If she feels tired, she will talk about it next year. Recently, his sister has fallen madly in love with lip-biting makeup. My God, her face is already attractive enough, but she even put on this kind of seductive makeup. Qinze wants to eat the rouge on his sister's mouth, but he is afraid of dying of chemical poisoning. The night before yesterday, his sister asked if she looked good and Qinze said yes. Wang Zijin was not convinced. At night in the room, she imitated Qin Baobao and also put on lip-biting makeup. Then she asked expectantly, "Is your sister prettier or am I prettier?" The witty Qinze replied, "My wife is the prettiest. In fact, lip-biting makeup is the most seductive makeup. The coquettish and iceberg type are the best. The former is the icing on the cake, and the latter is the contrast. Only Wang Zijin, a dignified beauty with an oval face, is not suitable." Wang Zijin was very satisfied and said shyly, "Do you want to eat it?" Qinze said in his heart, "It's all chemicals. It's not as good as my sister's juice, which is pure natural and pollution-free." After lunch he heard the phone ring. The caller ID was Suyu. Qinzhe answered the phone. The sister next to him immediately pricked up her ears. Her clear eyes didn't blink as she concentrated on listening. Although the sisters did not pursue the matter of that day, she and Wang Zijin both secretly sounded an alarm in their hearts. Life is not only about the present but also about the distant. In the same way, the enemy is not only the monster in front of him, but also Teddy Sue in the distance. He has to be on guard. Hello, what's the matter? Qinzhe was serious. There is a project in the company that needs you to come over and review. I can't handle it. Suyu was serious. Oh, then wait a moment. I'll go over now. Okay. After hanging up, Qinzhe said, should I make a trip to Tianfang? Qin Bao curled her lips and lazily stuck out her chest like a plump mermaid. She said grumpily, go. If I keep you here, some people will say that I don't know what's important. Qinzhe put his phone in his pocket and nodded. When she reached the door, her sister suddenly said, come back on time after work, understand? Qinzhe nodded vigorously. I know. After the person left, Qin Bao crossed his legs, pinched his orchid fingers and held the teacup. He hummed, if you dare to cook for Suyu again, I will cut it off. He drove to Baoza Investment and pushed open the door of the office. He saw Suyu sitting behind the desk, turning the pen in her hand in boredom. Her fingers were slender. Unfortunately, her fingers were not flexible. She turned a few times, dropped the pen, picked it up, turned it again and dropped it again. With the same slender fingers, her sister was n times more flexible than her. Because of this, her sister's game operation beat Suyu. What project? Let me see it in person. Qinzhe took off his coat and threw it on the sofa. Suyu raised a bright smile and hooked her fingers. Qinzhe approached, she got up, pressed Qinzhe on the chair, sat sideways on his lap, put her arms around his neck and said sweetly, billions of projects. She was not enchanting or seductive, but the words she said were meaningful, which should not be said by a beauty with temperament like her. Qinzhe froze for a moment, saying in his heart, is she infected by me? That's right, Suyu's style of saying a few words from time to time was obviously influenced by him. He remembered that someone said that if two people get along for a long time, their personalities, temperaments, and speaking styles will become more and more similar, which is the legendary husband and wife look alike. Qinzhe, although I like to talk nonsense, I don't want my wife to talk nonsense all day long. Qinzhe secretly decided to change this bad habit. That's a lie. Qinzhe pinched her white and soft cheeks and pulled hard. Pain. Suyu's face was deformed in his hands and she begged for mercy. There's something serious, let's go to the spa in the afternoon? Alright, let's get down to business. Qinzhe exerted more force. Sister Man wants to discuss with you again. We're going to have tea in the afternoon. I said I'm looking for you and we can talk about things by the way. Suyu said, what's the matter with Sister Man? Qinzhe frowned. She'll talk to you herself. You'll know when you get there. Suyu rubbed her cheek and the left side of her white face was red. Suyu drove Qinzhe to a women's beauty and health spa that he had never stepped into in his life. The location was in Lujiazui. 2 whole floors could be rented in the well-known Guorong building, and several 7-digit luxury cars could be seen in the parking garage from time to time. One could imagine how high-end this place was. The main customers of the club were women, but it didn't mean that there were no men, just fewer. Some came to accompany their wives and girlfriends, and some came because they liked to take care of themselves, such as men who loved to split peaches. Stepping into the luxuriously decorated lobby, marble walls, red carpet, and soft and comfortable lighting, probably the decoration style of this kind of leisure club was very similar. Qinzhe was a little uncomfortable. This atmosphere makes me a little disgusted. The decoration style of the high-end Big Sword Club was like this. Suyu said blankly, what's wrong? Qinzhe certainly couldn't say. It was very similar to the Big Sword Club he had been to before. In fact, Qinzhe had been to several of the most high-end Big Sword Clubs in Shanghai, and more than once, it was the enthusiastic Huang Yizong who asked him to go. Qinzhe was helpless and disgusted, but in order to maintain friendship, he went again and again. However, those clubs were very formal, and no one dared to commit crimes against the wind. As for whether it was formal or not, Qinzhe didn't know. At least he knew that those beautiful girls could be asked out. The girls were high school students, college students, female teachers, urban white-collar workers, single mothers, and blondes. You can ask them out to talk about work, about exercises, about parenting, and they can also learn English. The service was perfect, one step to the stomach. Do you come here often? We used to come every weekend to relieve stress. Suyu took his arm and walked to the front desk, sighing, "If you don't take care of yourself, you will age quickly." Qinzhe held the wide sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and said in his heart, "If other women heard you, you would be beaten." In terms of health, Suyu did do better than the two sisters at home. Maybe she was taught by Nan Man Pei. Her sister used to be poor and short-sighted, so she could only buy masks online and apply them at home. After becoming famous, her face was not easy to expose, and she would not come to such clubs. However, youth is capital. A regular work and rest and consistent exercise are the best health. Suyu took out her VIP card from her wallet and threw it to the front desk in exchange for 2 keys, and then took Qinzhe into the elevator. Her VIP card was black, with the word Supreme written in golden font in the upper left corner. There was a billboard at the front desk, Supreme VIP. This card alone seems to cost 200,000 yuan a year. Taking the elevator upstairs, Suyu opened the door of room 29. The private room was about 200 square meters in area. There was a pool by the floor-to-ceiling window. At the glass round table beside the pool, Nan Man Pei sat on the soft sand, facing the drizzle of Shanghai. On the table, steam was rising. "Sister Man, we are here." Suyu hung her bag on the hanger by the door, took off her high-heeled shoes and put on cotton slippers. "Would you like some tea?" Nan Man Pei said. "No, let's go upstairs to work out first," Suyu said, opening the third small cabinet in the second row of the left wall cabinet with another smaller key, which contained a set of sportswear and a pair of women's jogging shoes. She sniffed the shoes and frowned. This pair of shoes can only be worn once more, and then they have to be thrown away. In fact, the shoes were still very new. It seemed that they were specially bought for fitness. Then, when she was done, she threw them in her personal cabinet and was too lazy to take them home to wash. But Suyu took off her clothes and pants in front of Qinzhe, put on sportswear and jogging shoes, waved to Nan Man Pei and took Qinzhe out. "Let's exercise for an hour first, then take a foot bath, soak and oil bath." "I have a better idea." Qinzhe pinched her buttocks. "There is a gym upstairs, small in scale, exclusively for clubhouse clients. The ratio of women to men is about 7:3. Qinzhe didn't bring sportswear. Fortunately, as a big boss, he has always dressed casually, 3/4 pants, short sleeves and sneakers. He can also play with iron and jog. The gym mainly uses treadmills, elliptical machines, dynamic bicycles, shoulder thrusters, butterfly machines and other equipment to help women exercise their figure. Among the machines that muscle men love the most, there was only a bench press and a Smith's bench press. And they are all empty and no one uses them. Suyu went for a run and Qinzhe looked around and chose the bench press. He played with this thing when he first went to college. At that time, a gym opened near the school. His roommates either had small bellies or were as thin as sticks. They felt that this was not good. Now the ratio of men to women is unbalanced, and there are too many wolves and too little meat. If they don't improve their own hardware, how can they get beautiful cabbages in the army? Qinzhe could only lift 40 pounds at that time. He couldn't stand it after 10 repetitions. He barely held on for a week. Then someone said that he was tired today and didn't want to go to the gym. Then there was no then. The 700 yuan season card was scrapped after only a week. Because of this, he was severely despised by his sister. When he got the system last year, he said that he would become a handsome man with 8-pack abs. His sister covered her mouth and laughed at him, saying that he could become a man with 6-pack abs and cook for himself for a month. He easily picked up the 10 kilograms barbell tablet with one hand and put 40 kilograms on each end of the bench press. Lying down, holding the bench press with both hands, up and down, up and down, up and down. First, the young woman playing with the elliptical machine on the side slowly stopped and looked at him. Her eyes followed the bench press up and down. Up and down, up and down, she probably counted for him in her heart. Then from curiosity and surprise, to staring eyes and mouth wide open, she looked confused. A few minutes later, more and more people looked over and watched the man from lying down until now. For about 5 minutes, he had been monotonously repeating up and down movements. It was like a perpetual motion machine that never stopped. There were 3 black discs on both sides of the bench press like foam props. Fake, right? Chapter 6:24. Do you want to add 2 more? A gentle voice sounded in Qinzhe's ears. He turned his head slightly and saw a young man with red lips and white teeth standing beside him. He even had a thumb-sized silver earring on his left ear. Qinzhe nodded. Okay, help me add 2 20 kilograms dumbbells. The young man did as he was told and lifted a 10 kilograms dumbbell tablet. No, it's 20 kilograms each, Qinzhe corrected him. Can you do it? The young man was stunned. A man can't say no. Qin Zhe's lips curled up. It was a pity that he was wearing sunglasses. Otherwise, the young man would have seen him winking at him. Qin Zhe didn't know if it was an illusion, but he noticed that the young man's face was red. Maybe it was because of the intense exercise. It was a little strenuous for him to lift the 20 kilograms dumbbell tablet. He only inserted the stick into the hole when his face was red. If you can't take it, listen to me. I'll help you. Before he could finish, Qin Zhe had already started moving up and down, up and down. At this time, the weight on his bench press bar had reached 80 kilograms, which was equivalent to the weight of a greasy uncle. But for him, it was just the cobblestone in his hand turning from 1 to 2. He didn't even feel any pain in his chest, let alone reaching his limit. The system said that times are calling could strengthen his physique and allow him to control his strength better. The effect seemed to be so good that it was a little strange. He had seen a news article before about a mother who lifted the bus a few centimeters to save her son from being crushed under it. According to the report from many years ago, according to the experts, if all the cells in the human body were to exert force in one direction at the same time, they could move 30 tons of weight. Was this the rhythm of a salted fish breaking through the heavens? In the gym, the men and women stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at Qin Zhe. There were plenty of men who could lift 80 kilograms, but someone like Qin Zhe who could do it over and over again for such a long time, was simply terrifying. This scene deeply subverted everyone's common sense. It was a pity that he didn't have a cell phone with him and left it in his personal cabinet. Otherwise, he would definitely take out his cell phone to take a video. The young man with the silver earrings gradually broke free from his shock. His gaze naturally fell on the lower half of Qin Zhe's face that wasn't covered by the sunglasses. His healthy wheat-colored skin wasn't as rough as a man's but delicate. Her lips were thin and bright. The contours of her cheeks were pleasing to the eye. Further down, under his short sleeves, there was a firm chest. Every time the bench press was pushed up, his chest muscles would swell. He was mesmerized. She really wanted to take off the sunglasses on her face to see what he looked like, but she was afraid of offending the beauty. This process lasted for half an hour. Qin Zhe felt his biceps and chest muscles begin to heat up and ache, so he stopped. During this process, not only did the people in the gym have their eyes opened, but even 2 coaches joined the crowd and were dumbfounded. Lifting an 80 kilograms barbell for half an hour, was he even human? No one would believe it even if he told them. What was scary was not strength but endurance. When Qin Zhe finished, the 2 muscular coaches approached him, but Qin Zhe waved his hand and ignored them. Amazing. The young man with red lips and white teeth gave him a thumbs up. As a layman, he only felt that Qin Zhe was too strong. He didn't feel as shocked as the 2 coaches. Not bad. Qin Zhe responded with a smile. Brother, let's add each other on WeChat. Sorry, I don't have my phone. It's okay. Tell me your WeChat ID and I'll add you. Seeing Qin Zhe smile and remain silent, he hurriedly said, Why don't you add me? My WeChat ID is more flirtatious than Yangmi, what else could I say? Qin Zhe said, Okay, I'll add you later. Since you're so strong, take me to the gym, the young man said, his gaze slightly aggressive. Sorry, I'm going for a run. Qin Zhe declined. The young man's eyes followed Qin Zhe's back and saw him walking towards the tall and slim figure on the treadmill, talking with exultation. The woman was very beautiful and had a cold temperament. As soon as she came in, she overshadowed the young women and older sisters who were originally good-looking. Little bitch. He cursed in his heart. Why are you so strong? Su Yu's tone was full of admiration. That's strange. Don't you know whether I'm strong or not? Qin Zhe stood on another treadmill and jogged. Sister Man also played with this thing. She can lift a 100 kilograms weight 50 times. That's amazing. Su Yu said, In the past when we came to the gym to play, although there weren't many men, they often came to talk to us. The coaches were also looking forward to giving us private lessons and said that they would give us a discount. But Sister Man directly went there and lifted it 50 times. After that, everyone knew what was good for them. Qin Zhe recalled the sparring session with Big Sister Man that night. Her body was taut and powerful, like a vigorous female leopard. Sister Man actually liked to show off, although she originally had it. Qin Zhe had realized it a long time ago. Oh, it referred to the love of showing off. It was not long or short, exactly 1 hour. The gym had central air conditioning, but Suyu was still sweating all over. Her beautiful face was sweaty, and her hair was close to her cheeks. This made her temperament a little more delicate. Sure enough, a woman who exercised was the most beautiful. In general gyms, the bathrooms were the same as the toilets, separated into male and female toilets, but here it was different. The bathrooms here were like hotel rooms from number 1 to number 4, independent. Qinzhe and Suyu, of course, took a shower together without any pretense. The bathroom was not big, 20 square meters, with a small compartment with a wardrobe, a bathtub and a shower head. Suyu put warm water in the bathtub, Qinzhe soaked in the bathtub, and she chose to take a shower herself. "Why don't you come?" Qinzhe was at a loss. "I don't want to take a bath," Suyu explained. Qinzhe chuckled. He understood. After all, it was not good to be in the water, it was not hygienic. So he soaked for a few minutes and felt that the soreness in his chest gradually faded away. He stepped out of the bathtub, pushed open the glass door of the shower compartment, and hugged Suyu from behind. "What's the matter with Sister Man? She usually calls me directly when she has something to do," Qinzhe said. "You can talk about it later. It's not appropriate for me to say it," Suyu replied. "So mysterious?" Qinzhe was surprised. "Is it about quality? At Sister Man's age, she really should have a child or something to make up for the shortcomings in her life." "No, Sister Man can't have children." Suyu's body in his arms was stiff. Without saying a word, she grasped Qinzhe's weakness and said angrily, "Oh, you really miss Sister Man?" "No. There is. It's just a quick mouth. Don't take it seriously." "It's true that it's a quick mouth. What you think about in the day, you dream at night. You're a pregnant woman giving birth. Acupoints, are you slandering me?" "Well, it's better that way or I will. I won't give birth to a child for you." The two bickered for a while. Qinzhe helped Suyu wipe her back and then slapped her little butt. "It's your turn to wipe my back." Suyu was very good at it. She hugged Qinzhe from behind and let him enjoy the best quality shower gel in his life. She also made trouble. When Qinzhe turned around and pressed her against the wall, Suyu panicked. "Don't, I'm on my period." "Come on. Really? You still run and take a bath during your period?" "Who said I can't run during my period? I don't have dysmenorrhea. I can take a shower but I can't take a bath. I don't seem to see sanitary pads." "Oh, sanitary pads are not the only choice." "I don't believe it. My sisters have used them for more than 20 years. Two illiterate women have limited your imagination." Qinzhe didn't understand, but he didn't care about it anymore. He said angrily, "You're on your period and you're still making trouble?" Suyu stuck out her tongue. "I'm familiar with it." Qinzhe, "It's not good to let his brother fight a bloody battle, so it's not so tragic. Do you want me to help you? I'll use my hands to achieve your dream." "Forget it." Qinzhe shook his head. "When you're refined, you rely on your hands. When you're rich, you still rely on your hands. What a painful realization. So, save as much as you can. No matter how rich or refined you are, you must know how to save." Putting on sunglasses, Qinzhe and Suyu left the bathroom, and a cleaning lady immediately went in to clean at the exit. He met the little brother with red lips and white teeth again at the exit. He had obviously just finished bathing and changed out of the sportswear. At this time he was wearing a plaid shirt, shiny tights and coquettish small leather shoes. "I'm done." He looked straight at Qinzhe. Qinzhe smiled at him, and his eyes paused for a moment at the coquettish tights. Just as they were about to leave, the three entered the elevator together. Suyu stood in front with Qinzhe, and the little brother with the WeChat ID more coquettish than Yang stood behind them. If it's a normal man, his eyes will naturally stop on Suyu, or look at her slim and graceful back with appreciation or passion. Her slender waist, slender legs and more plump buttocks. But he's not a normal man. He's gay. Suyu's figure can't attract him at all. He even feels that he has such a figure himself. There's nothing to envy. What makes him sexual, interesting is Qinzhe's back. Qinzhe probably doesn't know how attractive his back is to women, and occasionally men. Broad shoulders, tight and narrow waist, perfect inverted triangle. Of course there are also unavoidable buttocks, strong and straight. This thing is particularly attractive to some men, it's poison. The little brother's mouth was dry for a while, and the two buttocks seemed to have a whirlpool, constantly attracting him and calling him. He couldn't control himself. He reached out and wanted to pat it hard like a big man and then praised, "Brother, good figure, teach me," to cover up the fact that he was eating tofu. But the moment his hand touched Qinzhe's buttocks, it involuntarily turned into a caress. Qinzhe was stunned at first, then he bounced a small step forward like an electric shock, turned around and glared at him. Fuck, he's really gay. I know that those who wear tights are either transsexuals or gay. Goosebumps all over his body. The little brother didn't see Qinzhe's angry eyes because he was wearing sunglasses. He was a little excited and his eyes flashed with desire. Little brother, your figure is really good. Suyu looked at him blankly and then looked at her man. Qinze whispered, he touched my buttocks. He's gay. For a man, his wife was touched in broad daylight. This is a matter of life and death. For a woman, it's also a matter of life and death. What's more, the other party is gay. Suyu's 2 eyebrows were erected in an instant, her pretty face was covered with frost, and she raised her hand to slap him. The little brother looked very angry. He wanted to resist, but Qinze pushed him gently, pushed him like a weak chicken, and then looked at Suyu. The meaning in his eyes was, I'm not convenient to do it, you do it, your man was molested, you hit people, you have a reason. Suyu nodded with hatred and added 2 more kicks to his stomach. The little brother covered his stomach, curled up, and his face was white. Just at this time the elevator stopped and the door opened. There were 3 or 4 people standing outside. When they saw the elevator they subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Suyu wanted to burst out with a swear word, I'll fuck your whole family, but there were people standing outside the elevator and the swear words couldn't be said. She thought about it and said, shake. She grabbed Qinze's arm and quickly slipped away. Let's change places. That guy may call the police. On the way to the private room, Suyu said with a frown. If she was beaten she would definitely call the police and then let the person who beat her know how expensive that slap was. It's the practice of ordinary people to keep the peace. Rich people will only kill you. Call the police and say you're gay, molesting a man and being beaten? Qinze rolled his eyes. Men also have human rights, okay? In fact, he was not sure. After all, there was a crime of rape in the law, but there was no crime of tearing the chrysanthemum. It can be seen that this society is unfair to men, and this is the ironclad evidence. But for this kind of thing, people who have a little face will not make a big fuss and let the world know. Suyu said, oh, and suddenly looked at Qinze's buttocks with disgust. Go back to the private room and wash your buttocks. Chapter 625. Sister man, let me tell you, Qinze was molested just now. Molested? It was a man and he touched his butt. Touched his butt? Well, I've been here for so long but I didn't know that there are gay people here. So many men hit on us before but I didn't see it. The man who hit on you is innocent. Since he is gay of course he will ignore you. Suyu and Nan Manpei chattered endlessly. At this moment they were not angry. Instead, they had the enthusiasm of sharing gossip between little girls. Nan Manpei listened silently and glanced at Qinze from time to time. Why are you looking at me? Qinze felt that Sister Man's eyes were strange and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nan Manpei retracted her gaze and secretly thought that men with this figure and appearance were really attractive to gaze. The more developed the area, the more people believe in same-sex true love, heterosexual reproduction. In this respect, people in backward areas are very positive. Poverty limits their imagination for sex. It is said that 9 out of 10 men have a hobby of smelling chrysanthemums, but some people hide it in their hearts and some people show it. The tea is cold, Sister Man, boil another pot. Qinze smacked his lips. The herbal tea was particularly bitter. After drinking a few mouthfuls, his tongue felt uncomfortable, as if there was a thick layer of tongue coating. This was the reason why he and his sister preferred coffee to tea. If you want a drink, you cook it yourself. Nan Manpei glanced at him and said, Suyu, call someone to come over and take a foot bath. When the 3 aunties in work clothes came up, Nan Manpei and Suyu had changed into swimsuits and bathrobes, while Qinze was still dressed in the same way. Fortunately, when Suyu called, she asked the staff to send a pair of men's swimming trunks. Qinze closed the curtain and changed into his swimming trunks. The swimming trunks were tighter, so he had to make do with them. A dragon in shallow waters, a tiger in the plains. During the foot bath, Qinze's eyes were always fixed on the 2 pairs of jade feet of Suyu and Sister Man. They were white and exquisite, and the red soles were very cute. No wonder there were so many extremities control. Small things were always very cute, such as little puppies, little feet, little penis. This was not cute at all. The process of foot bath was not comfortable. The aunties rubbed the acupoints with all their strength, which made Qinze's chrysanthemum clench. However, he did feel much better afterward. The effect of the foot bath was quite good. The aunties washed their hands and prepared to massage the guests. Just leave one person, I don't need him, Suyu suddenly said. The aunties looked at each other in silence, looking disappointed. Massage oil and foot baths were all charged, and they were much more expensive than outside. They could make a lot of money. Just a massage? It's good for the body. The middle-aged woman tried to fight for a few words. No need, no need. Suyu waved his hand. Thus they left in disappointment. Suyu lay on the bed and said happily, Ace, help me push the oil. Big sister man, let me tell you, he's amazing. Last time he made me feel so comfortable, so comfortable. Which aspect are you talking about? Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched. So only Su Yu and Nan Man Pei were left to enjoy. Qin Zhe, like the aunties, became a waiter. Out of professional habit, the aunties liked to chat with the guests, but no matter what she said, Nan Man Pei was too lazy to pay attention to it, and closed his eyes to sleep. Because of his birth, Nan Man Pei's character was not good. He was strong, cold, and a little proud of, everyone here is trash. Not to mention an auntie who pushed the oil. Even if the manager of the club came, Nan Man Pei would not necessarily care about him. The scenes of those big shots with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars chatting amiably with the small fry were all in novels to coax people. After all, there were no reporters and cameras around the rich big shots, and they did not need to play the drama of loving the people as their children. Young man, she's your wife, the aunties said. The aunties did not see Qin Zhe's body because he was still wearing sunglasses. Yes. Qin Zhe nodded. You're so lucky. Your wife is very beautiful. Thank you, aunties. We're tall and handsome. We're really a good match. Only Qin Zhe, who had just become a big shot and was used to pretending to be gentle, could talk to her. What do you do? No, I'm unemployed. Your wife? My wife is capable. The company is supported by her alone. I don't do anything. I just eat, drink, and play. The auntie suddenly realized that he was a gigolo. So she said against her will, young man, you're capable. You're capable. Nan Man Pei frowned as if she thought it was too noisy. She opened her eyes, looked at Su Yu, and found that she had fallen asleep. No wonder she did not speak for a long time. She fell asleep so quickly. Usually, Nan Man Pei was the one taking a nap, and Su Yu was bored playing with her phone. Su Yu's sleep quality had always been poor. She's asleep. Nan Man Pei said. Qin Zhe nodded. Nan Man Pei patted her shoulder. Okay, no need to massage. Huh. Only 10 minutes? The aunties were stunned. No need. Nan Man Pei said. This guest was too cold and difficult to get along with. The aunties nodded and left. Anyway, according to the rules, the charge was the same for 1 minute and 1 hour. She earned an hour's money in 10 minutes, which was more than the two colleagues who left first. After he left, Pei Nan Man glanced at Su Yu. She was sleeping peacefully. So, she tilted her head and looked at him with a pair of eyes that were as bright as the autumn water after hiding her fierceness. Qin Zhe, massage me? I'm very expensive. 500 for an hour, 2,000 for the night, and 500 for the full set. Okay. Nan Man Pei nodded seriously. Qin Zhe saw that Su Yu was sleeping soundly, so he went to Nan Man Pei's bed, poured oil and massaged. Nan Man Pei's skin was delicate and white. She was a 31-year-old young woman, but her skin was well maintained like a young girl's. The curve of her back was beautiful. Not only was it a woman's slender, but it was also a strong curve. This was unique to a well-trained woman, just like the Apollo's belt. Her small waist with the Apollo's belt, TSK, her magic power was boundless. So, a thin woman did not necessarily have a good figure. Women who exercised were the most beautiful. This was what it meant. He glanced at Su Yu from time to time. Although it was just a simple massage, this kind of sneaky scene with his wife's best friend while she was sleeping had a kind of perverse stimulation. Perhaps she felt too comfortable. Nan Man Pei couldn't help but moan out of her nose, but she immediately held it back. Sister man, if you feel good, call it out. Qin Zhe said. Nan Man Pei turned her head and glared at him. Unfortunately, her coquettish and charming appearance was not lethal. How many times? What? Massage her. This is the second time. Nan Man Pei nodded. 20 minutes later, Nan Man Pei said softly, well, Qin Zhe, let's take a bath? A bolt from the blue. Qin Zhe opened his mouth and stared. Sister man, today is she really going to give birth? Sister man, when did you fall in love with me? Nan Man Pei was stunned at first, then turned over and sat up, kicking him hard in the lower abdomen. Her pink face rose with 2 faint blushes. Qin Zhe covered his stomach and laughed dryly, just kidding. Nan Man Pei got out of bed and took off her bathrobe, leaving only a set of black swimsuit, against her white skin blinding Qin Zhe's dog eyes. The two leaned against the edge of the pool and chatted. This time I asked you to come out because I want to ask you for help. What's the matter? Qin Zhe lit a cigarette. Borrow money. Borrow money? He looked at Nan Man Pei in surprise, her slender and graceful body rippling and twisting in the clear water. Her 34D chest was firm. Sister used to complain to him that she was always worried that the secret would be too big, but Nan Man Pei didn't seem to be on the verge of collapsing. This might have something to do with her constant exercise and abstinence. In Taoist and Confucian health, one of the rules was abstinence. Regardless of gender, if one's private life was too dissolute, they would age quickly. I'll take notes and pass on my experience to sister later. No, now is not the time to be unrestrained. Qin Zhe returned to the topic and asked blankly, what do you want to borrow money for? Sister Man's assets were definitely more than his, this was without a doubt. After all, no matter how much money he made, it had only been a year. There's a group fighting with me for a piece of land, and we've put aside our official relationship. Next it's a money war. I've used all the money I can, but I don't have as much as them, she said. 20 billion is no problem. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment. If it's really urgent, I can give you another 10 billion later. That's the limit. What he had the most was liquid capital. His total assets might not be comparable to those big shots with hundreds of billions, but he could take out a lot of money in one go. This was the advantage of not doing business. Although Bao's investment was huge, it could be taken out easily. In fact, Tianfang Entertainment didn't need too much money to maintain the company's operations. Purple Crystal Technology was famous for having abundant funds on the internet. Nan Man Pei's eyes flashed and she hid her emotions very well. She turned to face Li Xianyu and said jokingly, you agreed just like that? You're not going to mention any conditions? Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Give me a baby? Nan Man Pei, you can't give birth. He rolled his eyes. We're in the same boat, so don't be so pretentious. Of course you still have to write an IOU. Forget about the interest. If you really feel bad, you can massage my back and serve me. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, okay sir. Qin Zhe's entire body quivered. Disgusting, he said. Nan Man Pei splashed a ladle of water at him. Qin Zhe ignored her. She splashed him again in a fit of pique. Qin Zhe was furious. He grabbed her arm and made her stumble. Then he twisted her hands and pressed them against the side of the sink, squeezing her chest from a spherical shape to an oval shape. The whole process took only 2 seconds. Nan Man Pei couldn't resist at all. Her strength was negligible in front of Qin Zhe. She struggled a few times but couldn't break free. She said angrily, let go. Beg me. With Nan Man Pei's personality, it would be strange if she begged him. She struggled with all her might. In this position, their bodies were inevitably pressed together. Nan Man Pei struggled for a moment. Suddenly, her body stiffened and she stopped moving. She was held at gunpoint. She didn't dare to move. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched and he silently let go of her. The chickens were very noisy today. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Nan Man Pei said lightly, putting aside our friendship, Suyu is my best friend. In the end, she fell in love with a scumbag. You know my personality. If it were any other man, they would have died long ago. But do you know why I've tolerated you for so long? Chapter 626. Let's make things clear, Qin Zhe said unhappily. Liking a scumbag is Suyu's personal character problem. Liking a scumbag is my personal character problem. I'm a scumbag? Are you kidding me? I don't agree with this, the entire country doesn't agree. Could it be that in your heart I'm just a scumbag? Qin Zhe said angrily, a scumbag lent you 30 billion just now, although I don't know what kind of place would require tens of billions of funds to fight for. Tiananmen Square? Isn't that so? Nan Man Pei's expression was calm, and she took this opportunity to hide the blush on her face. Qin Zhe felt sad. Although he wasn't outstanding, he had been a calm and obedient child in the eyes of his elders since he was young. Although his future was bleak, he had a strong character. Yet, he had become the scumbag in Nan Man Pei's words. There were countless scumbags in Cantonese and there were groups of them. However, he had only bid farewell to his ex-girlfriend last year, with both hands. Right was passionate and unrestrained, while left was reserved and reserved. They were both very unique. But I don't hate you, Nan Man Pei said seriously. Not at all. Qin Zhe said, so? Sister Man also likes a scumbag? Nan Man Pei sighed. By right, based on my experience, I should hate men like you who are two-timing. In my circle, the higher the status of a man, the more he won't be loyal to only one woman. It's the same for women. I'm used to it, but I don't agree with it. Qin Zhe, do you know? But I have unlimited tolerance for you. Qin Zhe said carefully, thank you for your love. Nan Man Pei shook her head. Because you're still a child. Qin Zhe felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. He wanted to spit it all over her face. This was the most humiliating sentence Qin Zhe had heard this year. Although he was indeed much younger than Nan Man Pei, he was still a 24-year-old man. How could he still be a child? When Suyu and I were together, the topic was always about you. She complained to me that Wang Zijin was too difficult to deal with. She didn't know what kind of bewitching potion she gave you, making you in a dilemma and difficult to make a decision. But she did not see it clearly. It's not that it's hard for you to make a decision, it's just that you don't know what to do. Nan Man Pei let out a long sigh. Your handling of relationships is worse than a high school student's. In love you are a child. You're holding a toy in your hand. When you see another toy you can't help but want it. You like both toys from the bottom of your heart. Cutie is not a toy. When you need to choose between the two, you hesitate and don't know what to do. You have no experience in dealing with relationships, so other than hesitating and delaying, you don't dare to do anything. You can't do anything. This is different from those rich people. Perhaps they only have one home in their hearts and play with women for the sake of playing. Or maybe they don't care about feelings for a long time and openly indulge in sex. You are different from them. Except for Suyu and Wang Zijin, you never play with other women. Obviously, as long as you hook your hand, there will be women fighting to get on your bed. But Suyu told me that you only had a relationship with her. As for me, I see you between two women. On one hand you like and on the other hand you are entangled like a child who has no idea what to do. You are a person who makes me very curious. Sometimes you are mature and wise, sometimes you are timid and guilty. You are not casual about love, but you are trapped in the mire of love and can't extricate yourself. I always wonder how there can be such a contradictory person like you. It's like there are two completely different positive and negative sides. The positive side is talented, wise and decisive, and the negative side is unknown, sensitive and inferior. There are many people who have difficulties in choosing in relationships. They will finally choose the most suitable marriage partner, which is an ordinary person. With your current value and status, talent and ability, society will treat you well. If you say that you only have one woman in your life, I don't believe it. When a child does something wrong, he can always be forgiven by adults, so I don't dislike you, even if Suyu is my best friend. Sister man, what do you want to say? Qinzhe scratched his head. I want to ask what you plan to do in your heart. Suyu, that stupid girl, said that she wanted to poach you and give birth to a child for you, and then marry and defeat Wang Zijin. In fact, she is stubborn. Do you really think that a woman can bear her man's foot in two boats and is willing to not cry and make trouble? She is not the kind of weak woman who needs to rely on men. In fact, her attitude is already very obvious. She just doesn't want to leave you, just like those women who swallow their anger for marriage. But you really love her and spoil her, which is another reason why I tolerate you. But what about the young lady of the Wang family? Can she bear Suyu? Can she be willing to share a man with other women? What if she forces you to choose? Will you let go of Suyu? Qinzhe opened his mouth. You don't have to answer me. You weigh it in your heart. With Suyu's character, if you really separate, no matter how painful it is, she will not pester you. In the future she may meet someone she likes. Although love is pure, it is not the only one. But for her, after liking you, anyone is a kind of compromise. Compromise for the rest of her life. Qinzhe thought of Aunt Su. From the moment she decided to marry, the rest of her life was probably just 2 words for her. On the contrary, you have to pay attention to Wang Zijin. I don't know much about her, but there is one thing I am very concerned about. This girl ran to Shanghai City to escape marriage. To be precise, she is not satisfied with her parents' random matchmaking. After all, it is not settled, so it is not considered running away from marriage. Qinzhe said. This is a person who is obsessed with emotional cleanliness. She is paranoid, single-minded, and stubborn. The kind of woman who will become particularly strong if she likes someone. Even if the whole family is against it, she doesn't care. Nan Man Pei said. Qinzhe thought for a while and nodded. This kind of woman is too paranoid. If you don't handle it well, it may be a knot in your heart for the rest of your life. She will not marry you for life and die together. Qinzhe's mouth twitched. Sister man, I seem to have more than one such woman around me. What do you think I should do? Nan Man Pei said in a bad mood. Don't worry, Suyu is not such a woman. Qinzhe was speechless. He was roaring in his heart. No, it is not Suyu, it is my sister. She is a lunatic who is more paranoid than Wang Zijin. She is my inner demon. If he had known, he would not have talked nonsense with Nan Man Pei. Before this, he was still full of confidence in Hei's king. He thought that Hei's king could conquer all difficulties. But when Nan Man Pei said that, half of his heart was scared. Sob, sob, sob. Nan Man Pei's eyes moved, and the corner of her mouth was full of gloating. Qinzhe was lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Nan Man Pei asked curiously. Qinzhe answered subconsciously, If I can get you, sister man, my harem will be peaceful. As soon as he finished speaking, his left waist was kicked by a long white leg. It was skillful, so it did not hurt, but he rolled to the right. Qinzhe stood still in the water and curled his lips. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Nan Man Pei said coldly, I am a woman. Qinzhe straightened his lower body. Come on. This action was full of threat. Nan Man Pei did not want to be hit by a gun a second time. She glared at him fiercely and stopped. Qinzhe slowly sank into the water, half of his head exposed, and blew a series of bubbles. After soaking in cold water for more than 10 minutes, the big cloth bag under Qinzhe's crotch shrunk into a hard walnut. His testicles were cold. The ancients did not lie. How about I tell you a story too? Qinzhe asked. Nan Man Pei looked at him and waited for him to continue. Once upon a time there was a wretched boy. He was neither smart nor stupid. He was just an ordinary man. He had never been in a serious relationship until he was 23 years old. His dick was hard all the time. He thought about how difficult it was to find a girlfriend in this F***ed-up society. The country did not know how to sympathize with the empty nesters of the 90s and give them girlfriends or something. He was envious when he saw the rich kids in school driving luxury cars and going for a spin. He could only be envious. Since he was young, his father would only whip him with a feather duster and feed him poisonous chicken soup. His relatives and friends also thought that he was very ordinary. It would be good enough if he could have a stable job in the future. The proudest moment of his life was when he won the second prize in an essay competition in junior high. That was the greatest honor in his school life. Just like a blade of grass, no matter how green it was inconspicuous. A passerby would step on it and not even look at him. But even a blade of grass hoped that it could stand on a dazzling stage. He once loved a girl, a very radiant woman, but that love was as lowly as himself. He couldn't even tell anyone about it. When he was 18 years old, at his alma mater's ball, he stood there like a minion. At that time, I tearfully swore that everyone must see me. There are too many ordinary and ordinary paths in the world. Which house do you live in? I've been neglected too much in love and at work, she said. My self-esteem has been greatly damaged. Attention can cure hunger. Nan Man Pei looked at him silently and listened to him sing softly. His face was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with complicated emotions. Like a lonely child singing loudly. In the eyes of girls, the only thing that shines about him is the big house at home. That is a luxury that ordinary men can never afford in their lifetime. Don't you think it's funny? The biggest shining point of his life has nothing to do with him. That humble blade of grass, he also wants to be liked. To hell with his house. Until one night when he was drunk, a girl said to him, I like you. I like you very, very much. At that moment, it was as if a ray of light had struck his heart. It was the first time in his life that a girl said that to him. It was not because of money, but because the girl was very rich. The first time. Qinzhe murmured, the first time a girl liked him and said that she liked him. Nan Man Pei whispered, who was the girl you loved? After a long silence he said, that's another story. There was once a girl who loved him very much. But at that time he was just a blade of grass. He could not even control his own fate. I'm afraid she would never say that sentence out loud. Chapter 627. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Your love life is really complicated, she thought to herself. Suyu was the first woman to say, I like you to him. Nan Man Pei knew this because Suyu had told her before. She had always thought that Suyu's love was insignificant. She did not expect Qinzhe's love to be equally insignificant. Just because of this sentence you've hit your G-spot? How much do you lack love? How could such a talented man have such a sad childhood and adolescence? Nan Man Pei could not help but shed a tear of sympathy for him. Also, who's the woman you love and she loves you? Wang Zijin? That's not right. If it's love buried deep in the heart, then the timeline doesn't match. Wang Zijin only came to Shanghai last year. For some reason, a coquettish face suddenly appeared in Nan Man Pei's mind. She shuddered violently and chased that face out of her mind. Impossible. I'm overthinking. Qinzhe, this idiot is still quite decent. Pei Nan Man took the initiative to have a heart-to-heart talk with Qinzhe. She received a response from the other party. She saw that under the bright clothes, there was an ordinary big boy. However, she could not understand. With the ability and talent he displayed, how could such a boy have such a quiet childhood? Some people could be enlightened overnight and be reborn. However, there was a limit to everything. It was not as exaggerated as him. Do you need soap? Can I rub it? Nan Man Pei changed the topic. Qinzhe nodded silently. With the sound of splashing water, she stood up from the water and left the pool. After a while she came back with a round piece of bright yellow soap. It was crystal clear and had a faint fragrance. Qinzhe smelled a few types of Chinese medicine from it. Chinese medicine? You have a good nose, Nanman Pei said. She stood by the pool. Her feet were small and exquisite. The curves of her bare feet and calves were especially seductive. Water droplets slowly dripped between her legs. Splat, splat. Patter, Qinzhe's hand slipped and the soap jumped out. Sister Man, help me pick up the soap. Nanman Pei walked over. When she bent over, her two buttocks were especially round and perky under her swimming trunks. Qinzhe secretly said, "Good butt." Suyu was woken up by Qinzhe. With a dazed look in her eyes, she rubbed her eyes and said in a coquettish tone, "What time is it?" Qinzhe patted her head and said softly, "It's only been half an hour. I finished talking with Sister Man. Did you promise Sister Man?" Suyu blinked and asked expectantly. "Of course I'll agree to such a beautiful lady's request." Beside him, Nanman Pei's face twitched. Suyu laughed and said, "She is a little sister, what am I?" Little sister. She did not expect that at the age of 28 she would become a little girl. She was not happy. Carat omega carat, Suyu's eyes curved and she forced a smile. "Don't be rude, call me sister." Qinzhe, "Well, you are also a little sister." Suyu rolled over and almost rolled out of bed. She said happily, "Then I'll call you little brother." Qinzhe, "Good." Look, he was not embarrassed at all when he said mushy words to Suyu. She remembered that when he called Qin Bao Bao little sister, she had goosebumps all over her body. This was the obstacle brought by the sibling relationship. It was like a woman calling her godfather a dead ghost and annoying, which seemed very emotional. "Why don't you try calling your own father like that?" Nanman Pei was speechless. It was true that love could lower one's intelligence. The air was filled with the sour smell of love. She was inexplicably upset and said angrily, "Get out of here, don't disturb me drinking tea." Qinzhe and Suyu left the club and drove back to the company. "Oh, that gay really didn't call the police," Suyu said. "If we were abroad, we would have been questioned by the police or paid money. The human rights ideology abroad has surpassed etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. By the way, are there many gay people abroad?" "Many, I often saw them when I was in graduate school. But gay people abroad are different from gay people in China. Gay people abroad look very manly and muscular, unlike the sissy people in China who like to dress up as women." He said in his heart that men should do men, and those who do women are all sissy. There's nothing wrong with that. There are many pure men abroad. Little sister is really experienced then. Are there many lilies? Lilies are quite a lot. So you thought for a moment. Among the people I know there are two who like to grind tofu, but they both have boyfriends. So, exciting? Qinzhe imagined all kinds of cosplay such as. Suyu frowned and said, "Many college students abroad open parties for that kind of thing. I didn't know the inside story in my first year abroad. I attended several parties and then I heard about it. I never went again. I didn't have many friends, so I have even fewer. Chinese friends should be easy to make. After all, we are fellow countrymen." Suyu sneered, "When fellow countrymen see fellow countrymen, they will be cheated to tears. Haven't you heard of this sentence?" As a nationalistic youth, Qinzhe wanted to argue, but he thought forget it. There was no need to argue with Suyu about this kind of thing and he couldn't argue. As soon as he frowned and was unhappy, Suyu would immediately bow her head and say, "Well, Ace is right. My vision is too shallow." Only his sister was keen on arguing with him. Suyu said, "It's good to have fewer friends. I can study at ease. A few considerate friends are enough. It's just that I'm back in China now. I don't know if I will have a chance to meet them in the future." Qinzhe, "It doesn't matter. It's not difficult to go abroad. I'll accompany you when I have time." Suyu nodded happily. On the weekend, the Super Brain program was broadcast. The popularity was far higher than expected. Thanks to the publicity of the program group, the audience was full of expectations for this episode. Qinzhe himself was a shining signboard, and the program team's promotion was also very interesting. First, they boasted about the guests for this episode, claiming that they had recruited 100 geniuses from famous universities, and that they were all contestants who had received so many scholarships that their hands went soft. It created a kind of atmosphere of a gathering of heroes and invincible in the world. It seemed that this was the legendary martial arts assembly, in which a hero would break out of the encirclement and win the throne of the martial arts alliance leader. Then the picture changed, and the heroes were slapped down by Qinzhe before they could show their skills. It was terrifying. The audience was horrified. In several scenes edited, the players were stunned, and the audience was stunned, which could particularly arouse people's curiosity. As soon as the program was broadcast, it directly broke the ratings record of Super Brain. The network hits also broke 100 million on the same day, giving the program group the illusion that we recorded a fake program. Super Brain could only be regarded as a moderate hit in the variety show. In the first season, the results were very good, and then it could not escape the mold of the loss of popularity. But after this episode was broadcast, the topic and popularity exploded in an instant, making the program group seem to return to the heyday, even if it was temporary. The self-media, which didn't like to pay attention to them, published articles and pushed them with various titles. The official Weibo of Super Brain was flooded with a large number of fans. How does Qinzhe's brain grow? Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of those top students, I laughed. The best part of this episode is the first 10 minutes and you don't have to watch the rest. The comments on Weibo were overwhelming. After watching the program, netizens came to Weibo to vent their shock. Many people asked if Qinzhe was still a guest in the next episode. The program group kept silent and did not confess. Originally, many netizens raised doubts in the puzzle segment, thinking that it was a script deliberately created by the program group. But then another video appeared on the internet, which was not on the program. It was a video taken by the audience with their mobile phones. Another puzzle video of Qinzhe. In the hearts of the audience, Qinzhe was a genius among geniuses. After watching the video, Nanman Pei also had the same idea, but she was puzzled when she thought of Qinzhe's words a few days ago. Such a person had nothing to do with being mediocre at all. In the past, she didn't pay much attention to Qinzhe's news. It was either a catfight, a scandal, or a movie. But when she saw the promotional title of Qinzhe beats 100 top students, she couldn't help but read it. What else could she say? She was amazed and impressed. She rarely admired others. Because she wanted to know more about him, but the more she knew about him, the more curious she was. She always felt that he was shrouded in a layer of mystery. She couldn't see the flowers in the fog. Nanman Pei sat on the sofa in the living room and sighed. Auntie is frowning and sighing. What's going on? In the corner, Li Donglai and Pei Ziki whispered to each other. She's in trouble with her business. But I heard from Auntie Suyu that Qinzhe will help with the money. Is it related to Jianghu? For example, the unspoken rules of the business world. Li Donglai, your heart is so dirty. So you're in love? Otherwise, why would Auntie watch a variety show with Jianghu? Get out, Qinzhe is a little fresh meat, a little rooster, not Auntie's dish. Don't mention Auntie's dish, it's hard to swallow. By the way, is the little rooster your dish? Get out.